Happy Tuesday, everybody. Can you believe it is Tuesday already? We have a great day of content today, and we had a great day of content yesterday. So I'm thrilled for today. It's great to see people from all over. I see we have another Minnesotan in the house, which is exciting. We have people all the way from Anchorage down to Ecuador. So go ahead, log in, tell us where you're from. We'd love to hear where you're from. If you are just joining us, welcome. If you joined us yesterday, welcome back. Host Week is HAR's week-long celebration of hosted advisors in the industry that supports them. So while we are really big fans of host agencies and hosted advisors here, Host Week is for any and all agencies, whether you are hosted or not. And if you've got 15 years under your belt, or you just started exploring, our goal is to have a little something for everybody to help their business succeed. So I am Steph Lee, the founder of Host Agency Reviews, MC for this week. You may also know me as a bumblebee chaser, a tulip lover, which I don't know if you could see my tulips in the background that I got delivered surprise yesterday from Mary, which was fun. And as many of you know or may have noticed from the speakers, also a big fan of dogs. I have two dogs who miraculously yesterday were very, very good and didn't come at all in the screen or bother me. So perhaps today Orion or Fennec will make a visit. We'll see. So this is our third annual Host Week, which means we are finally getting this together, everybody. The first 2 years were good, but a little bit rocky on our end when we were duct taping everything. But I think we finally got things smoothed out. So here's what you can expect if this is your first time tuning in. So every day we start with a keynote to get everybody warmed up and ready. And then we do our interviews. So we have 30 plus host interviews this week, 7 Consortia interviews throughout the week. And then we have our exclusive deals for Host Week attendees. So we will drop that link in the comments for the specials. So make sure to check those out. And I'm not sure if anything has been added recently. Sometimes during Host Week, we have new things added. So keep checking back to that. And then we have our Luminary Awards ceremony, our annual ceremony every Friday, this Friday, where we award the best of the best host agencies of 2023. And just a quick thank you to our weekly sponsors. So we have Adventure Travel Trade Association, Nexion Travel Group, and they are on today with their interview at 1:40 p.m. Central Time. So make sure to tune into that. We have Runway Health, who has a webinar next Wednesday, if you're looking to learn more about them. They also, for their Host Week special, have double commissions for advisors, I think for the next 90 days. So we'll put a link in the comments to Runway's Health's event for next Wednesday. And then we have Tour Radar, who is doing our keynote today on sustainability travel, which I'm really excited about. And then we also have Travel Planners International. Now they went yesterday, so if you missed them, make sure to go back to Monday's stream and check that out. And then lastly, I thank to our daily sponsor today, which is Dugan's Travels, who is on again today at 1:05 p.m. Central Time. So these are the people that help offset the costs for putting on this big event for free for everybody. So we're very grateful for their generosity. And if you appreciate the event, definitely feel free to drop them a note of thanks for the sponsorships. If you missed out on anything from yesterday, the live streams are recorded. So if you have to jump off today, that's no problem. You can always come back to the link that's in your daily emails and you can watch the stream again. So 2 other things to note, just kind of for housekeeping things. One, thank you to the viewer yesterday that asked us about closed captioning. So Juan, who's our producer behind the scenes, and he's the one that makes the pretty stars that are sparkling in the background. I don't know how to do that, but I just love it. But he thinks we've got it figured out so that people can turn the closed captioning on and off during the live stream, because that's not a native YouTube feature. So he did something magical on the background. So let us know if that's working for you, if you're having problems. Hopefully it's working for everyone. And number 2, yesterday's chat replay, if you're watching it on desktop and YouTube, isn't working. So you can't see the chat as it's happening. We are working with YouTube support on that, so it should get fixed hopefully soon. And then if you happen to have caught this on LinkedIn or Facebook, where we're also streaming, the big party is at YouTube. That's where a lot of the comments are. So make sure to hop over to HAR's YouTube channel. All right. So we've got people from all over coming in. Super excited to see that. Let's see. If you haven't already, go ahead and register at hostagencyreviews.com/hostweek. And then let's take a look at what's on today's agenda, because I'm going to be turning it over to our sponsor for today's keynote in just a second. But before I do, I want to make sure you stick around after the keynote, because we have got 2 consortia that we're going to be interviewing. We have TRAVELSAVERS and Nest, and then we have 6 host interviews. So on the docket today, we have Independent by Liberty Travel, KHM Travel Group, Levarté Travel. You might remember Lori, she sponsored yesterday's keynote. Nest Plus, Pickles Travel Network, and then Travel Leaders Market Square. And then set your alarm, because after those interviews are over at 2:40 Central Time, that's when our EduSpots take over. So super fun lineup today, and we are only on Tuesday. Today's keynote is focusing on sustainable travel and the conversation that we need to be having about it in the industry. So sponsoring today's keynote is Fora Travel. So I'm going to pass to Fora's Henley Vasquez so you can learn a little bit more about this virtuoso host agency. So Henley, the screen is all yours.
Thank you, Steph, and hello, everybody. Thank you so much for having us. We are thrilled to be here on the second day of Host Week and for Fora to be the partner for the keynote today. I'll do a quick intro about myself and sort of how I got into this business, and then talk a little bit more about who we are as Fora. So me, I've been a travel advisor basically my whole career, so sort of fell into it by accident 15 years ago. Was part of the founding team at Indigari, if you're familiar with them, then started my own agency, a small virtuoso agency called Passported, and then in 2021 teamed up with my co-founders to create Fora, really with the idea of what could we do to empower the next generation of travel advisors. And so like, why? I mean, I think it's often when people look at anyone who's starting their own business, like, it's really hard. Why would you go out and do this? And I think what I believe is that being a travel advisor really is the best job out there. And so I can say that really, because right now I'm sitting here at Brush Creek Ranch in Wyoming, like, this is an actual look at what a travel advisor does. You're out there, you're seeing properties, you're having amazing experiences, you're planning great trips for people, but there are a lot of pain points. So sales quotes, commission tracking and payments. A lot of host agencies, they expect you to quit your full-time job, spend a lot of money on a training course, and just kind of hope that it all works out and you can still pay your rent at the end of the month. But we wanted to create something where you could pursue travel advising, but we'd really meet you where you are and make it a little bit easier to enter an industry that has traditionally been a little bit tricky to figure out. So meet Fora. We are, let's see if I can make my slides actually work for me. Hello. In lots of different languages. We are the modern travel agency. So we really set you up for everything you need from your first booking to your 1,000th and beyond. Our advisors are people who never knew that this job could be a job. Our advisors are people who were looking for a place to do this. But what we give them in sort of a very quick overview, because I know we want to get to the keynote address, is community and training. So a place to connect to your other advisors and a way to learn the business. Portal and tech. Tech is a big thing for us. It's something that we feel has really been missing in the industry. And we want to give people a way to be able to log into our portal, check on your commissions, find out when you're getting paid, do trainings asynchronously as well as live, marketing assets and tools. One of the things that I realized when I was running my own agency is every time I actually had time to put together any of the marketing tools that I needed, send out a MailChimp, do something on social, it would generate business. But guess how much time I had for that? Almost none. So we take that off of the backs of the advisors. Our content team creates these marketing assets and social assets, and we give them to them so they can just boom, hit a button and be marketing themselves and focus on the business of selling and planning amazing trips. Our top-notch partnerships, I mean, we love our hotels and our hotel partners. So Virtuoso, Four Seasons, Rosewood, Rocco Forte, Hyatt Privé, just to name a few. These are the suppliers that we really love working with, as well as lots of DMCs. And we work with them really closely so that we can get paid and pay you faster. So our goal is to be the fastest payments in the biz. We don't make you go chase your commissions. We do it for you. We are talking about sustainability today. So I wanted to address that because I think the knee-jerk reaction to sustainability is to associate it with ecotourism. So, you know, a Costa Rica rainforest lodge. We look at it through a little more of a holistic lens. Yes, we book lots of trips to those kinds of places, but we're really focused on economic empowerment as well as diversity and inclusion. We think that it's important to welcome new faces and new voices into the industry. We all rise together, and we believe in a better equation in travel. So better tools for advisors, better accessibility to advisors who wouldn't traditionally be getting into the business. That creates more advisors that people might find to work with, somebody who looks like me, travels like me, thinks like me, and more revenue connected directly to the suppliers that we love. So less OTAs, more humans working with the hotels, which all over creates a better experience for travelers. So sustainability, yes, we love promoting the hotels that are also being very sustainable in terms of their practices, but we really think as a whole, when we're talking about sustainability within this industry, it is cracking this open and letting a few more people in. Now, how do you join us, Bora? We will set you up with everything you need when you join. So you would apply, you would join, and we'll talk about how that works, and you would become part of a cohort. So these are some of our advisors. We all train together. So everyone who joins get put into a cohort where you will learn together, as well as in our community app where you can sit in there and ask questions, and Britt or Tori or Deb or Sway or anybody who's in there might come in and say, hey, I just saw that property. I was just there. This is what I thought, or this is what my clients had feedback about their favorite restaurants in Paris, the marketing templates, the commission tracking, the payments, and beyond. Now, our wait list is 40,000 people long. I apologize to anybody who is on there and has applied and has not made it in yet. What you need to do is take the survey. So if you've signed up, take the survey. If you haven't yet, go in and join fortravel.com and /join us. It's right here on the bottom of the slide. When you get to the last code and it says, how did you hear about For? Enter code HAR, H-A-R, for host agency reviews. And that's going to get you pulled to the top of the pile. So we'll make sure to find you amongst all the people. We are thrilled to see all of the interest in becoming an advisor. We think this really is the best and coolest industry with the most interesting people. I mean, where else can you have friends around the world and have running around the world be part of your job? But 40,000 other people think so too. So make sure you use that HAR code, H-A-R, to get to the top of the pile. So I am now very excited to introduce today's keynote speaker, Travis Pittman from Tour Radar. Please extend a warm welcome for his session on 2023, the year of the organized adventure. And I'll pass it back to you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all. Welcome to day 2 of Host Week. When preparing for this keynote and reflecting on what we've all been through, both individually and as an industry, I stumbled across this scene from the iconic film Finding Nemo, which I felt actually summed up things pretty well. Since March 2020, we've all been powering through on adrenaline and fear in our own bubbles and silos, just doing what we could to survive and hopefully come out the other side. For many of you, 2022 proved to be the rebound we were hoping for, with bookings and passenger levels exceeding 2019 levels, and 2023 is looking super strong and showing that normalized seasonal behavior that we're used to. On the surface, that's a massive win, especially considering the deep hole we were all sitting in over the past couple of years. However, it was a conversation at the Adventure Travel World Summit back in Switzerland a few months ago that summed up the toll that this rebound has had on many of you. The operator I spoke to said, "I've had the best year in the history of our operations, but it feels like every dollar of income earned has required 3 to 4 times the effort." Sounds familiar, doesn't it? No matter if you're a tour operator, a travel advisor, an airline, an OTA, or a destination, 2022 was a tough year, and it was really hard to wind up that machine that literally had stood still for 2.5 years. But as the saying goes, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. We believe it's time to take a deep breath, break down the silos or the plastic bags, and open ourselves up for collaboration to take the industry forward in ways that we couldn't dream of doing in our own bubbles. So what are we all focusing on in 2023? Do we now sit back and bask in the glory of our recent success, commend ourselves for our resilience? No, of course not. Now that we've pulled our industry off life support, 2023 is about laying the foundation for a more innovative, resilient, and sustainable path forward. This foundation has to include boosting our own personal and mental health, fortifying our financial stability, motivating travelers to experience Mother Nature's wonders in a more sustainable way, and leveraging technology to make us more efficient and effective in running our own businesses. In 2021, in the middle of the pandemic, we proudly launched an entirely new category within the travel industry that we named Adventure Booking Platforms. And we outlined our view of how we believe the ecosystem could exist and come together over time. One area I'd really like to dig into today is around travel advisors. We know that a large number of our travelers continue to use advisors and agents to book their travel, and in particular, multi-day tours. And why not? Travelers get excellent service, where advisors also arrange their ancillary needs for their organized adventure, like flights and hotels. Over the years, we've also noticed many advisors using TourRadar's B2C marketplace to search and even book their clients long before we built a dedicated platform. We've also had requests from host agencies and consortia. So as we were creating and defining our adventure booking platform, we realized we needed to build in maximum flexibility in both the technology and the commercial solutions between advisors and operators. In 2022, TourRadar launched our agent marketplace, and we have over 4,000 agents and advisors from all over the globe who have registered and are already making bookings with us. More importantly, we know very well how important commissions are for travel advisors. That's why we've actually raised the commission we offer. For both the new and the current travel advisors in our platform, we actually increased from the up to 8% to now being up to 12% to help drive more bookings for not only you, but also for the tour operators we work with. As many of you know, our industry has suffered an image problem that has been very difficult to shake. When people hear the word tour, this is the image that pops into their head. From my point of view, we need to reframe what we are selling in a different way than it has been tried in the past. And with the tailwinds of a post-pandemic change in the mindset of today's general population towards the outdoors, nature, being active, and satisfying the hunger for cultural exchange through travel, there is literally no better time for our industry to shine. We just need to communicate it better. And when you look through the naming of products within our industry, you'll find a bottomless pit of travel styles and names. Group, guided, private, tailor-made, self-guided, small group adventure, river cruise, sailing, cycling, the list goes on. But to wrap up and encompass our diverse industry so we can market and educate the everyday consumer about what we really do, we've settled on the term organized adventure as a way forward with repositioning to consumers what it is we do and offer to them. Organizing a multi-day trip is hard. You know it better than most of us. Most people want to step out of their comfort zone, but they don't know how, and they give up. An organized adventure is where you have everything you could possibly want to enjoy in a multi-day travel experience, and all you have to do is choose one and go. If our goal is to rebuild travel in a better way, and we want more people to get out of their main tourist hubs and experience themselves and the planet on a new, more meaningful and sustainable level, there is no better trip than an organized adventure. In summer 2022, I did a private mountain biking tour of the Dolomites in northern Italy, where our guide was an ex-Italian mountain bike champion. And it was honestly one of the most mind-blowing adventures I've ever done. May have been biased for the fact that it was the first adventure I'd taken since the pandemic hit, but as my team can attest to, it certainly reinvigorated and reinforced to me so many of the reasons why organized adventures are one of the best ways to travel. The tour went through South Tyrol and ended up at Lake Garda, where we did some 9,000 meters of altitude and saw some of the most spectacular nature, trails, and landscapes I've ever seen and experienced in my life. One of the best parts of the trip is that it had a very low carbon footprint. An average carbon footprint for this type of adventure is around 20 kilos of carbon per person per day, depending on obviously how efficiently you cycle, the accommodation type, and the meals, which is actually 5 times less than a 5-night ocean cruise traveling around 2,000 kilometers with the most efficient cruise line, which actually is around 100 kilos of carbon per person per day. Another really great part that stood out to me was how valuable it was in having a guide who's a local expert and organizes everything. They speak the language, they take care of all the logistics and also all the problems. They recommend great places to eat delicious local food, and they plan out the daily activities en route. So we literally were able to just be in the moment and soak up the life-enriching experiences on offer. Now, if I'm to compare my mountain biking adventure to all-inclusive resorts, which are generally owned by overseas companies, those generally create low local economic benefits, they have a large environmental footprint, and are leaving just a little behind for the local communities. This trip reminded me once again of the positive impact of organized adventures and how it socially and economically benefits destinations and its communities by employing local people as guides and using locally owned accommodations and restaurants in its itineraries to provide the best cultural experience to travelers. The ultimate goal of our industry is to reduce the negative impact of tourism on our local communities and the environment, and to make the long-term future of travel more sustainable. And after signing the Glasgow Declaration on Climate Action in the Tourism Industry back in 2021, last month we proudly published our Climate Action Plan. We've been working with key players such as the Travel Foundation, Explore, Intrepid, and TTC to understand how we can be leveraging our position at the heart of the ecosystem to educate and drive sustainable initiatives, create a community around those shared goals, promote what our partners are doing, share our network and data, and ultimately raise awareness about sustainable travel. A number of pioneering operators have offered to share their carbon measurement data to help us build an impact measurement tool for carbon footprint and community as well as social impact that provides a simple and centralized way of carbon measurement and reporting for operators and their suppliers. By providing this tool as an open source solution in the operator dashboard, we want to support operators to focus more of their energy on mitigating and improving their footprint. As a second part of the Climate Action Plan, we've set ourselves the goal that by 2030, all active operators on our adventure booking platform will have sustainability initiatives in place. So one of the key parts of our Climate Action Plan is to be a source for customers to learn more about the sustainability initiatives our operators are already undertaking. And this will help the customers become more aware and make more informed decisions as they are looking for more sustainable options. On our platform, we want our customers to choose and book multi-day tours and adventures operated by businesses with initiatives to reduce carbon emissions and have animal welfare guidelines in place. Tours that are led by locals or are actually locally owned, and where the adventure supports community development and environmental projects. Being a tech company, data is a super important aspect of all things that we do. And when it comes to sustainability and community impact, we feel that data can be used to tell stories in ways that previously hasn't been possible. Growth at all costs is something nearly all of us have learned is no longer a mantra that flies. As we've been thinking through Tour Radar's place in the ecosystem and how we can best contribute to solving possibly the biggest challenge of our lifetime, the following are our key takeaways. There's a big gap between the intent of a customer and them actually taking action when it comes to sustainability. But in order for travelers to take action, there needs to be qualitative and quantitative understandings of the impact their travel decisions are having on destinations, the environment, and local communities they are visiting. Quantifying these impacts for organized adventures is not easy and very complex, but it has to be done. An organized adventure is inherently a style of travel that is active, it visits multiple destinations, it involves nature, as well as cultural exchange with local people and communities. One thing that we're very proud about is that on Tour Radar over the years, we've seen that 50% of the bookings that have made are actually traveling through developing countries. And this has actually naturally happened because of the nature of the product that we live, breathe, and sell. This year, I see a huge opportunity for destinations, operators, advisors, and sustainability experts to come together to quantify the good and the bad impacts of the adventures we offer and use data to simply and easily tell the story and ultimately change the behaviors of travelers for the better. The world that exited the pandemic is very different from the one that went in. And I believe now more than ever, customers will seek out organized adventures, so much so that in the near future, our product will be in the same consideration set as an ocean cruise or an all-inclusive resort. And why not? They provide a deeper connection to the people and the places visited, are more sustainable, and ultimately provide a more profound and meaningful experience. Thank you and have a great rest of the host week.
Well, thank you so much, Travis. I honestly feel like anytime a presentation starts with Finding Nemo, it is my type of presentation because I love that movie. One of my favorites also on that list is Elf. And so you can see, obviously, I do very highbrow cinema, very, very highbrow. So we wanted to take the rest of the time here to discuss about sustainability. So I know that some of the things Travis talked about, all-inclusives and cruises, are things that a lot of us book as part of our regular living. And so trying to mesh those two together can sometimes be a little bit difficult. So Tour Radar was generous enough to let us chat with their sustainability lead, Sophia Muromets. She's going to join us to go over some questions. So if you have questions in the comments or anything about Travis said or questions, just anything sustainability, make sure to ask them there so Sophia can get back to you because there is a lot to discuss. But before I bring on Sophia, I also want to mention that if sustainability is something that's important to you, make sure to tune in for tomorrow's keynote as well. I'll be speaking with ASTA's chairman of the board, Mark Casto, and he'll be discussing what ASTA as an organization is doing to move us forward on the sustainability level. So make sure to tune in for that. And with that, let's go ahead and bring in Sophia. Hello, how are you?
Hi, Steph. Can you hear me?
I
All
can, and where's the dog on the first time we met? She had a dog on her lap, and I was like, I love you.
He's under the table, but he's looking already at me because I guess
right
he knows.
So
exactly.
Sweet. Well,
yeah.
Thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. And first of all, thank you to Fora Travel and Henley for sponsoring the session and having us here. Yeah, totally.
Absolutely. So let's chat about, I think the big elephant in the room is traditionally there's been a divide in the industry between adventure travel and the more traditional leisure side of travel. With adventure travel typically putting more of an emphasis on sustainability. But for the advisors whose clients who aren't looking for adventure, if they have mobility problems or just don't want to go biking, or they book ocean cruises and all inclusives, but they still want to make sure that they're doing their part to help the industry become more sustainable, what can they do?
Yeah, I mean, of course, I can always say that there's thousands of ways how you can pursue your clients to go maybe and look into sustainable travel or organized adventure or anything else. But let's be honest, who wouldn't love to have a break in all-inclusive beach resorts? So and a lot of people, they actually, so they need a break and they want a cruise, they want to see different things. And of course, there are a lot of ways and aspects that you can look out because we all know they're doing a lot and they are really committing to become more sustainable and they're making their products sustainable. So first of all, I always say, doesn't matter what kind of holiday you book, you can always just think of it and ask to provide you specific details and examples of how this resort or this cruise actually benefit local people and how they actually minimize their environmental impact. a few examples of it is, does the resort has a waste management policy in place, or water management and energy measurement and management policies? Do they recycle accordingly to the standards of the state they actually operate in, and maybe they supply even energy from renewable energy supplier? One really important thing will be fresh and quality food from the local farmers, so they support the community and farmers in the state or in the area that they operate in. Does the resort partner up with locally owned and managed transportations and tourism services? And of course, we all know all-inclusives, they offer one-day tours, so are they actually partnering up with the local guides while they offer it to their customers and clients? And of course, do they employ local people, and do they give them development opportunities and support them with training and with the right support what they need? And when it comes to cruises, it's of course a little bit trickier because, like a cruise, everything is set up usually from beginning of the journey. It means all the employees already on board, the food and entertainment and everything. But there's of course quite a few things that this industry actually tries to become more sustainable. And same as for the resorts, does this cruise have a waste management policy in place? Because cruises, they tend to have a high daily waste. It is like that, but there are really a lot of policies and cruises lines and who are committed to use recycled materials. They eliminating single-use plastic on board, and they actually recycle properly on board. So this is kind of one of my favorites, what cruises can actually do. So like single-use plastic is a ban, is a no, and this is already a super green flag to book this cruise. There's of course already a lot of efficient cruise lines who is using biofuel, who are hybrid. They have installed and cleaning systems on board. They even maybe have solar panels on board for their own energy supply. Now it's a little bit, like sustainability, environmental officers is becoming like a huge wave, I would say. I mean, thank God for me, and I'm here in this wave as well. But even on cruises, there can be an environmental officer on board. So you can ask a cruise if they have it. Those officers usually provide environmental training to the crew. They oversee on board all the compliance with environmental requirements, and often they actually create crew and passenger presentations to educate and to inspire how you can change your daily life in a more sustainable way. And of course, and last but not least, every cruise is trying to provide the best experience for their customers, and especially when it comes to food, what they offer. And you can look out if the cruises that are actually looking into their supplier and they're demanding for more sustainable products and have really strong relationships with local farmers and the communities at their key ports on their line. Those will be a few examples what you can actually look out for.
Those are fantastic. And I know we had a list of questions, but I had one coming from the audience that I think is a really good one. Do you mind if we go off script? Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So this one comes in from Steve. So Steve is wondering, are there any tips to help us distinguish between actually sustainable travel experiences and greenwashing for marketing purposes beyond experiencing all of these trips firsthand?
Oh, very good one.
I know.
Very tricky one too, because I always say this human aspect, like that you still need to trust people. Same, like what we are doing with our tour operators now as well, like I'm reaching out to them, they're sending us information, and I still need to vet it, like, and verify this information so that they're not greenwashing and they just want to, to be listed higher on our platform as well. I'm just looking out for everything what I can find online. So I do a proper research. I'm looking for press releases. I'm going to a website. I'm looking through reviews and like everything what you actually can find out there. Obviously, a red flag is when you can't find anything. So it means actually if you really find only this one paper with this one paragraph that someone sent to you. So it means that might be actually nothing behind it.
Yeah, that's a great tip. Thank you. And I know I don't think you're going to be able to answer this, Sophia, but I'm going to try. So Marilyn is also wondering, love the focus on improving sustainability, improving community impact through tourism. Is the $500 minimum commission payout per agent or per host agency? Do you know that by chance? I didn't think so.
Unfortunately,
like,
not.
I just the sustainability lead.
Exactly.
Yes. Okay.
Exactly.
No problem.
Yeah.
Marilyn, I don't know the answer off the top of my head, but we will try to get the answer this afternoon from Kimberly, and we'll put it in the comments when it does come through. So
Kimberly should be watching now. So I guess I guess she will answer that. Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. Well, Kimberly, this is all you. And if you forgot to sign on, then you've just been outed by us.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, let's see. I think we have time for one more quick question. Let's see. Which one do I want to do? Okay. All right. So I like this one. All right. So getting travel to be sustainable is just a huge feat, as you know. There's a lot of stakeholders involved, and not everybody sees eye to eye on things. So how is your company? I noticed you mentioned like the Travel Corporation, TTC, and Intrepid. How has your organization reached across the aisle to companies with some different viewpoints to help move the needle in the right direction? Because we all need to work together to make this happen.
Exactly. I actually really loved when you sent the question, because exactly. No, like this is like really a really good one. I will say, like before the pandemic, you would never see two competitors at the same table, or maybe even in the same room,
Mm-hmm.
And I think by now, I must say, everything has changed, like I guess while coming out of the pandemic, people are finally understood that when it comes to sustainability, when it comes to transformation of our industry, there are no competitors, and we are all allies now, and we can only do it and make it by working together. And of course, 10 or maybe 5 years ago, you could still leverage sustainability as a competitive advantage, but now it finally became a common sense how you need to run your business. And, like when we started our journey, I defined our weaknesses and strengths. And as you would understood from Travis' keynote as well, our biggest strength is the unique position in our ecosystem. And that's why I had this idea, we need to bring everyone at one table to one common ground. And this is what I have, like I was always appealing to while I was reaching out to different stakeholders. And this was always my mantra, or that I always say to everyone, you can't do it all alone, but you can achieve something really unique and remarkable and innovative, as in our case, it's needed, by working together with others. Because if you combine all of these resources, you can bring and give and give back so much more. Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's fantastic. Thank you so much. I wish we had more time to talk, because I have so many more questions. We're going to schedule a webinar in the future together. So,
I would love it.
Yes, perfect. So those that are tuned in, make sure you check out Host Agency Reviews events calendar, because I will schedule something, because I have a lot of questions for you. But we have to run into our next section. Thank you so much for joining us, Sophia, and your puppy. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye. Have a nice day, everyone. Ciao.
All right. Well, next up, brand new this year, is our Get Out to Know a Consortium section. So we've got 7 Consortia interviews this week. 7 Consortia interviews this week. For those of you that aren't exactly sure what a consortia or a consortium is, we're going to put a link in the comments to our article explaining what a consortia is, because it's important that you know what role they play in things. So let's see. Our first consortia we have today is TRAVELSAVERS. So I'm going to, again, everything's been pre-recorded for these. Everybody has the exact same questions. So I'm going to let the tape roll with TRAVELSAVERS. Well, welcome to another Meet the Consortia session. Today we have with us Nancy Bennett, who is the Senior Vice President of Global Sales at TRAVELSAVERS and the Affluent Traveler Collection. Welcome.
Hi, Steph. Thanks so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here today.
Yes, it's wonderful. Thank you for joining us, Nancy. So we've got a few questions for you. Every host agency receives the exact same questions, and they all are pre-recorded. So no one has seen what anyone else has said. So let's start with what makes your consortium stand out against the other consortia that are out there?
Sure, thanks. And that's a great question because actually there's quite a bit that really sets us apart. But most of all, I think it's our overall philosophy and relationship with our agency partners. We've always believed in providing superior service through a really strong partnership and giving our agency members a competitive edge that will really make them stand out in their local market. But to really understand this, I just need to step back for 1 second and explain a bit that more than 50 years ago, TRAVELSAVERS was founded by a gentleman, Rick Mazza, who was an agency owner himself. And Rick brought to TRAVELSAVERS what he wanted most himself. So still today, our by invitation only program provides protected territories to those qualified agencies with an office location. So it's through that protected territory system that we're then able to deliver high quality marketing, direct leads, which will in turn make you stand out and give you that competitive edge in your local market. So there are no fees to those agencies that qualify for our program. And we then provide a profit share opportunity, lead generating technology, a robust leisure program, luxury marketing and hotel amenities program through our Affluent Traveler Collection brand, plus a full global corporate services program. So this is all then combined with that superior support from a dedicated business analyst, which is assigned to your agency, and a level of partnership that just goes above and beyond. But the biggest difference, I think that what really sets us apart the most is that although today with more than 50 years of proven results, and 19 individual brands now under American Marketing Group, and as massive as a company as we are, it's still that intangible, that close-knit family feel that our agency partners really talk about the most.
Well, that's fantastic. So when we're talking about all of the program offerings and everything you have, what are some new things that have happened in the past year over at TRAVELSAVERS?
Sure. And what a year it's been, right? Just so great to be back and all experiencing the excitement and the resurgence of business now that all of that is behind us. So, but through that new challenge of all of the resurgence of business comes a whole nother set of issues, which we've heard from all of our agencies is that they're really looking to hire new help. That I think has been one of the biggest challenges. It was an initiative that we started even pre-pandemic because we did recognize the need. So one of the newest programs that we've launched just at our 50th anniversary conference was CORE, which is our new to industry education platform, which has now become the new gold standard in education. It's designed to be an intensive travel advisor training curriculum for that new to industry candidate. But at the same time, it's a well-rounded refresher training for our advisors of all levels of experience. But because, again, with our protected territories and the relationship that we have with our agencies, we've built in a whole level of mentorship and internship, which for those agencies that are looking for that additional help, it provides that placement opportunity, but also gives those graduates from the program the opportunity to work with one of our trusted partners.
That's fantastic as well. So if we were to describe on the agency side, if there were 3 words that would be a good fit, since you work with the retail agencies, 3 words that would describe the ideal independently accredited agency for your company, what would those words be?
Sure. And I gave this a lot of thought too. And I think not just Travel Savers, but right across the board, I think what is really critically most important is education. You need to educate yourself and your agents, both with the knowledge and the training on the tools that your consortia provides, but also those tools and education that our preferred supplier partners provide, because that is what is going to be key to your success. Because the more that you know and the more that you can carve yourself out as a specialist and an expert in that area, the more confidence you'll have with your consumers and with your clients. The next word I think would be partnership. So again, it's a partnership not only with your consortia partner, but with your preferred suppliers to really ensure that you're getting the most of those relationships and you're maximizing your revenue. And certainly last but not least would be passion, because passion is always going to shine through. We're all in this industry because we have just such a strong passion for it. And it's that excitement about the industry that you share with your clients and your staff that will really shine through. And it will not only enhance your life, but it's going to enhance your business as well.
Exactly. Education, partnership, and passion.
Correct.
Perfect. Well, if there's a tip out there for an agency that's looking to supercharge their growth in 2023, what would you recommend? It can be something that someone within Travel Savers has done or just a tip of your own.
Sure. And I think that what we've learned most, especially coming out of the pandemic, we have seen those agencies who have really taken the time to become specialists or carve out a niche market that they are most passionate about and then educate themselves. So what I would say is pick what you love most, become a specialist with either that destination, that supplier, or that niche market. Because just being that specialist and having that passion and all of that extra knowledge is what is going to really set you aside, and it's going to ultimately keep you successful.
I agree 100% with that specializing in something, and not just something, but something that you feel passionate about is really the keys to success. So and now for a quirky question, because we ask this every year and it's my favorite to hear. So go ahead and tell us that if your company was a snack food, so imagine Travel Savers as a snack food, what would it be and why?
This is another one that I gave a lot of thought to, and
Good.
I have to come back to, and especially since we just now, coming out of the holidays and still feeling all warm and fuzzy from it. I think it's that intangible. Kind of similar to what I said, that family feel that our agencies talk about most. And I would say it's home-baked cookies. So that is that same intangible that even though it's the ingredients and all of the things that you put into it from the recipe, it's that extra little love that goes into anything that's home-baked, and especially cookies, that smell that comes into your house as you're baking them. It's that kind of that hug that you didn't know you needed.
That a woman after my own heart. I love the cookies so much. And there is a big difference, as we all know, or any cookie connoisseur will know, between the store-bought cookies, the mass-marketed cookies, and those delicious home-baked ones. So
for sure.
Yeah, fantastic answer. So let's see. The last thing I wanted to touch on is we are doing a bunch of Host Week specials. These are exclusive to Host Week registrants. So if you haven't checked those out already and you're tuning in, you can go to hostagencyreviews.com/hostweek, and there will be a link to the exclusive specials there. But do you have any specials that Travel Savers are putting up for Host Week, Nancy?
Sure. Because we don't charge fees, it's not something that I can waive or give a reduction from. You do need to qualify. But I think what would even be more important would just be to offer, and I personally will sit with an agency, offer a one-on-one consultation, walk through what their business needs are, what their challenges are, and help to not only plug in what we have that could potentially help, but just to really share, any suggestions and give them advice on how to really streamline their business and grow that revenue.
Well, thank you so much for that. We really appreciate that, Nancy. And thank you so much for coming on. This is our inaugural, we've had Host Week for 3 years, but this is our inaugural Meet the Consortia sessions where we've never done them before. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. Bye now.
Bye.
Pleasure speaking with you. Bye.
Well, thank you so much, Nancy, for sharing more about Travel Savers. I try not to be biased. April does the host interviews and she keeps a much better game face on when people tell their snacks. I do not love cookies. And yeah, great answer on that. So for those of you just jumping on, yes, this will be recorded. And no, none of my dogs have really made an appearance yet today, which again is very disappointing and I'm hoping will change at some point. So we are in the midst of our Get to Know a Consortia segment. And if you like what you've been seeing so far with Host Week, go ahead and give this video a like. And by the way, if you're on Facebook or LinkedIn, come on over to YouTube because that's where the party is. Go ahead and give a video a like though, or make sure to subscribe to our channel because there's a lot of content that Har pushes out. We definitely like our content. So if you're subscribed, you'll be able to see it all. And today for our Consortia section, we have 2 interviews today. And our next consortium, Nest, was started in 2004, has 800 agencies in their network, according to their HAR profile. So we will go ahead and link to their profile in the comments so you can learn more about them and see some of the reviews that are there. So without further ado, we are going to head on over to the Nest recording with Wayne Spector of Nest. Well, hello, everybody. Steph Lee here, and we are doing our Meet the Consortia interview. Today, we have Wayne Spector with Nest with us. Hey, Wayne.
How are you, Steph?
Well, I'm doing very well. Thank you. So happy to be on the call with you.
Love this. I love it, love it, love it.
Yes. So let's see. Tell us what's been happening at Nest for the last year or so.
This last year has been amazing. And like Steph said, my name is Wayne Spector. I'm the vice president of Nest. I oversee Nest. And then we also have another division called Nest Plus, which is our hosted division. But more importantly, what's happening here at Nest has been tremendous growth. We have growth in technology, expanding our team. We also have the most important thing is expanding our supplier portfolio or the opportunity for you to work with many different suppliers. And the conversations that I'm having over the last year, I don't know if everybody is aware that Nest is a network of entrepreneurs selling travel. So we specifically are working with advisors that are home-based. And this last year, the large brick and mortar agencies that are now coming home based understand the value of why Nest was so important and why Nest was created over 17 years ago and the value of why Nest is them for their business, to understand the difference between a retail location versus a home-based and what a home-based advisor truly needs. I mean, we are the experts. Everybody says when it comes to running your business, your operation from your home, they have to join Nest. So this last year is all about that. And 2023 has already started. The conversations that are happening or the ones that are planned to happen, you're talking about large brick and mortars that have gone home-based that need to make that transition, that switch. So 2022 is great. 2023 is just that much better.
I love that. So you mentioned, okay, so I want to hear more about what makes Nest stand out as a consortium. You had mentioned earlier that you do have like the host agency division, Nest Plus. And I also want to mention that Nest Plus does have an interview during Host Week. So make sure to keep an eye out for that. And we'll also put a link in the comments to the day that it's going to be. So tell us, yeah, sorry, Wayne, I got sidetracked. So tell us what's up. So tell us what makes you stand out. You mentioned that it was home-based. Is there anything else that makes you stand out against the other consortia out there?
I'll tell you right now, one of our members said it best, and they said, you all should change the name of your agency, of the Consortia. And I said, why would you say that? And she says, listen to this. You and your team, the business analysts that work with each agency, they said, you are the never-ending support team. It's like, wow, we're not going to change the name, but that was fantastic. I really thought that was number one, because we pride ourselves on our customer service, right? So if customer service is there, exactly, we are exceeding expectations. Well, what's going to happen? More and more people are going to join, which eventually comes with more profitability. And then you could expand and bigger, right? So it's not that we want to be bigger. It's just we want quality versus quantity. We want to ensure that we're maximizing everything that you have that you want. So you as the advisor might turn around and say, this consortia is doing this. Well, this consortia is not doing anything. And then this consortia actually is taking a proactive approach. Their business analysts are checking my business, and we're doing an actual business review and making sure that you're understanding what you need to bring your business to the next level, right? Because if I deal with this agency in Florida, then I have a conversation with the same or similar type of agency, the breakdown, let's say, a conversation in California, then another one in New York or in Michigan, and so on and so forth. You could share those ideas amongst every one of those agencies. And it's almost like having a business partner that is a silent partner, always willing to give the advice, share the best practices, and then be able to take your business to the next level or wherever you're looking to take it. So getting back to your original question, customer service is what stands Nest by far. Our team on customer service, I would put it up against any customer service team out there. The best.
Well, that's fantastic. So if we're going to dive in a little bit deeper, and again, for everyone listening, every consortia has received the exact same questions, and they've all received them ahead of time. And the reason behind that is we want to make sure that everybody, nobody saw each other's interviews beforehand. And so they didn't have a leg up on anything. Now, Wayne, can you tell us the 3 words that would describe the ideal agency for Nest?
Right off the bat is independent, right? We want to ensure that you have your own CLIA and your own IATA, and that you are even true number, but that you are getting recognized. Our marketing materials don't say Nest this, Nest that. It's all about you and your agency. We want 100% of the commissions going to you. I feel so strong on this, and so does the company, of course, because we are a family-run organization that Nest invites people into their home. We truly vet out each advisor and each agency, and we want to make sure that when you join Nest, that it is a collaboration, right? We're working together, this partnership, and the community within Nest is amazing. Again, I want people to join a consortia. It's the most important thing in the world. So if you don't join our consortia, but you're joining a consortia because it is so important to do this, but it's that community. Do you feel like just a number, or do you really feel like you're the brother or sister, or the real stories of what's going on behind the scenes? Are you getting the recognition from XYZ supplier? If not, how do we help you get there? Do you need co-op dollars? Do you need this? Do you need that? Whatever. It's the support that's coming from Nest that really helps you get to that next level.
So I might have missed this. We have independent as one of the descriptors.
That's
what
one.
would be the other ones be? Yeah.
Number 2, I would say, is they're pretty serious about their business, right? This is a full-time occupation. This is something that we need to ensure that you're getting as much commission as possible and you're maximizing every dollar. Are you ensuring that you're becoming more efficient, not working harder, working smarter, right? Am I using the entire network for what I need, meaning as the business owner of your agency? Are they helping me with my independent contractors? Are they helping me get to the levels where I need to go? So serious would be my second word that I would use. And finally, I would say is they're proud. Home-based is proud. I got to tell you, they are proud. And our members, I can go into specifics because really we are a family. There are so many stories that I could tell you about, not only from their business mindset and certain things we've done to tweak here or there that's enabled them to hit maybe an elite status or get profit sharing or reach a goal with a certain supplier that enabled them to get the recognition they needed so that they were in the top 2% or 5% within that supplier. That has been a huge notch in the belt. So it goes from independent to being very serious about their business to finally leading with being proud about that.
I love that. I love it so much. So tell me about, you have a bunch of agencies in your network that you've had experience with building their business. So tell me one tip for an agency that's really looking to supercharge their growth. What have you seen someone do? And yeah, tell us a little more about that.
I said it before, and I can't say it again. You have to work with your business analyst. Your business analyst sees so many different business models across the United States. That enables them to give you different mindsets of what's happening here and what's been. So you don't have to. Your learning curve is so like this. You don't have to go down and up and down and up, right? We can just skyrocket. So work with your business analyst. They will really give you a comprehensive opportunity to take advantage of what's okay. Listen, I need to maximize my cash flow. What do I do? I need to maximize how much I'm working with this supplier and what I can do to maximize the commission levels. I'm only at 13%. Well, how do I get to 15? I would like to get recognized by X, Y, and Z suppliers. Okay, let's tweak this, and this. I need help with this. So at the end of the day, your whole team of business analysts are here to work with you to do that, to skyrocket your business, get it to the next level.
That's fantastic. I'm super excited for this next question because sometimes before we start recording, I ask ahead of time, but I forgot to ask you, Wayne. So here's our fun question. And the fun question is, if your company was a snack food, what would it be and why?
Now, I'm going to use the same one that I used previously for Nest Plus because honestly, it works. And it's funny.
I'm so excited. What is it?
It's Skittles. Okay?
Oh, that's a fun one. And it's candy.
It's different. It's a candy. Reason being is that, right, there's so many different layers, right? Roy G. Biv in a rainbow. But at the end of the rainbow, on each side, it's a pot of gold. And wear your pot of gold on each side. So you have your business analyst there on the pot of gold. But then within the rainbow, there's all these different colors that you can pick and choose from. You don't need all of them. Maybe you're just a cruise niche focused agency. Well, I'm going to take the red, the yellow, and the purple, right? And work through that. And so on and so forth. So specifically, I think it's a taste the flavor or whatever you want to call it, really. I think it's a lot of fun. And like I said, I think Skittles is probably the best. After we spoke about it amongst ourselves, we said, what snack food? And there's so many different types, but I think that's the one we're going with this year.
Do you know what I really would love to be is a fly on the wall in the rooms of people as they're discussing this at their businesses. They're in the business and they're like, so which snack food are we? And what people are tossing out as ideas. I wish I could hear that.
They are different. Yes.
Well, that's fantastic. Let's wrap it up with our last question, which is Host Week specials. I know that you're planning on offering something, so we're going to link to in the comments our Host Week specials so everyone can see the complete list. But tell us more about what Nest is offering.
First off, I'm offering my time, right? I am more than happy to consult with anyone in reference to their business. I would love to just get their mindset and just talk about business. Maybe Nest is not the right fit for them, but specifically if somebody is home-based and they've maybe transitioned from brick and mortar, I would like to give you my time. So that's first. Second one, activation fee. After this has been aired, we are offering $50 off your activation fee for the first 60 days. So please mention HAR or HAR, or if you want to say host agency review, whatever works for you, but we will offer $50 off of your activation fee. And we just want more and more people to be in the industry, take this serious, and let's get this going.
So quick question for you, Wayne, because you had mentioned the storefront to going home-based, but it also could be for like, say, an independent contractor that's home-based that's reached a certain threshold of sales, correct?
Oh, that happens all the time too, right? So we do have advisors that are looking to leave their current situation with maybe a host. They've reached a certain level, and now they're ready to move on. They have their own CLIA. They've applied for that, or True Number, whichever. They've already applied for that. They've received it. They have it, and they're ready to move on. Yes, they have transitioned into the Consortia, which is the independent, which is Nest.
Perfect. Excellent. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Wayne. And you did like a double duty when you did Nest plus Nest. So thank you doubly for interviewing with us. And we'll hopefully see you next year.
Absolutely. Take care.
Well, welcome back to day 2 of Host Week, the week where we celebrate hosted agents and the industry that supports them. As you can see, I went ahead. Fenny was being very shy today, so I went ahead and moved his bed so you could all see him. He's hoping for some Fen fans today, is what we like to call them. So let's see. Well, a big part of us being able to support hosted advisors during Host Week is talking about host agencies. And right now you are in luck because we are going into our second day of host agency interviews. So for those of you joining us today, here's the drill when it comes down to host interviews. So similar to the Consortia interviews, we ask each host agency the exact same questions. So some are going to be those stereotypical questions that you learn about their programs, but then we also have those less traditional questions that can really give you a peek inside the company's culture and philosophies. This is our snack question. So this interview offers a unique opportunity to peek behind the curtain of a host agency to get an idea of not only what programs they offer, but their culture. So today's based on some of the feedback we got in the comments yesterday. So oh, look at everybody saying hi to you, Fen. Yeah. I know he's just so cute. Anyhow, so based on the feedback we got yesterday from everyone, there was a lot of people asking if we could not just have the name of the person that was up being interviewed, but also the name of the company. So we have added that. I love that suggestion. In hindsight, we should have thought of that earlier. But if there's any other ways that you think of that we could improve Host Week, please put those in the comments. We implemented the closed captioning that was suggested yesterday and also these names. So please don't be shy about it. And just don't be shy in general. So ask your comments and questions in the comments area. The host agencies will have reps that can answer the questions for you. And if not, we can find someone that can answer them and get back to you. Let's see. So in fact, well, so one thing I have to share. So we had such a blast in our chat during our interviews yesterday where we're talking about all these snacks that one of the Host Week participants, Dana, emailed us a bingo snack board. So when the host agencies and Consortia are asking their question about snacks, that you can do bingo with it. So just wait for our interview. If you don't know why I keep mentioning snacks, you'll see in just a second. So who is on the docket for today to help us kick off Host Week? For the next hour and a half, we'll be interviewing 6 fabulous host agencies. And April will be chatting with them, who's with part of the HAR team. So we have Independent by Liberty up first, KHM Travel Group, Levarté Travel, Nest Plus. So we'll be seeing Wayne coming back, Pickles Travel Network, and then Travel Leaders Market Square. So today we're starting off with the Independent by Liberty Travel, and it's the hosting arm of Liberty Travel, which many of you in the United States, especially the Northeast, know about Liberty Travel. They launched in 2017 for US-based independent contractors. And if you are Canadian tuning in, do not feel left out. They have their sister brand, Independent by Flight Center, on Thursday. And there's also a lot of other host agencies that take Canadian advisors on Thursday. And then there's some on Monday as well. So mark your calendars for Thursday if you are a Canadian advisor. And we're going to drop the link to Independent by Liberty's profile in the comments so you can get a lay of the land. In the meantime, I'm going to pass off the interview to April and Gloria. Go ahead, April.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Host Week 2023. April from HAR here. I'm sitting down with Gloria Bolia, Director of Sales for Independent by Liberty Travel. Hey, Gloria, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you. So happy to have you here again. It's wonderful to see you.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you as well. I have lots of great questions for you.
Okay.
We always do our fun host week question. And then I hear you have a host week special. So let's jump right in and hear all about it.
Perfect.
What's been happening in the past year?
So we've actually had quite a few things happen. We started an independent ambassador program, which actually has advisors from all around the country who come together collectively, and we demo new products with them. We demo new programs, education platforms, and they get to give us their feedback before we actually roll it out to our entire network. So that's been working out really well. This fall, we actually introduced our marketing platform, iReach. We're super excited about it. So it has instant social posts with the click of a button for our advisors. There is marketing email campaigns. Our agent websites will be actually coming from that system as well. And that's all included with our current membership fees. So that was a huge plus for our current members and anyone coming in new. And then the other thing we just launched is our new to industry program. We've been anticipating it and very excited to get it off the ground. And it's basically a program that's going to be about 6 months long with the 6-month mentor program. And it comes with self-paced education, access to our iUniversity. It also has all the tools and resources anybody needs to get started in the travel industry. So we're very excited about it.
Wow, you've definitely had a busy past year, and I love all the support you're providing your advisors. So that's so great to hear. I feel like this is actually a great transition into the next question. What makes your company unique?
Yeah, so we do have quite a few things that make us unique, but I picked 2 of them. And the biggest one is our host agency is actually backed by a well-known name in the travel industry that customers know and trust. And with that, we're able to provide our advisors with customer leads. So for anyone who's looking to rapidly grow their business without putting a lot of marketing effort into it, we do have a lead generation program. And right now we do have advisors who are generating about 50% of their new business that is coming from this program. So it definitely is helping a lot of advisors grow their business pretty quickly. And the other thing is our online community. So Workplace, it gives everyone in our network to speak to each other, get advice from each other, but it also is direct access to our preferred partner BDMs. It gives us storm updates, industry updates, any airline updates. So it definitely is a one place where the advisors can go and get advice as well as updates in the industry.
Wow, nice. So let's talk about travel advisors. What would be 3 words you would use to describe your ideal travel advisor?
I would say obviously passionate about travel because we are in the travel industry. So they definitely have to have the drive to want to go away, send people away, learn about new places. Someone who has an entrepreneurial spirit, because obviously starting your own business can be tough. So you want that person who has the drive. And lastly would be the motivation. Motivation to maybe start from scratch, maybe an experienced agent to take a new leap with another host agency. So someone who's motivated and entrepreneurial and passionate about travel.
I think those are great words. And I love the motivation. I think that's a great specific word to be using because you do, as an entrepreneur, you have to be self-motivated. So I think that's a wonderful one. So it's 2023 and we'd love to hear what you have in the pipeline for this year.
So we are very excited. We're going to be introducing our diversity, equity, and inclusion education program. And that's going to be for everyone in our network. And it doesn't cost anything additional for anyone who wants to develop themselves both professionally and personally, just to learn more and be more aware of what customers need and want these days. So we're very excited about our DEI program coming. The other thing is we're planning more in-person events. So we did a few this year, but we are planning more for 2023. And we are doing a conference this spring, and we're going to have a global conference in Europe this fall. So lots of fun things happening there. And we're just super excited about the new to industry. It's going to really be the jumpstart for anyone who wants to start a new career in 2023. And we're ready to help them with this very bespoke program.
Lots of great things. I love hearing about the diversity program. I just think that's so wonderful when people talk about that. So that's so exciting for 2023 and just lots of great things coming up for you. So I love it. Can't wait to hear more. Lots of new advisors are watching. So if you could give one tip to a new advisor entering the industry, what would that be?
It would be something someone told me about 20 years ago, and it was just tell everybody what you do. So even if you're new to industry, even if you're experienced, talk about travel, talk about your brand, talk about the value you add to someone planning a vacation, and just talk travel all the time. Every conversation should end and begin with what you do and this new career path you may be taking or the career path you've been on for years, because people do forget that travel agents add value to vacations and they sometimes need to hear it a lot.
I think that is some of the most valuable advice you could give. I completely agree. I always relate it back to realtors, because you have all your realtor friends and they're always posting and you remember that. So that's some great advice to be posting and talking about. I couldn't agree more. So wonderful. All right. So we're at the fun question of the segment. I always think it's the hardest question. So here we go. If your company was a snack food, what would it be and why?
So HAR always comes up with very clever questions. So I'll give you that. So this one was actually a little easier than years past. So I would say we're jelly beans. And the reason why I say that is because every advisor in our network is unique and different, but they all add a great value to our host agency. And you know, even though everyone's a little bit different, they all have special characteristics or experience levels that bring us to where we are, to what Independent by Liberty Travel is. And that's what makes us really special as this little bunch of jelly beans.
I love that. I haven't heard that answer. I think that's great. And I can completely just kind of picture it all in my head. So I love that. I hear you have a Host Week special. So let's hear more about that.
Yeah. So again, thank you for having us again this year. This is very exciting for us to be with you guys. And for anyone who inquires with us up to the end of January, so January 31st of 2023, we'd be giving 4 free months membership. Wow. So they just have to mention Host Week and we'll go ahead and take care of that for them.
Perfect. We'll actually put a link in the comments too to get you to that special. Gloria, thank you so much for being here. It's always such a pleasure to have you on and learn more about Liberty Travel. Thank you so much. And onward with Host Week, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much, Gloria and April, for that fabulous thing. You can see Fenny got camera shy and now he's over here. But let's see, great specials going on. I love the answer of the jelly beans, Jelly Belly variety. Can't beat that. So next up, April is chatting with Carolyn Orff from KHM Travel Group. And a fun fact about KHM is a few years ago, we launched something called the Galaxy Award for our Luminary Award ceremony. And they won our very first ever Galaxy Luminary Award 2 years ago. So that was pretty exciting. And if you're listening to this thinking, what in the world is the Galaxy Award or the Luminary Award? And why do you have stars in the background? That's just, we really like to, I don't know, bring in a bunch of astronomy stuff whenever we can, just like how I always throw dogs in. So join us on Friday, though, because that's when our Luminary Awards happen. And as I mentioned to Steve in the comments, if you're watching the comments, that is when the HAR team also shares what snack food we would be. So we don't just make the host and the consortia do it, we also answer it. Another great way to learn about KHM is to check out, they have an EduSpot they're doing with KHM's Amy Garner and Carolyn Seckercat, growing your business through accessible travel, which is an incredibly important thing to be aware of. With all the baby boomers, not only there are plenty of people with disabilities and invisible disabilities within the United States, but with the baby boomers aging where they're going to still want to be able to travel and need it to be more accessible, it's a great way to kind of future-proof your business and make it so you can serve that clientele as well. So that is coming up tomorrow at 4:10 p.m. Central Time. And we will drop the link to KHM's group's their host agency profile in the comments. And then let's go ahead and bring April and Carolyn up to bat and see what they have to say.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back for Host Week. And I am sitting down with Carolyn Orff, Education Manager for KHM Travel Group. Hey, Carolyn, how are you?
I'm great. Thanks so much for having me.
We're so excited to have you here and learn everything about KHM. So I have lots of questions, always a fun question. And I hear you have a host week special, so we'll get to that. So yeah, I'm excited to hear about everything. So let's jump right in. So what's been happening with KHM this past year?
Oh gosh, to say I'm exhausted would be an understatement. We've had so much going on, which is such a blessing, and it has been such a fabulous 2022. We were back in person with all of our in-person events, which was just amazing to have people in the room again. We had Destination Success. We had a couple Bootcamp 1.0 events for our newer agents, and then we had 2 Bootcamp 2.0 events. We also had amazing FAMs throughout the year that agents were able to participate in. So overall, I mean, I just couldn't be more thrilled with the access to events that agents had. So that was our first thing. The second thing was that we added amazing team members to the KHM employee roster, which was really, really fun. We added in marketing, education, billing, membership, agent support. It really was just a fantastic year as far as adding to our team members. And then finally, something near and dear to my heart, of course, was our learning management system. And we were able to create different destinations for different levels of learning, everything from that brand new agent all the way up to that experienced agent that might just want to learn a little bit more about luxury travel or charging service fees, which I know you guys talk a lot about. So we've been able to really expand that educational opportunity for agents. And it's been such a joy to work on that and a love of labor.
Sounds like a very busy year. I love hearing all of that. I mean, new positions opening up. I love the education. I just think that's so important. And probably my favorite is in-person anything, because I love being with people in person. So that's so great to hear.
So much fun and laughter in the room. Like that's what brings me joy. That's what fills up my cup, to see people. And the best part, especially as the education manager, is not just the information and knowledge that my team and I can impart, but boy, the things that you learn from every level of agent, even the newer agent, there's a perspective there that sometimes goes unheard. So it's such a pleasure to be in the room and just kind of share all of that.
Yeah, that's so great to hear. Kind of staying on topic, but I'd love to hear what makes KHM unique.
Oh gosh, hands down the people. I could probably tear up talking about the people that not only do I get to work with on a one-on-one basis each week as team members, but the agents that I get to interact with every week. It's totally at the heart of the company. Everything that's done is always thought of people first. How is it going to impact our team? How is it going to impact agents? Is it a good thing for them? Are they going to learn from it, benefit from it? So it's always at the heart. And, we run by our core values. And I think a lot of companies have those, but it really, really drives KHM in what they're doing every single day.
That's so great to hear. It actually warmed my heart, and I love to hear your passion about it. So that was wonderful.
It does. After 15 years in the industry, you really come to learn how important those relationships are, and that dependency on each other, how important it is. And it's just an incredible place to be.
Yeah, this is actually a great transition to the next question, which is, what 3 words would you use to describe your ideal travel advisor?
Oh gosh. I would have to say that someone has to be self-motivated. You have to be willing to put yourself out there and educate yourself, put yourself out there with potential clients, and really work towards getting that client base. You have to be versatile. I'm not going to use the P word, the pivot. That was our word of 2021, I think. And but versatile. You have to be able to roll with the punches and figure things out and be creative and preemptive in your problem solving. And then, gosh, if you're not passionate about travel, this really isn't the industry for you. You have to have a love for that and wanting to help people experience it.
Yeah, no, great words, especially for this industry. So I love to hear that. So it's 2023, Let's hear what KGM has in store for the year.
Oh gosh, more in-person events. starting with our Crystal Conference in February of 2022. It will return after several years on hiatus, but we're so excited to be back. So that's going to be a fantastic conference, an awards ceremony. We've got over 500 people attending that event. So we're very, very excited. Something that has really become very important to my role is our expansion of our diversity, equity, and inclusion committee. And we've got 2 amazing leaders in that program, and they're so dedicated to making sure that every department understands how that plays a role in their everyday working life. And so there's such a commitment to that. And in education, we are constantly talking about what resources can we provide to advisors to better serve their clients in that area. And so that's been a commitment for 2023 that we're really, really focused on. And then, of course, education. We're just going to keep bringing our A game and engage with agents and have those constant touch points. You know, we're a larger host, and it's really important to make sure that agents still feel connected. And believe me, it can happen with a larger host. You can get that core group of people. You can get that personal connection. And so that's what those touch points along the way are so important. And it's something that we really strive to make happen weekly.
I've done a lot of these interviews. This is our 3rd year, so I've done quite a few of these interviews, and never has anybody talked about diversity and inclusion. So the second you said that, like, I just kind of perked up and I was like, oh, that's so great to hear. So I love hearing that, and that's a focus for the year. So that's wonderful.
Absolutely. Something you might not be aware of is we have a weekly web-based talk show called KHM Today. And we have a team of, we have a production meeting every Tuesday with our team. And every single meeting, it's okay, what do we have that month that's going to be focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion? And we call it our Expanding the Lens segment. And so we've had some really interesting speakers, everyone from, we have an agent who is legally blind, and she talks about her experience with the different websites and how she goes about booking travel. We've had on people from different cruise lines that talk about their accessible programs. It's really, really fascinating. And even conversations about how to talk to your clients. That can be hard. And so our goal is just to keep educating agents on the best ways to go about it. There's no perfect way. We're not going to be perfect at it, but we're just here to provide tools and resources.
Yeah, no, wonderful. So let's talk about the new travel advisor. What would be one tip you would give a new travel advisor?
Definitely partner with a host agency. I think that no matter who you host with, if there's a supportive environment that's going to give you a CRM, education, and just the ability to ask questions and learn from others' experiences, that's going to help you grow your business that much faster. And so I really, really believe in that host agency model. I think it's important no matter the size, but that support network is so huge in this industry, especially now, to have those people to bounce ideas off, to help support you, cover you when you're on vacation. That's really important. So host all the way.
Yeah, no, I mean, we obviously believe the same thing. That's great to hear. So here we are for our fun question. Now, I know this is your first year doing an interview with us, but we always like to ask probably the hardest question out of all of them, our fun question. So here we go. If your company was a snack food, what would it be and why?
Snack mix, hands down. My favorite food ever. I'm a big snacks mix, so Chex Mix, Gardettos, whatever. There is a combination of all sorts of personalities in there. And it can be bold and spicy. It can be sweet and sour. It can be salty and sweet. There's so many different combinations, but all of them are delicious. And and they just somehow fit perfectly together. So, everyone has a different personality, different level of experience, but somehow it all comes together and works. And so we are definitely snack mix at KHM.
I love that. Great answer. And it's when you were talking, I'm like, I feel like that's a little bit of all my personalities.
Yes,
A little sweet, can be sour sometimes.
No matter how you roll it, it works.
Exactly. So you have a Host Week special, so we'd love to hear about it.
We do. So if you get started with KHM during Host Week, you are going to receive a special Explorer pack in the mail, which includes materials to kickstart your business, a quick reference magnet, and the coveted KHM t-shirt, which I'm still trying to get my hands on one of these. So know that it is a hot ticket item. So that is what you're going to get. Of course, you're going to get fantastic education, access to in-person events, and all the other things that we've talked about today. So I can't speak highly enough. Please join us at KHM.
I love to hear that. I love a good swag bag. I want a t-shirt.
So do I. So do I.
Right? Well, Carolyn, it was so great to have you here. Thank you so much for being here and talking about KHM and everything that's happening. And onward with Host Week, everyone. We will see you shortly.
Absolutely. Bye. Happy 2023. Oh my gosh.
Bye, everyone.
Well, thank you so much to April and Carolyn. Really appreciate it. So before I launched into our next host, as I was sitting to listen to this, I just had this pro tip that I wanted to offer. So if you're anything like me, and hopefully you're not for many reasons, but if you wake up in the middle of the night thinking, oh, I wish I would have asked that question to that host agency, and you didn't, don't worry, because there's another way that you can reach out to hosts that's really easy, and you can do it anytime, day or night. So if you visit any host agency's profile on our site, and there's kind of three tabs. There's the info tab, and then there's the reviews tab, and then there's the question and answers tab. So you can go ahead, click on the question and answers tab, submit your question there, go back to bed, easy peasy. So speaking of asking questions, you may recognize that our next guest, Lori Spears from Levarté Travel, you may have seen her or heard her on our weekly Friday 15 question and answer session. She's been on a guest quite a bit the last 6 months. So, and she was just on last week, and I'm going to drop the link, or actually have the team drop the link into the Friday 15 channel, so you can see the latest one, because a great question came up last week that I actually didn't know the answer to, which doesn't happen very often. And it was really interesting because the question was asking, what about a host that allows advisors to work with clients outside the United States? So the host agency or the advisor is located in the United States, or they could even be living abroad, but they're, say, a resident of the United States, but then they are booking clients outside the United States. And well, I won't ruin it. We'll put the link in there, but I definitely learned a lot during that one. So check that out. If you don't know what our Friday 15 is, it's our weekly podcast that we put on Friday at 12 p.m. Central Time, where we answer the industry questions that you have submitted. And it is actually, we've integrated into Host Week, because Host Week happens Friday at when our normal podcast is supposed to happen. So tune in on Friday. It's normally at 12 p.m. Central Time, but it's at 11:40 Central Time this Friday. So tune in for that. And then let's get back to our host agency for Levarté. So they started in 2020, so it's newer to hosting, but Lori, who's the founder of it, has 4 whopping decades of industry experience. So don't let that 2020 date throw you off at all. She's got lots of experience under her belt and lots of knowledge in running a network. So it is time to pick her brain. April and Lori, I am going to pass it over to you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our Host Week Spectacular. I am here with Lori Spears, owner and CEO of Levarté Travel. You might recognize her. She's been on a lot of our Friday 15s, and we love to have her. So, Lori, I'm so excited you're here now with me.
I am so excited to be here with you. It's been a long time since we had an interview, and it's a very big honor to be part of Host Week. I'm so excited.
No, and we're so happy to have you here. I have lots of questions for you. I have my fun question, and then I hear you have a host week special, so we'll get to that at the end. Ready to jump in?
Yes, I'm ready.
Awesome. So my first question is, what's been happening in the past year with Levarté Travel?
Okay, it's pronounced Levarté. And I was just gonna say that real quick. You know, Levarté is e-travel spelled backwards. So it's always a way to help you remember how it's spelled. And it means to lift up. And that's what we do. We try to lift up our advisors in their career in travel. And 2022 is our second year open. So it was very exciting because our first year took off fast, but the second year even went faster. So we took that time to strengthen our education platform, partner with the Travel Institute for further and deeper education. And we also took that time to strengthen all of our partnerships with our suppliers too. And at the same time, just growing like crazy. So 2022 has been a great year for us.
That's great. So great to hear. And sorry, it's got to be my Boston accent. We just drop like all sorts of letters and add letters where they don't belong. So sorry.
That's fine. It's fine.
I'd love to hear what makes Levarté Travel unique.
Well, you know, we're asked this question a lot, and I really think what sets us apart is we're very focused on our advisors' growth. Whether you're new to the industry, which of course is going to take you a lot more for your growth because you have a different type of education, and we tailor it to that person new to the industry, and we focus on that person. And then also, if you're even been in the industry, again, we focus on our advisors, and not just the advisors, but their growth. I want to see you sell more than you've ever sold in the industry ever. And a lot of that has to do with mentorship. So we have a mentorship desk in place that anytime an advisor wants some one-on-one, they just submit a support ticket from their back office, our Levarté hub, it's called, and then they set up an appointment for 30, 45, or 60 minutes one-on-one. So let's say it's your very first booking if you're new to the industry, or if you've been in the industry for a while, like I have been, and still only did one destination wedding. So let's say it's your first destination wedding or your first FIT to Europe. You want a mentor one-on-one session to help you get yourself organized to do it the right way.
Yeah.
And then something else unique to us is we also have at Levarté a like BDM position for our staff to have a certain amount of advisors under their region that they contact and help those agents. Where are you today? What's your goals? How can I help you get to those goals? So the focus is really on the advisors and their growth. So those are just, I could go on. We also have an advisory board that helps focus on that. It consists of different levels within the host agency, different advisor levels, because we have 3 levels. And there's 2 from each of those that represent all the advisors on the advisory board. And they actually give us advice how to move forward on certain different ideas we have for growth of the business.
What great support you're offering your travel advisors. That's great to hear. Sticking with travel advisors, I'd love to hear 3 words that you would use to describe your ideal travel advisor.
Okay, first of all, my word is passion. Because if you don't have passion, here's what I'm talking about. I get more excited creating someone else's vacation than even thinking about my own. It brings me such excitement to get someone's entire trip booked. That's a certain personality. So I'm looking for that kind of passion in somebody that would put someone else first when it comes to their travel plans. So that's my first word. My second word, and these are part of our in our mission statement and our policies for what we want for people that come in the industry. Another one is fun. I want someone that knows this is fun, because let's all be honest. It's not always easy to be a travel advisor. We all love it. It's in our blood because of the passion, but you have to make it fun too. Yes. It's a lot of education, and you have to take that education, make it fun, and make what you're doing fun. And then my third one is driven. You have to have a certain kind of drive, I think. There's always the phrase, it's in your blood. It gets in your blood and then you're in it. I think that doesn't really mean it gets in your blood. I think that means you have a drive, and you have this drive for business, entrepreneurship, and a drive to satisfy people in booking their travel. You're actually a dream maker. We get the luxury of fulfilling people's dreams. We're like the real Santa Claus.
I love that. So it's 2023, and I'd love to hear what you have coming up this year.
Oh, we have so many things. The BDM, which we haven't really given it our name yet, but where our staff is going to have a region of advisors. That's what really we're honing in on in 23. We're really making it, how can we make our advisors, give them the most support that we can give them. So we want to be proactive in that. So we want to contact you and see where you're at, set your goals, and where can we help you to achieve your goals. And we want to check in with you quarterly to make sure you're on the right path, maybe even more. This is a new thing we're putting in place in 23. We're also putting something new in place in 23 with our star partners. So some of our suppliers that are star partners, and it's between us and the suppliers how they get the Star Partner Award. And when they do, then we are going to give loyalty points to the advisors when they sell those. And those loyalty points can be used for different things within our company, like maybe for them to go on an educational fam trip, maybe for them to, we do 3 a year wave camps. They're like live 3-day training boot camps. That could be their mission into that. So we're going to take these loyalty points and give them back to you so you can get some kind of reward by selling the star partners. And like always, our focus is going to be on the advisor. That's not going to change, but also everything they can do in education, technology, and support to make them grow and be the biggest business they can be. There's lots of statistics out already. I've talked to a lot of the trade magazines. There's a lot of information that 2023 is going to be a skyrocketing year for travel. And one of the things that we're really going to focus on is not being transactional, but being more collaborative, and teaching the advisors to be collaborative with their clients and actually going through a process and taking it slow and collaborate with your client rather than being very transactional. If there's isn't anything we've learned from the last few years with the pandemic, is customer service is kind of lacking right now. So if you want to really stand out, and you can really stand out, is really listen and be more collaborative with your clients. And we do a lot of training and a lot of role playing. We do a lot of teaching on the collaborative type of travel instead of transactional.
I think that's a great point in focusing in on being collaborative. I think that's a great point and a great thing to be talking to your advisors about. So let's talk about new advisors. What is one tip you would give a new travel advisor entering the industry?
Well, you know, we do this a lot. And what I tell new advisors, the normal, educate, always educate yourself, take every training you can, subscribe to every trade magazine, learn the industry. Okay, we all say that. But there's something I always tell them different too. The old school thing that really makes sense. Tell everyone that you're a travel advisor. Everyone. I have this story when my kids were little. I went to the dry cleaners, pick up the dry cleaning, and then I'd say, oh, and I'm a travel advisor. Here's my card. And my kids were like, Mom, they don't want to know that. And I'm like, yes, they do. Everybody wants to know that. And that was my mindset. So anyone that ever met me knew that I sold travel. That is such an easy thing to do. And if you're afraid to approach somebody, you can even do something simple like to act like you're talking on the phone and telling somebody these great deals that you can get for them. And actually, you're really not on the phone, but that got through to the person. But just letting everyone in the world know what you do and you're proud of it. And it's kind of hard when you're new because you lack a little confidence. So what I say is here's the number one advice. Just focus on your first booking. Get that booking and you will be surprised. Don't try to be huge right away. Don't try to get wrapped up in everything you can get wrapped up in this industry. Tell everyone what you do with a smile on your face and you're proud of it. And then work on your first booking. Get that one under your belt. Then think about your next booking. Set these goals that are achievable, and then it just kind of rolls into place. I think that it's an overwhelming industry, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think that's a great point. But so we at Heart always like to have a fun question. So here we go. You ready?
I'm ready.
If your company was a snack food, what would it be and why?
Okay, this is a weird question, but I also love it. I know the answer to this. I'm going to say my very favorite, a Reese's peanut butter cup.
Mine too.
I know. I mean, it has the protein of the peanut butter, which is your education, your foundation, but then it has the chocolate, which is your passion and your fun, and it puts it together. And I think that's what we do. And who doesn't like a Reese's peanut butter cup? Everyone loves Reese's peanut butter cups, right?
I love that answer, and it's making me a little hungry, so I might have to go to the store and get a Reese's now.
I want one now too. And that's the other thing. The power of suggestion with that snack makes you want to have it right away.
Right. So I hear you have a host week special, so I'd love to hear about it.
We do. Now we have enrollment to become part of Levarté, and you could go to our website. It's Levarté. And remember, that's eTravel spelled backwards. LevartéTravel.com. And you'll see on there the different levels, and different levels have different enrollment prices. And we're going to offer $50 off enrollment.
That's awesome. We'll actually put a link in the comments too, to navigate people to your special. Lori, it is always a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much for coming on for Host Week with us. And I look forward to another great year with Levarté Travel, and happy Host Week, everyone.
Yes, happy Host Week. And thank you so much for having me. Quite the honor.
Our pleasure. Bye.
Bye.
Well, welcome back. For those just jumping in, we are midway through the point of today's Host Week interviews. So this is where we dive deep. We ask the really hard-hitting questions like, what snack food are you most like? And which Lori did a wonderful job answering with Reese's. I really liked how she brought in the protein with the peanut butter, made it seem a little bit more healthy. So I'm loving that. But we also ask other questions, like what advice do you have for an advisor looking to pick their brain? Who's a good fit for your host agency? So if you are looking for a host, you're definitely listening to the right session right now, since the Get to Know a Host interviews help you do just that. But don't forget that after our Host Week interviews, we have 6 EduSpots today. They're great for new advisors, for experienced advisors, to help really lift up and help you grow your business. So we have, for a little bit, we'll be doing a MiniSpot, we're calling it, where it's ASTA's Roadmap to Becoming a Travel Advisor course. Myself and the team from ASTA will be talking about that. We also have the Travify team with Scott and Stephanie, and they'll be talking about how to add video to your playbook for marketing. And Carolyn Holler, who's doing Building Your Marketing Funnel, online list building for your travel business. Make sure to tune in for this. This is a great way, especially for new advisors, to try to build that list to market to. Email lists are incredibly important, and a very, very great way to build your business. So lots of great tips in there. And then also we have a panel with Tiffany Lane moderating with Danielle Lewis, Aaron Smith, Brandy Martin, and they'll be talking about what they wish someone would have told them when they started out in the industry. So kind of one of those lessons learned. And then we're going to move into something very exciting, legal. Tom Carpenter, who is an attorney and also a travel advisor, is going to put on a session about treating your business like a real business, making all your bases are covered. And then we will wrap it up with Sahara Rose DeVore, who is doing incorporating travel coaching into your business. And just to note, if you did find us somehow and you're on Facebook and in LinkedIn, because we are streaming there, come on over to Host Agency Review's YouTube page, because that's where the people are and that's where the activity is. Let's see. Now, one of the things I really love about the host interviews is that it gives us a chance to get to know them better too. So our next interview is with Nest Plus, And this, well, it's technically Nest Plus's first Host Week interview, but this is their second interview today because Nest Plus is the hosting arm of Nest Consortium, which we interviewed earlier. So if you missed that earlier interview with Nest as the consortium, go ahead and rewind this and you'll be able to find a little earlier version of Wayne talking about Nest and what they can offer. Let's see. So I think with that, we are going to turn it over to see what our repeat interviewee, Wayne Spector, has to say about Nest Plus. So April, I'm passing it off to you.
Hello, everyone. April with HAR here. I'm here with another great host. I'm sitting down with Wayne Spector, Vice President of Nest, and he's with Nest Plus. Hello, Wayne. How are you?
Very good. Thank you for having me.
No, we're so excited to have you here, especially for your very first Host Week. So welcome.
Thank you.
We have lots of questions and a fun question, and I hear you have a Host Week special. So let's jump right in and hear all about it. I'd love to hear what's been happening with Nest Plus this past year.
Great. I got to tell you, a lot of things have happened. First off, Nest Plus is the newest thing to happen to Nest, the consortium Nest. So Nest Plus is the hosted division for Nest. It gives people the opportunity to have options. You have the option of a 95% commission split, 85 or 75% commission split.
Wow.
We are considered a boutique type of host environment. We really want to maximize on your career, climb your own ladder, do the math. You have an opportunity to choose a path that's right for you. Plus, we want to ensure at the end of the day that you're getting recognized, right? You might be an independent contractor with that host, but at the end of the day, it's you have the opportunity to become an independent and to get recognized as an independent within the hosted environment.
That's great. I love that. So I'd love to hear what makes Nest Plus unique.
That's great, because that question comes up all the time. Why are we different? And I will say the boutique type of host agency, we don't want to be huge, right? So bigger isn't always better. But like all of our other travel advisor agency distribution areas, we are more on quality versus quantity. We want to ensure that that home type feeling, that family type environment, that you're accepted right away, and that touch, that feel that you get it right away when you join something like Nest Plus. The intimate agency allows you to have that one-on-one relationship with a business analyst. We carefully vet everyone, so we want to make sure you're also the right fit for the host. There are a lot of hosts out there, but you might think that you're the right fit for this host or that host, but you really want to make sure that you are a good fit, you are getting the right questions answered, and when you pick up the phone and you call someone, that somebody's on the other end to support you.
Yeah.
So the uniqueness of us, it just has that one-on-one type feel, that type of relationship. I hate to say handhold, but there is a way of handholding that we do allow you to grow and to make as much or maximize as much of your profit as possible.
I loved hearing that. I already got the warm fuzzies from Nest Plus. So let's talk about the travel advisor. I'd love to hear 3 words you would use to describe your ideal travel advisor.
Well, like I said before, the like-mindedness or the advisor that's looking for the support on both ends, right? They want somebody that's like a business partner, but not their business partner telling them what to do.
Yeah.
So we have somebody, a business analyst that would be assigned to your agency, and they would help you get to the next level or maximize your profits. So that like-mindedness where they see the light at the end of that tunnel, right? The other word, I guess you could say, is our members are determined.
Like
somebody that's determined that they have their eye on the prize. There are some independent contractors out there that this is not their primary job, right? So how can we make this their full-time income? How do we make them going from $200,000-300,000 a year to over $1 million a year? How does that happen? So that is, I would say, another, when you look at our advisors and how you want to see them, that's probably the second word we would use. And the third would be results oriented, right? So at the end of the day, when they see we have a dashboard. So when you log into your dashboard, you get to see how much you've booked and how much is coming in the door and commissions in this year versus last year. So it really is an internal motivator. So for us, when you look at those three characteristics, or if you were to say that those three, you'll see that you're surrounded by the others within the same environment that want to not only help you grow, but themselves, they're growing along with everyone else.
I like that. I like the word determined. I actually haven't heard that word before for this question. So I do really like that because I think that's a perfect word to use for this situation and for advisors that you're looking for. So it's 2023. So let's hear what Nest Plus has in store for the year.
We have a lot in store, from technology to, again, support. Our number one, like I said before, is customer service. Always comes first. So service. 2023 is all about education. So we want to ensure that our advisors are educated and they're taking advantage of so many opportunities to network. Networking comes from, it's pretty funny, we call it Nest Fest. So our every other year, we do this meeting where all of our Nest members get together, and they also network. They have the opportunity to meet executive level suppliers, and they have the opportunity to just get their business to where they want it to be. So that's number one. That always happens every other year. We have a very nice turnout there because of the home-based environment. Everybody needs the support. They don't have that brick and mortar type of people knocking on the door, that retail location. So we need to ensure that you're maximizing your exposure, or we're maximizing your exposure to the suppliers at every opportunity. The other opportunities there are like trade shows. We participate with ASTA, PATH. We are members of PATH. Nest Plus is a member of PATH, so you will see us there as well. Cruise World, Cruise 360, Delta Vacations. I mean, you have to get educated. I said that before. Educate. Something cool is called our Lunch and Learns. Recently, we did a Lunch and Learn down in, this one was Orlando. Just about 50, 60 of our closest members nearby came just to do a quick lunch and learn. Some suppliers show up, and it's a great opportunity for people, again, to network. We need to bring everybody together. So it's all about education.
I love the education. It's so important I mean, it's such a changing industry. So to be able to give that support to your advisors is so great to hear. Let's talk about new advisors. What would be one tip you would give a new advisor?
Well, I'd love to tell you what I think, but I'm just going to read from the website from Host Agency Review that everybody could look there as well. And I'm just a couple things that some of them have mentioned. What was this one? Rebecca said Nest Plus provides great tools to make me more efficient, therefore more profitable. I love the dashboard, and I love seeing that each morning that attracts my business and commissions. Helene said, I'm humbled and honored to be amongst the best in the industry. Incredible network, experienced luxury travel professionals. Nest Plus not only helped me achieve and meet my business goals, it allows me to far exceed with the highest commission split in the industry. So, I mean, I can go on and on.
I know they go on.
Yeah. It's just, don't hear it from me. Hear it from your colleagues or others that are in the industry, because they're the ones that really let you get that feeling. And listen, you want to call one of them, please. We are more than happy to do that. We are more than happy to do live demonstrations. We are more than happy to ensure that like you said, the person that's looking at this host environment, I'd open up the doors. Yeah. We want to invite you into our home. We want to invite you into knowing some of our members. We have a closed Facebook group that behind the scenes, the members are talking and chatting amongst themselves. Really, really great interaction that's happening behind the scenes.
It sounds like you've built a wonderful community with Nest Plus. That's great to hear.
It is. I'm very thankful.
Yeah. So it is your first host week. So I must tell you, every host week, we like to ask a fun question. So, and I always feel like it's the hardest question we ask everyone. So here we go, Wayne. If your company was a snack food, what would you be and why?
It is so funny. So we think about this and we said, okay, what snack food could it be? And I have to tell you, in speaking to the team, they said Skittles. And I said, Skittles?
Okay.
Wow, okay. The taste the flavor and all the different flavors. And you know what? At the end of the day, they said a rainbow is consistent, right? Everybody learned Roy G. Biv. Those are the same colors you're going to get every time. But you might not see every color or might have to use every color each time.
Mhm.
So when you're picking your colors, you could say, I want the red and the yellow. I want this and that. And at the end of the day, where it connects on each side, that's where you're connecting. We are the ones that make it from one side of the rainbow to the other. We're the pot of gold that you could find on either end. It really is funny that it came about. And I said, okay, Skittles, that's what we're going with.
I haven't heard that one, so I think that's great. Your team is there you go. There's another unique thing about your team. They are thinking outside the box. I like that one a lot. And I like how you're the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. The whole thing just comes together. Great answer.
Thank you.
And don't worry, we'll have another different fun one next year, Wayne. We always like to keep you on your toes. So I hear you have a host week special, so I'd love to hear more about it.
Absolutely. I will provide my services for you. So if when you call in and you'd like to let's do a business overview. Let's just, again, I might not be the right host for you, but I want to make sure, you're getting into this environment. You are either seasoned travel advisor or someone that wants to ask the questions, but they don't feel comfortable asking everybody the same questions. But please feel free to do that. So that's right off the bat. That's always given. If you mention for the first 60 days after this is over, and you mentioned that you saw the video on Host Agency Review Week, we will be giving $50 off of your activation.
Wow, that's great. I love that. And I love the fact that you're donating your time for people to chat with you. So, I mean, that right there is priceless. What we will do is we'll actually put in the comments, we'll put a link to your special so people can get to that. And Wayne, it was so great to have you here. Thank you for being here. Your very first host week. We look forward to many more with you. And we love learning everything about Nest Plus, and onward with host week, everyone. Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Well, thank you so much, Wayne and April. That was fantastic. Definitely over the rainbow, the gold pots. You painted a picture there, Wayne. It was fantastic. So Wayne also mentioned PATH, which is the Professional Association of Travel Hosts. And we are doing a mini spot with them on Friday afternoon. So tune in to learn more about them. If you're just jumping on, welcome to Host Week. I'm Steph Lee, the founder of Host Agency Reviews, and I am emceeing this week's Host Week. Now, while we're getting set up for the next interview, I just wanted to take the time again to thank our daily and weekly sponsors for today, who have allowed us to create a free event for advisors full of fantastic content. You're looking at it right now. So a big thank you to the Adventure Travel Trade Association, Next-Gen Travel Group, and earlier today, I realized I said that they had an interview today. Clearly they don't, because they haven't been on yet. They are tomorrow at 1:40 for Next-Gen Travel Group. We also have Runway Health. And again, they have a webinar next Wednesday to go over their product more for travel advisors. And then Tour Radar and Travel Planners International, who's a host agency, and their interview was on Monday. So tune in for that or go back and watch that. And then Dugan's Travel is our daily sponsor, and they go tomorrow at 1:05 Central Time. So April's next interviewee, Stephanie Pickles, love the name Stephanie and Pickles. She is a travel lover turned travel advisors turned founder of our next host interview, Pickles Travel Network. It is a newer to the scene host agency. Stephanie Pickles started the host agency last year and really has hit the ground running. So I look forward to learning more about Pickles Travel Network along with everybody else tuning into Host Week. April, why don't you go ahead and take it away?
Hey everyone, welcome back to Host Week 2023. April from HAR here. I'm sitting with Stephanie Pickles, founder of Pickles Travel Network. Hi Stephanie, how are you?
Hey April, I'm doing well. How are you?
Great, thank you. I'm so excited you're here, and I have some questions. I have a fun question, and then I hear you have a Host Week special, so we'll chat more about that.
Great.
Awesome.
Thank you for having me.
No, we're so excited you're here. I'm so glad. And we're excited to learn more about Pickle Travel Network. So let's jump right in. First question, what's new in the past year?
Well, we opened. So that's pretty crazy and new. And we opened in June, and we are growing very, very quickly. We have now over 230 agents.
Wow.
So it's been fabulous opening, and it's been great. So
great.
Yeah.
That's awesome. What a great 2022.
Yes, absolutely.
So I'd love to hear what makes your company unique.
So I think we're a little bit different. What I did is I was looking at what it was that the host industry needed, and kind of looked at every, the top host agencies out there. And I tried to, create something that would, be a little bit better. And I just wanted to make it a little bit fresher, a little bit more modern than what's kind of out there now. I would say one of our biggest things is we take new and experienced agents, but for the new agents, we actually are teamed with Careers on Vacation, with Cindy Williams. I don't know if you're familiar with her or not, but she's a travel school. And you go through, when you sign up with us, if you're a new agent, you'll go through it's called the the Travel Professionals Training Kit. Mm-hmm. And this is a kit that really teaches you how to be a travel agent, not just working with suppliers, but what it is, what you need to know about being a travel agent. And that's a huge thing, because I feel like, I know when I started with a host agency, and I felt like we were only taught about suppliers and things like that. There wasn't a lot of real, travel agent 101, let me say. So I decided to team with her. And so we buy packages from her with that. And then our new agents can go through that. And it's at a very discounted price. So we have, she normally sells that kit for $3,300, and it's included in our one-time startup amount of $799. Wow. So it's a really great, affordable way. Basically, she gives it to us at cost, so we can, be successful and everything. It's a deal that I made with her and asked her to. One of the other thing is that we allow all of our agents to keep 100% of their planning fees. Wow. And I think that's so important, just to get, how important it is, especially after COVID, to charge planning fees. I mean, we need to work for free. We're a business. We're not a charity. And we want, and I want my agents to be compensated, but I do believe that the planning fees should be 100% theirs.
I love that.
So that's one thing we do. We also do live coaching Monday through Friday. And so we have all sorts of coaches out there. We've got all-inclusive coaching, Disney coaches. We've got, new agent coaching. We have mindset coaching. We have all sorts of different things to help guide our new agents and also our experienced agents. We have affiliates that I've, as Careers on Vacations is an affiliate as well, but we have other affiliates too that we've teamed with to get discounted prices. Travel Industry Solutions, she comes in and does a training, Sheila Folk, and she has all those contracts and everything that are fantastic for agents and keep them legal and keep them from getting sued and all that kind of stuff. So I think that's very important. And we also have Travify and Vacation CRM. And that's part of our monthly amount. So we do our commission splits is we have 70, 80, or 90%, and you get to choose that. And with that, Travefy comes a full version, Travefy, the full version of Vacation CRM. And I think that's a little bit different. And those people come in to train you too every month. So I think you just disappeared, but there you are. Okay.
Difficulties, I'm telling you.
Right. But yeah, I think that, and then the other thing, one thing I wanted to do that makes this unique is when I built our portal for our agents, I wanted to make it very, very simple, very easy to use, very, user friendly and pretty, and just make it real simple to use. And I think I've had a bunch of agents that come from other host agencies, and they're really have seen the difference, and they're like, oh my gosh, this is so much easier to use. And, it really helps them not have to worry about learning how to use a portal, in lieu of also being the travel agent and the suppliers and so on and so on. So I think that's what makes us unique. Lots of different things.
No, I love that. I mean, we love Travefy, but one thing I love that you said was a mindset coaching.
Mm-hmm.
I love that addition, that it's not just about business, but also a mindset of being in this business. So I think that's wonderful.
And social media. We have a social media coach too. So
yeah,
and then we have a social media affiliate that comes in too, and a branding one as well.
Wow.
So we have a little bit of everything. So I keep remembering all these different things that we have, but the branding too, to help people, really, if they've already been, if they're an experienced agent, and maybe they need to consider looking at their branding and having a second set of eyes on it, and redoing it, because it ages after a while, and you always want to give it a facelift and make sure that you're doing a little bit extra for your branding and everything. So those are some of the things that I think makes us unique.
No, I love that. So let's stay with the travel advisors, and I'd love to hear 3 words that you would consider for your ideal travel advisor for your company.
So I think the ideal travel agent needs to be passionate about what they do. I think that's number one. I think they need to be tenacious, being able to, keep going. If you win or you fail, or keep it up and try to, this is not an easy business. Sales is hard, and being that way and really, keep going through and being determined really helps with your travel business. And also being receptive of the others who are teaching you and trying to, being receptive to new ideas. I think that helps, I think that helps grow your business.
I love that. So let's look forward to 2023. What do you have in the pipelines happening next year?
Well, we are currently we only have our SOTs. We currently just have Florida, and we actually just got approved today for Washington State, and we're working on California, and I'm fingers crossed by the end of the month that we'll have California. And the other thing is, we're with Travel Leaders Network, but we are working with Virtuoso to switch over to Virtuoso. So super excited about that. And so that is really our top things for 2023. And then I have a bunch of other things on my list of things to do since we're new, and I've got so many ideas that I can't wait to be able to get out there. We're hiring more people on to PTN to help us, do all of these exciting things, but you'll just have to wait until next year until we get all that more stuff.
I can't wait to hear about everything. So let's talk new travel advisors. What's one tip that you would give a new travel advisor?
Don't be afraid to answer questions. To ask questions, excuse me. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Ask them. No question is stupid. Definitely do that. And use your, I've got lots of them, not just one tip, but I've got lots. So I could go on and on, but we'll just keep it at that since you asked me just one tip. But there's so many different things.
But you're right though. I think that was a great first tip to share, is asking questions, because if they don't know, you're never going to learn. So I think that was a great Great one.
And it's never stupid, because you know what? There's always somebody else that has the same question.
Yeah.
And if you say it in a group setting, you know that you're probably answering several other people's question too. So don't be scared. Just ask it.
I love that. All right. So we at HAR always like to have a fun question. And they're usually pretty silly, but that's okay. We love silliness. So my fun question for you, if your company was a snack food, what would it be and why?
So I had to think about this one for a little bit. I was like, this is a toughie. But, you know, the best I could do with this is I thought, you know, dark chocolate. You know, dark chocolate is healthy. It's full of antioxidants. You know, you need that to grow, right? To be healthy. And so I think to support your business and be healthy, I think that, you know, PTN has that support for travel agents, especially new travel agents too, that we are there to make you successful, to help you build your business successfully. You know, I'm not here, my host agency is not about quantity, we're about quality. And that's why I'm so adamant about training, you know, training and coaching and networking with each other to help each other grow and be successful. That's, you know, there's enough travel and enough business out there for everybody. And we need to come together as agents and, you know, help one another be successful and, you know, do all that. So yeah, I think dark chocolate. I'm gonna say.
It's funny you say that. My doctor told me to eat an ounce of dark chocolate a day. So it's very necessary. I mean, that's my kind of doctor, right? Prescribing.
Yeah,
chocolate.
right.
Well, I mean, it's very necessary and it's healthy. So I actually love that answer. Last but not least, I hear you have a host week special. So I'd love to hear about it.
I do. I want to give everybody 2 months free. There is a startup amount. If you're experienced, it's different than if you're not experienced, but then we have got monthly amounts that we do and per your commission split. And with that, I want to go ahead and give 2 months free because I want people to be able to try it out, see what they like. You know, it's more risk-free. I think you're going to love it if you come over with us. And I think you're really going to be pleasantly surprised. And we're very open to listening to your comments and your needs and trying to make this better and better as we grow. So I want to be able to give that, you know, somebody the freedom to be able to, and you can cancel 30 days in advance. We don't put strict contracts on our agents. So I thought 2 months was kind of a good area to really get an idea of what we're about.
No, that's great. Thank you so much for offering that. And we'll actually put a link in the comments so people can go and check out your offer. Stephanie, it has been such a pleasure having you and learning more about Pickle Travel Network. And I look forward to 2023 and all the exciting stuff you have coming up.
Me too. Thank you, April. It was a pleasure. I appreciate you.
Wonderful. Have a great day.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Stephanie and April. If you're a newer travel advisor, hopefully these interviews are helping you narrow down your host agency and get a better feel for the industry. And if that's also you, don't forget that HAR just launched our brand new complete guide to starting a travel agency course that we unveiled during yesterday's EduSpot. So we will put a direct link to that segment in the comments so you can put it on your to watch later today or some other time. So our next host is far from new to the scene. It is Travel Leaders Market Square. They didn't win the oldest running agency so far. That was, I think, 1941. But they started in 1984, so their roots run very deep. And as their name suggests, they are with Travel Leaders Network. And if you're curious to learn more about their consortium, we'll be chatting with Travel Leaders Network Wednesday during our consortia interview, so make sure to check that out. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and drop the Travel Leaders Market Square link to their profile in the comments and a few things about them. So they're a hybrid agency. That means they're a host agency and a travel agency. And they also happen to be our neighbor here at Host Agency Reviews. So we're in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and they're about 20 minutes outside in Maple Grove, Minnesota. And they also have storefronts kind of around the area. So April happens to be interviewing Rochelle, who I used to work with way back when I was a host agency director. She was one of the ICs there. So it is so exciting to see her again. And I'm going to pass this off to April, who's chatting with Rochelle Zemke of Travel Leaders Market Square.
Hey everyone, April from HAR here. I am back with Rochelle Zemke from Travel Leaders Market Square. She is the host agency manager there. Hey Rochelle, how are you?
Hey April, I'm great. And yourself?
I'm good. I'm so excited to have you here and we get to chat about all things host agencies and Travel Leaders Market Square, right?
I can't wait.
One of my favorite topics, host agencies.
Yeah.
I got a lot of great questions for you. I have obviously our traditional fun, silly question at the end, and then we'll get to your host week special. So let's jump right in.
All right.
Great. So first question, what's new in the past year?
Well, me. Yeah. I'm new at Travel Leaders Market Square. I joined the team in thank you. I joined the team in August, and we have lots of new plans, contracts, and some top secret things we're planning to roll out for 23. So first quarter 23. They're not quite ready yet, but we're almost there.
I love it.
And also, we have so many leads that we are so excited to share with our new, with our ICs that are joining us and that we already have. And we are so glad to be back in person for trainings and events. And we have a good lineup of fam trips that we're working on too.
Oh my gosh, that sounds like so much fun. I love it. Well, welcome. So I'd love to hear what makes your company unique.
So what makes Market Square unique is that we are family owned. We're boutique. We don't want to be the biggest, but we do want to be the best. And we're multifaceted. So we have a large leisure division. We have a corporate division, a group division, and we most importantly have our host agency division.
Nice.
And the thing that makes us really great is that everybody in our organization sells travel. So we all get to celebrate all of our trials and tribulations together. And it really is nice to know that, people who are making decisions for the organization sell travel just like the rest of us. Something else that we have ICs then that kind of play into all of our different divisions. So we have ICs that specialize in groups or that may be corporate agents. Of course, the majority are leisure agents. We like that we are a smaller boutique agency so that we can nurture our relationships with our ICs and know them personally. And we meet with them regularly to kind of help them set up their goals and make sure that they're successful. So something that we have to help do that is a mentorship program that we have set up, which has been so successful. And so we're making little tweaks here and there along the way, which has been a lot of fun for me to learn and be a part of.
Great.
We also are seeing the need for new talent in the industry. And so we welcome a lot of career changers and we provide them with the training and the mentorship that they need to start a travel business.
I love that. You know what I love? I love when you said that everybody sells travel. I think that's so great and so important because it really kind of brings everybody back down to their roots and what this is all about. So I think that's so unique and just a wonderful idea to have everybody do that. I love that.
Yes. Yes.
So let's talk travel advisors. I'd love to hear 3 words that would describe the best travel advisor for you.
Okay. So the best ones that we have and that we like to seek more of are passionate. You need to have a passion for travel. If you don't have a passion, this isn't the right fit for you. We are looking for people who are genuine. So you have to be real. We're all human. We all make mistakes. And yet we all thrive and grow and are successful as well. And then we're also looking for inspiring travel advisors. So we're a community. We like to learn together, grow together, and share with one another. So if you can bring that inspiring element with you, that's just the icing on the cake.
I love those. Those are 3 great words. Wonderful. So let's see. I mean, it's 2023, so I'd love to hear what you have going on this year.
Well, we'd like to stay well versed in changes that are affecting travel advisors as well as travelers. And I think we're doing that really, really well, i.e. the Real ID date change that just happened.
Mm-hmm.
We have been promoting get that Real ID, and now they just extended it again to 2025. Right? But we like to stay on top of things like that are going on so that we can keep our travelers informed as well. We are implementing some new tools and processes to maximize our efficiency as a host agency, but also for our traveling clients as well as our independent contractors.
Nice.
But they're top secret. I can't tell what they are quite yet.
Oh, I was hoping I could get it out of you with this question.
We are, though, creating an advisory board for our ICs to make sure that we're meeting their needs as well.
That's great. I like that idea.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk about new agents. So what would be one tip you would give a new advisor?
So my biggest tip, mine's kind of dual fold.
That's okay.
Yeah. Give yourself grace. Starting out can really seem overwhelming. Take your time. Remember, we all make mistakes. We're all here to help you. And it's really about community over competition. So if you can specialize on a niche, that will help you to kind of keep the overwhelming maybe more to a minimum than thinking you have to know everything about everywhere all at once. Start out with a niche and specialize.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. And I couldn't agree more. I mean, it's part of our 7-day setup is really, I think, specializing in something to get started. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So like I said, we always do a fun question.
Yes.
So if your company was a snack food, what would you be and why?
So we would be Chex Mix because you have the savory, you have the sweet, you have the spicy, and you have the bold. Because you need to be able to play on all of those flavors as a travel advisor.
Oh, I like that. What a great answer. I love that. I always enjoy these. So I love that. That's a great answer. I also hear you have a Host Week special. So why don't you tell us more about that?
Great. We do. We are offering $100 off our startup fee.
Wow. That's great. And we'll actually put a link in the comments that'll go directly to your special so people can check it out.
All right. Great.
Thank you so much for being here and talking about Travel Leaders Market Square. We loved hearing about it and meeting you, and welcome. We're so excited you're here with us.
Well, thank you.
And everyone, enjoy the rest of Host Week. See you soon. Bye.
Bye.
Well, thank you. We're actually running ahead of schedule, which is like mind-boggling. So we are going to take a short break so you can stretch, grab a bite to eat. Oh, well, Fenny's being very good as always, but Orion is about to run up here and go crazy and need some puppy playtime. So go ahead, leave the tab open, and we will be back in about 5 minutes with a session on ASTA's roadmap to becoming a travel advisor course. And then we'll dive into the rest of the afternoon's EduSpot, which you do not want to miss out on. We'll see you soon.
Hello.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Let's see. We are going to go ahead and we have a quick sponsor intro really quick. This is the Tuesday EduSpots. We're heading into an afternoon full of information to help you run your business. And we've got what's coming up ahead is called a MiniSpot. It's 15 minutes. But before we do, we have Jackie Friedman, the president of Nexion Travel Group. And Nexion is one of our weekly sponsors, and they are also a sponsor of this session, which I think is especially fitting because Jackie, who will be speaking, she's a member of ASTA's board and is hugely supportive of the organization. And just to note to everybody, again, that Nexion's interview is going to be tomorrow during the Meet the Host sections at 1:40 Central Time. So make sure to add that to your list. And with that, Jackie, I'm going to let you go ahead and introduce yourself.
Thanks so much, Steph. It is thrilling to be here. It's even more thrilling to introduce ASTA's presentation on roadmap to becoming a travel advisor. What I thought I would do is take my 5 minutes today and just talk about what happens once a new advisor to the industry joins Nexion Travel Group. Because it's so important that after taking training, you have something to go to that will continue your education. So I'm going to touch upon 3 themes. The first one is education. So at Nexion, we really pride ourselves on the business development and education that we do. We realize that adults learn differently. So we have a wide variety of education programs. For new to the industry, we suggest that everyone goes through one of our 2 new advisor programs, either our virtual campus program, which is based on the award-winning Travel Leaders of Tomorrow program, or our independent learner program, which is for someone that is fine working on their own with the e-learns. But both of those programs really get you off to a great start and foundation in the travel industry. Once you're on board, we have Essentials, which is a 4.5-day program. We offer it both live in our Irving office and virtually, so depending on what works best for you. And we offer that 6 times a year. 3 times a year, we offer boot camp. And this year, boot camps are going to be themed, 2 of them around business planning and 1 around marketing. So that's a great 3-day live event where you can really fine-tune your business. The granddaddy of them all is our Connection Conference. This year, we will be on board the beautiful Celebrity Equinox, and that's where our network of advisors at all experience levels get together. In addition, we have a really robust learning management system where you can take training on demand, and it includes our roadmap to success that walks you through and provides over 1,000 pieces of content that you can use to really help your business. We kicked off last year an exciting program called Immersive Journeys, where you can combine soft skill learning with experiencing destinations and products. This year, we have 3 announced so far on Virgin Voyages, on Princess Cruises, and on Azamara, with more to come. So those are just a few examples of our education programs. The next thing I want to touch upon is resources. And of course, these are resources that are available to you that start with the team that is there. My team does not sell travel. Everything that they do is to help you be successful in your business. We have a member services desk. We have 2 air ticketing desks, one for GDS users and one for non-GDS users. We have folks to help with cruises and, of course, business development and education to help you really build your business. So the resources are there to help you as an independent business owner be as successful as you can possibly be. And then the third thing is really support. And support comes from a lot of different places. I touched upon the fact that support comes from the team that I am lucky to be able to lead each and every day, but it also comes from each other. One thing that I love about the Nexion network of advisors is that we are a community. People even though technically they're competitors, they don't act that way, whether it's at live events, whether it's in one of our 35 NextGen networks, which are local agent-led networks across the United States with another few in Canada, whether it's NextGen Town, which is our online community based on Salesforce Chatter, whether it's one of our regionals or other opportunities or specialty training events around groups or around luxury or around marketing. These are all opportunities for advisors to connect with each other. Not to mention, we have hundreds of our advisors connected with ASTA and involved in the chapter program and in ASTA education. So that's why I'm thrilled to hand this over to Alvin and Mark, because what we do, we like to think of what we do is a springboard off of ASTA helping to bring you into the industry. So I certainly hope if you are with NextGen right now, thank you, thank you, thank you. We appreciate your support. If you are considering a host agency, check out our spot tomorrow with Wendy, Carlin, and Erica, the dynamic trio, and they'll give you even more information. So back to you, Steph.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much, Jackie. So one thing to mention, Jackie had talked about the education. They have the Travel Leaders of Tomorrow, which is headed up by Heather Kindred. And she will be doing an EduSpot on Thursday if you're interested. It's at 4:30-ish Central Time, and it's going to be the foundations and fundamentals of starting your own agency. So tune into that if that's something, if you're interested in learning more about Travel Leaders of Tomorrow. So because our mini spot is only 15 minutes, I'm not going to waste any more time, and I'm going to bring on my co-speakers for this session, Mark Meter and Alvin Adriano from ASTA.
Thanks,
hello.
Steph. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you.
We all get along really well, so this is just so exciting to be on a virtual event together.
I know, it's like we're back together, old friends, and
I know, life is great, right?
Well, I'm kind of excited to make it on the big time, big time on HAR's Host Week. So
absolutely, it's like being a F-list celebrity or like Z-list celebrity.
Yeah. Hey, and a big thank you to Jackie and the NextGen Travel Group for their sponsorship and support and the kind introduction, Jackie, to our session here today. Thank you very much.
Yes, absolutely. So let's see, we're going to talk about ASTA's roadmap to becoming a travel advisor course. So I'm just going to jump right in for questions for you two. So let's talk about, for people that there's tons of trainings out there for all advisors, what makes this course different for everybody else from every other course that's out there helping people become a travel advisor?
Yes, there's tons of different courses, programs, and content, but what we really wanted to do with the roadmap, it's like, think about it as like a physical place or a destination. If you were going to travel to LA or Miami, so have you, I don't believe most people would just jump into their cars and just hope they're going to reach their destination. I think they would probably want to look on a map, try to figure out what would be the quickest and most efficient way to get to their destination. And I think that's what the roadmap really does. It encompasses all, it kind of lays it out in the land of what the industry really is all about, to give you the knowledge, experience, so that you can walk in to be confident. There's so much it comes with this travel industry. Having confidence about where we've become and evolved to is such an important aspect. So we give you the pathways, the directions, so that new entrants will have the ability to pick and choose where they want their career to go forward. Mark, do you want to?
Yeah, Steph, I would only add to that by saying, if you think of, the engagement in the travel agency world as a pathway, and think of it in terms of a step-by-step process, a logical process, this is one of the key entry points, one of the very first. We do have an overview course that's a little bit more for those that are not quite sure this is for them, but this roadmap course is the next step, and it's what gives you, the travel advisor or the upcoming travel advisor, all the needed information you need to know to come out smart and to take it to the next level and either gain employment as a travel advisor or refresh your skills as a travel advisor. It's meant to be all encompassing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely a 360 overview of the industry.
That's right.
So when you're going through the course, just from your perspective, because I'm curious about this from each of you. So what part of the course do you think is most valuable for new advisors?
All of it. All of it.
That's my answer, Mark.
Yeah.
It would be helpful. It would be helpful maybe if we can. Alvin can share his screen.
Oh,
and we'll show
you know what? I'm
Yeah.
sorry. We had an issue where we weren't able to do screen shares on this.
Oh.
It just popped up.
Okay.
So
We'll talk about it then.
Alvin,
Yeah.
you're gonna describe and paint the picture for us.
Picture this.
Well, I mean, it's really designed for those new entrants and for those who are looking outside, looking in, trying to figure out what is the best course of action to move forward. And, I have to say it's beautifully written and the way it's laid out. I find a lot of people, have questions on, where to start or what's the most valuable. But the one thing about it is as your experience level is in this industry, there's so many parts and different segments that we detail in the course to give a holistic view of the industry. I mean, no matter what industry you are, there's nuances and tendencies that we all are that we play to. And so in the travel industry, we're not so much different. So there's key players like suppliers, host agencies, consortia, and then there's the evolution of how our industry has shifted and changed or innovated and to bring us where we are. So it's a complete comprehensive resources. And it's, for everyone. I love the way that's laid out because again, it's the way that people consume information, how they consume knowledge is all different. So I leave it to the people who are in it to really find where they can find where the value for them when they enter this industry.
I think if I can add to that real quickly, Steph, I would only say that it also depends on the individual, right? So there may be some people that say, for example, I really need help in better understanding what I need to do to start a business. I've never done that before. Well, starting a business is really different from a travel agency geography, right? To understanding, the makeup of whether it's airline or airport city codes or I want to go to San Jose. Well, is that San Jose, California, San Jose, Costa Rica, or San Jose someplace else? There's a whole slew of information that some people will feel already comfortable with to varying degrees and where they really feel like, this particular chapter or section is what I need the most.
Mm-hmm. And honestly, one of the things I liked about this course, having seen a lot of courses and different things about getting started in the industry, and it's a spot that's missing on HAR. I guess we have some videos on it, but one of the things that I think is really useful besides, it's 240 plus pages plus a bunch of videos. So it's a very comprehensive course. But one of the things I really like is it talks about what to expect with booking, because I found that when I talk to people new to the industry, some of them have this impression that there's, for everything related to travel advisors and booking, that there's one portal you log into, you press the book button, that you do your search and boom, it's done. And that's not the way it works. You're checking multiple places and there's a lot of back and forth sometimes if it's a custom tour. And so this can give them a realistic look. And then we have someone in the GDS, someone doing cruises, someone doing a tour, and they're all top producers in those areas. And they show us how they do the booking. So it can give you an idea of what to expect so that you're not like envisioning one thing and then you plop into something else.
That's right. A lot of people have the need to comparison shop on behalf of their customer, right? And it's not just as simple as saying, oh, you want a hotel? Boom, I book you a hotel or a flight or a cruise. There's an expectation the traveler has that you'll look for the right thing or the right fit for me, right? And so that means comparison shopping, which means potentially looking in a multitude of sources, or at least even if it's one source, to be able to comprehend and take apart the different options, building the right package for the traveler. So, yeah.
And as you mentioned that, Steph, I just wanted to point out too, one of the things that is also important as we talk about it as a foundational piece is that we regularly update it to fit the modern characteristics or the skills needed for the advisor today. And so one of the things that I do like pointing out is that we often update it to be relevant and accurate for the skills needed for a travel advisor.
Do you mean the travel industry has changed a lot during the pandemic?
A little bit.
Just a little bit.
Well, let's see. So if someone's interested in taking this course, what's the expectation for how long it takes them to go through?
I mean, I guess it really depends on how much of a leap of faith you want to join. I mean, it really depends on, like Mark mentioned, everyone's different and how they consume information, how they learn. And because it's a self-paced course, and you have all the access and support, whether through ASTA or our community of our chapter members, it's a great way to get your foot in the door. But if you were to go, we have a beautiful site, asta.org, and the URL to view the course is asta.org/become. So it's really easy for you, really quick, short, and it'll be redirect you to our landing page. We'll give you all the information of our roadmap course.
And it's all online. It's self-paced, so you can take as much time as you need to complete it. There's no requirement or time limit in that sense. And many of your viewers, Steph, may not know that I too was once a travel advisor. In fact, that's how I started out my career. At the time, it was called travel agent, but that was a couple of years ago. So, I've taken the course myself. I've been through it. I did it rather quickly, but I'm maybe in that sense a little bit more experienced than some. But it was nice to be able to do it and consider doing it at the pace that I choose to take it at. Just keep in mind that it's 243 pages. There's a few quizzes within. There's some great links as a resource. There's videos, quizzes from a test perspective, and then a wonderful final exam at the end to ensure that you've captured all the key points that are relevant for having completed the course.
I mean, that's the adjective everyone uses to describe the final
Exactly.
exam. Wonderful.
Yeah,
no idea where you came from, Mark.
I know.
A fun final.
I know that's definitely a selling point. Thanks for bringing it up. Well, yeah, the course has, I mean, I would say, I think it would take people, because I think it's 12, they have 12 months to finish the course, correct?
I think that's what we have it earmarked for now, but that's a long time to
yeah. I mean, most people, hopefully it doesn't take you a year to get started. But yeah, I mean, I think if someone's really got their nose to the book and really working hard, they could finish it in a couple weeks. But that would be dedicating a lot of time to it because there is a lot of information in there, covering all sorts of different topics. So let's see, what type of help does ASTA, if someone signs on, what kind of help is there as they go through the course if they have questions or need guidance?
We built it in a way purposely to make it intuitive. And as I mentioned a minute ago, there's a lot of detail in there. But in addition to that, there's a lot of links that will take you to various resources where you can get in more detail than what you initially may read within the course. It'll take you to spots that provide that level of resource, et cetera. Yeah, I mean, much of that is earmarked or geared from fellow ASTA members. So there's a lot of detail embedded in the course itself that provides that. We don't necessarily, it's meant to be intuitive. It's meant to be a self-learning tool. And we intentionally provide you resources within the course, including a pretty extensive glossary of terms that really helps to get you started. So the resources for help are really, you can consider them embedded into the course itself.
Excellent. And then, so I think one of the common questions is, I'll just ask the question first. So we get a lot of questions on, okay, once they take this course, does that mean their agency is going to be set up and then they're ready to start booking? Will it help them start their agency, or where is this in the timeline?
I would say that it does certainly, it is key and important and instrumental in terms of helping them to start the process of getting set up. I would say it's really one of the first steps you want to take to go down that path. So, does it mean that when you're done taking the course, you are now a travel agency or ready to go into business? No, I mean, it depends on where you want to go from a travel advisor perspective. Do you want to be an IC, as most of your HAR folks are, or do you want to work as an employee for a travel agency, et cetera? There's different paths you can decide to take. So you still will have some decisions to make, but you'll have the foundational tools, the fundamental tools that you need to get started.
Yeah, I would think of this as maybe like travel industry 101 or travel advisors 101. It gives you it's it's broad, but it's also in depth because again, it is 240 pages. But it covers all different aspects of the industry, and it can really help you because the industry is so broad, as many people kind of exploring are probably figuring out. You know, you could go into cruises, you could go into meetings and incentives, you could go, I mean, there's a million different areas you could go. You could be an employee, you could be an IC, you could charge fees, you could not. And so it kind of covers all of these things and gives you the options, educates you so you can make, you know, follow the roadmap that makes the most sense for you. But when you're finished with the course, what I would say to people that are HAR fans is a great thing to add on after this is the course we just launched on Monday, the complete guide to starting an agency. So actually what we are also doing is giving a discount for people that take the ASTA course, because we think it's so fundamental to have that base knowledge, because it'll give you an idea if this is exactly what you think it is. And so we give a discount of $40 on our course for anybody that completes the ASTA course. So that would be kind of how I would say the timeline goes. And then maybe, okay, so Mark and Alvin, I don't think people are familiar with this vocabulary, but ASTA has their VTA program. So 2 questions. First, can you explain the VTA? And then after someone finishes this course, does this mean they've started their VTA or they get credits for it or they are a VTA?
I'll take that one, Steph. That's a pretty easy answer. If you think again about that pipeline,
No
or the
stumper.
The path, no stumpers, about the pathway that we described earlier. The roadmap course is really the first or second step that you would take from an educational perspective that gets you prepared to enter into the travel agency world. The Verified Travel Advisor program, the ASTA VTA course, is meant specifically for those that are already in the travel agency world. You described the roadmap course as sort of a travel agency 101. I would say the ASTA VTA course is more like it's like a more advanced degree. You already have your bachelor's and you're ready to go for a master's. The VTA course consists of 9 components, 9 modules, if you will, that need to be taken in order to get your VTA certification. And then every 2 years, you need to recertify by taking 2 more additional modules. So it's a great tool for those people in the industry today as travel advisors who want either a refresher on subject matters that they know about or know a little bit about, or they want to dig in more deeply to some very, very specific, it could be marketing, could be sales, it could be any other number of, we even have a module on artificial intelligence. So it's a lot more in depth. Yes.
Yeah.
And really beneficial for those more experienced travel advisors.
That's a great description. Alvin, what do you got to say? I know you've got something to say.
Of course, because, I've taken all these courses and I love all of them. And, like you said, the Travel Advisor 101, it's really the breaking ground where you start and how amazing this industry is. And once you get to the VTA, it's really about growing and scaling your business, where you can find capacity and bandwidth, and then where you can get into in-depth concepts to really grow your business. So, when we're talking about stepping stones, like you said, the career overview, then the roadmap, and then PARS, and then later on the VTA, these are all just steps on your evolution to being a full-fledged travel advisor. So excited for this program.
Oh, that was beautifully tied together, Alvin. Well done. Well, let's see. We are nearing our time. So hopefully that gives you, those of you watching, a good idea of the ASTA course, who it's for, what's in it. And feel free to pop into the comments anytime. Someone from the HAR team or someone from ASTA will make sure to be able to answer them for you. And just to kind of remind people, so the discount. So first of all, ASTA has a membership discount for Host Week where you can save $50 off your annual ASTA membership by using the discount code. And I got to make sure I've got this right because you're going to need to write this down. It's a pretty big doozy here to remember. It's the discount code is HostWeek23. All one word. Very tricky, very creative, ASTA. I'm loving it. And then we've also got ASTA discounts double because you can save 50% on the roadmap course with the Host Week code HAR149. So you can get it for $149. And then the last thing I want to mention is tomorrow we have Mark Casto, who is the chairman of the board. We're big supporters of ASTA here at Host Agency Reviews. They do a lot for us. And Mark Castle will be on tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon with our keynote, and we'll be talking to him about what ASTA has been doing, what's ahead for 2023. And then we'll also be covering what ASTA is doing on the sustainability front, which kind of piggybacks off today's keynote on sustainability. So Alvin, Mark, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you for inviting us. Have a good one. Enjoy your week.
Yes, absolutely. So we have a very, very exciting EduSpot up next because it has another Stephanie. And okay, so we had Stephanie with Stephanie's Pickles, and now we have Stephanie, another Stephanie, and then there's another Stephanie presenting on Thursday. It's just like Stephanie's everywhere. So a quick note, if anyone is thinking about throwing in their hat to do an EduSpot next year, so I'm planting the seed right now, hoping it will bloom later. And I hope you really do consider us because there's great joy in sharing the ideas and helping others grow their businesses. Just know that if your name is Stephanie, you get a leg up on everybody. So if you need to do like a name change or whatever it is, there's plenty of time before host week next week. You've got a whole year to get it done. But in all seriousness, we will put a link in the comments to where you can apply to be a speaker for next week. We technically haven't opened up the call for speakers, but in case there's anyone out there that's really motivated, I want to make sure we get on your radar for that. So, and we love new voices. So if I know there was a couple speakers this week that were very nervous. It was their first time speaking, and this is a great opportunity to do it. The crowd is very friendly. It's virtual, so you don't actually have to see the people, which is kind of nice. So I would encourage you to think about it. It's a great way to grow career-wise because public speaking is a great skill to have. I used to be scared crapless of it. So let's see. Let me formally introduce our speakers, and then we'll turn it over to them so you can all get your learning on about video, adding video to your playbook. So let's see. You might have run into them before because Stephanie Grice and Scott Rutz of Travefy are very active in Travefy Academy, which is a great educational resource for advisors, both new and experienced. So we'll drop the links for that in the comments if people want to check it out. Great resource. And just quick bios here. So Stephanie joined the Travefy team in 2015 and has been having a blast meeting with travel professionals and creating webinar content ever since. In 2018, Stephanie helped launch Travefy Academy, a free educational resource for travel advisors, which produces webinars, a podcast, and article content. And then Scott Rutz is part of the founding team at Travefy and leads Travefy's marketing and sales efforts. He has a background in marketing and advertising, but has found a new home, helping connect great technology with leading travel and tourism brands. So having worked with them before, they're a very fun duo. And I can't wait to be filled in on all things video marketing, which, by the way, Stephanie and Scott, you can let us know how we're doing with our video marketing of Host Week. So I'm turning it over to you two.
You're rocking it.
Yes. I know. I am
Short
very
answer.
impressed. Yeah, it's so cool. We need to step our game up. This is legit. Love it.
Well, I just have to tell you, Juan behind the scenes, the producer, is really making the magic happen. That's who's making those stars behind us sparkle. I didn't even know that could happen.
We love Juan. We love you, Juan.
Juan, MVP of Host Week.
Excellent. We'll let you guys go and take it away.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Well, yes, thank you so much. And yes, you have another Stephanie in here. We love all the Stephanies.
I'm going to have to change my name to Steph or Stephanie before next year. So I'm going to go pick up those legal forms.
Yeah, that Scott's going to have to switch up a little bit here. So we'll just have many of them. But so exciting. And we're really excited to just be part of this really incredible week. This is so cool, like amazing for the industry, just, leveling up your business and all these different areas. And in this case, video. So really excited there. And I guess I don't really need the slide because we were already formally induced so well, but I'll go back though of just, this is what we want to talk about today is just adding video to your marketing playbook. Now, why video, you might say? Well, it's great and it's easy. It's very easy to use, actually. If you don't think it is, wait till the next 20 minutes. You will think it is. It's so good.
So much suspense.
Yeah,
a lot of
so much
suspense right there.
Yes. Well, the one thing I was going to say too, and then I'll let Scott take it away because Scott does so many really cool video and marketing stuff he's been doing for years. So you have the right person on this, which is great. But what's really cool is what we've realized is, video is great. It's it's easy to do, honestly, once you start figuring it out. But a lot of people just don't know where to start. So this webinar here today, we're going to share actual ideas on how you can incorporate video into your marketing. So we're going to give you like 10 different ways, 10 different ideas. And then just keep in mind that as we go through those ideas, they can be used for anything like YouTube or Facebook, Instagram stories, TikTok, maybe. Been hearing a lot about that. So there's so many things about stuff like, oh yeah.
You guys
TikTok
can't see it, but Steph is laughing at us in the background right now. So
good old TikTok. There's so many video options.
we're on the TikTok. We're on the TikTok.
All the cool things. There's so much, but yeah. So just want to preface that, this can be on anything. All these ideas you see, you can put them towards anything. But something that's really interesting too is a lot of these ideas we actually started pulling together, which is insane. That'd be like 2 years ago now, during COVID. And guess what? All of these still make sense and all still hold true. Wouldn't you say so, Scott?
Absolutely. I mean, honestly, forgetting the horrible stuff that COVID did to businesses and worldwide, let's just forget about that for a moment. What it did do is accelerate companies' marketing strategies. And so that is a huge factor in this, of that it forced a lot of people to engage with video and marketing in different ways that they wouldn't have done for probably 5 to 7 years. So a lot of these tools, a lot of these strategies absolutely still hold up, and definitely in looking at it are things that we probably should have been doing to begin with, of connecting ourselves in different ways through different media.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's one thing, just to get your mind thinking here, is what's really cool is that we're going to go through, again, 10 different ways that you can start implementing video into so many different facets of your business. But we wanted to put together this first slide just to really get you thinking of all the different ways of the different stages of marketing that you can add video. And I'm going to let Scott run with this here.
Yeah, absolutely. So really think about video as a pretty engaging, different type of medium, just like you might think of email, phone, text messaging, etc. It is another channel that you can connect with your clients in a different way, but have a more humanized and personalized way to connect with them. And so some of these will go into actually more detail as we dig in further into the presentation, but I wanted to walk through a few really simple, actionable ways that you can start thinking about incorporating video into every stage of your marketing process. So firstly, as you can see on the screen there, meeting with potential clients virtually on Zoom, or FaceTime, whatever that might be. But think about it this way. Are you delivering quotes or itineraries, proposals just via email with no commentary, no context? Or would it be really incredible to actually present to them and present your proposals, your itineraries, walk them through that? Because especially in certain types of travel, certain types of trips, it merits it when you're talking about ticket prices in the tens of thousands of dollars, or even significantly, and how valuable that is to clients to be able to ask questions and be interactive, things of that nature. Hosting virtual meetings and cocktail hours with clients, you can, start to incorporate different themes like that, embedding video into your quote or proposal. So if you can't connect with your clients along the way in the sales process, you can actually start to take video of yourself. I know it sounds horrifying, but just bear with us. Take a quick video, give a quick introduction to it. Think of what you would say in an email to give context to the proposal. You might drop into that quote and present video with it, as well adding DMO videos to your proposals and video reviews afterwards for trip recap. We're going to touch on some of these and more in the presentation, but I wanted to kind of sort of lay the foundation of how you can start incorporating video into all of these different touch points that give you new ways to connect with your clients that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's really nice just to take a step back and see this, because a lot of times advisors will be thinking like, video, I'm going to need equipment. I need the expertise. It's just, it becomes a whole production, but not, it doesn't have to be that crazy. It could be you're taking your phone and you're making videos. So it's really cool. There's so many different parts of the process that you can really implement video. So with that being said, shall we start going through some ideas?
Let's do this. Let's get into it.
Yes, here we go. Okay. So I'm going to be watching the clock really well so we can make sure to save time at the end for questions. But okay. So first one up, here we go. First is honestly potentially one of the more simple ones is just introduce yourself. This is something that a lot of people don't even realize is, a lot of times there might be ways that you can just introduce yourself to your audience. Whether this is just on, if you have a YouTube channel, or maybe you just put on your Facebook page because you have new people coming in. So it's really easy, just create a simple upbeat video, just introducing yourself, just share, how did you get started in the business? What are your favorite destinations? Anything else you want to share. And one note just to mention too, is just when you do this, just be sure to update it every now and then just to reintroduce yourself to new audience and clients. But it's a cool, maybe once at the beginning of the year, it's a great time to just say this is what I'm excited about this year for travel.
It's so simple, so effective. And two things you want to remember. One, the psychological effect of sharing video, addressing your audience, addressing your clients, especially you just want to humanize yourself. You're not some foreign, unknown, no-name business. You are a real person that has a passion for what you do. You want to bring expertise, bring great travel experiences to your clients and your customers, and it's a great way to do that. The second thing you want to think about are stories. That is one of the primary things that will connect with clients. Tell stories of why you got into travel, why you want to connect with them and help them with their travel experience. Tell stories from your own clients from the past and how that affects you today, of the service, the quality, the expertise that you bring to new prospective clients. And so always remember to humanize yourself and tell stories through that medium.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And now the second idea here is sharing destination inspiration. This is probably one of the most go-to, I would feel like, that a lot of people think of, because you are selling some of the easiest stuff to sell, because it's like, wow, look at this around the world, and sharing destinations. And here's what's really cool is that you can subscribe and follow destination marketing organizations or DMOs or your suppliers' YouTube channels, and you can be sharing that content because that content's out there. So you can just share it. And, so then that's also one of the nice things is you also might think oh, I have to make and produce all this myself, but there's stuff already out there that you can be sharing yourself and just reposting.
Absolutely, literally endless content for sharing destination inspiration. If you're hesitant to get into video, I would strongly suggest this is the easy on-ramp into starting to incorporate video into your marketing, into your email marketing, into your proposals, your quotes, your itineraries, etc. And one of the primary reasons are you already have access to tourism boards and DMO reps based on all the conferences, the host agencies that you're already connecting with. And so it's really easy to build those relationships or to connect and find that content. And let me tell you what, these organizations produce phenomenal content. They are not spending hundreds of dollars on producing this content. They're spending tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars producing this content that's very high quality, very enticing, and very engaging for your clients. Let a lot of this content do your work in the sales process in terms of communicating and evoking those feelings within that sales experience of connecting your clients with that destination and with that experience. Absolutely phenomenal content. If you haven't already, go onto YouTube and literally subscribe and like those destinations that you work with frequently so that you're always updated with the new content they're pushing out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great option. Okay, so now the third one, which is, I think it might be my favorite, which I say that all the time with other ones, but this one is really cool because how about you close more sales, which everyone wants to do, with video greetings. So here's what I mean by this. So this is actually really easy. You could literally do it on Zoom. You can do it on your phone and just, take a video of yourself, sitting at your desk or something. And but what you can do is you can do this where you have video greetings where maybe you create just a really short personalized video that you then end up inserting onto their quote or proposal or maybe in an email. And you're just breaking it down. So that way you don't have to, if you don't have time to, schedule another virtual meeting with them, but you can just create a video and it literally can just be a couple minutes in length and it's really going to go the extra mile for your clients.
Incredibly effective sales tool. That's what I have to say about this. So YouTube and other platforms cannot make this easier these days, that you can create a free YouTube account. Many of you already have a Gmail address. Go into YouTube. You can actually start recording and videoing there. If you have a Mac or PC, a lot of times you can record with a built-in app that's free on your computer. post the video to YouTube, leave it as unlisted so that it doesn't show up in a channel. It stays private, but then you can embed it in a quote, in an email, whatever it might be. But think about it this way. When you send a proposal or send a quote to a client with the travel experiences, your recommendations, your tips, and things like that, and right at the beginning, at the top, is a personally created video addressed to that specific client, they're absolutely going to watch it and engage with it. Also think about then if they share that quote to one of their family members or a friend to say, look at this amazing trip, they're immediately going to watch that video as well, and that person's going to connect with you. So it's such a really effective tool to engage and foster that relationship with clients.
Absolutely. It's a really, really cool one there. Okay, so the fourth one, and I actually saw this a lot over the past couple of years with just during the pandemic, is hosting a virtual event, which you can do, but what if you add a supplier, like adding that other element into it? I mean, it is a win-win for you both. So this is really cool because a lot of times maybe you specialize in Italy and you have your supplier in Italy, so you can't be there in person, but you can get them on Zoom and you can get them, on a live YouTube or live Facebook. So there's so many things you can do with this, and you can also like up the ante and maybe you include a little giveaway or something or some booking credit, whatever it might be, to join you on this.
Absolutely. Just so many great ways. Your suppliers want to connect with your clients as well. They want to inspire your clients with their destination, with their products, their experiences, their services. So this is a great way to be able to connect with them. And they're absolutely, the incentives and interests are aligned in this case. Absolutely. So connect with your suppliers and just tell them what you're thinking. Brainstorm with them. Think through different ways that they can work with you on these opportunities.
Yeah, these could be super fun. So, okay, so now number 5, we're getting towards the middle here, is sharing your expertise. So this one might seem like oh yeah, that does make a lot of sense. But this is where probably a lot of what things that come to mind when you think of like adding video is having things like a video blog or a vlog, if you will. But there's so many things you can do because again, you're the one that's the expert and that's in those places. So whether you're going to a conference or you're on a fam trip, I mean, think about how much content you can start creating, and it doesn't have to be live. You can just be putting, getting it all, gathering it, and then, then putting it together later on. But you have so much, so definitely share that expertise in there.
Yeah, it's huge and it's so easy to do because think about all of the fam trips or ship inspections or your own personal travel that you do throughout the year, that any travel advisor might go on several trips. Document it. Take some quick videos to document that, share it on whether it be Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, etc., to share those experiences. If you're at the resort, shoot a quick tour video of your room or of the room category that you're in, or of the pool or the beach or something of that nature. On the ship inspection, shoot some quick video of you talking about the ship and what the experience was like, because also think about the value that provides for prospective clients. If they're just looking for information on a cruise or something like that, that's a great way to get more content out there that can start to push you up in search results as well.
That's a good point too. Search results, it's a good one. Okay, so idea number 6 here is record a Q&A. So this one's pretty cool because again, we're coming back to that, like you're the expert. But a lot of times people have questions that maybe you might not even be thinking they have because they're not asking because you haven't asked them, like, what do you want to know? Or, it could be even like hosting a really short Q&A, like what it's like to work with you and you walk through your process, or like, what are you seeing for trends? And maybe there's something new that's happening and you can share that, and then maybe you gather questions ahead of time or you do it like Facebook live style or something. But remember though, you can always gather questions ahead of time. So if you're a little nervous about that, then you can set yourself up and you know what you are going to be asked, which is nice.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be live. That's a key thing. This could also be, maybe you want to take some questions that your clients, that your audience submit to you, or maybe you want to, don't tell anyone I said this. Maybe you just want to write your own list of questions, misconceptions about travel, or working with a travel advisor, and then pretend as if someone sent you those questions. That's fine. It's marketing. It's okay. But answer those questions live on video or pre-recorded video if that makes you feel more comfortable, and get it out there. So then you can, again, always be the expert, demonstrating your expertise, walking clients through what it's like to work with you. But that also is a really effective customer service tool, so you can manage their expectations in that process of working with you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we will not tell anybody if you just want to make up your own, be like, tons of people are asking me this.
Plant some
that's
questions.
Okay. Yeah, no one knows. It's all right. Okay, so idea 7. Okay, so this is a really fun one too, is bring customer reviews to life. So if you have like a raving review from a client, a lot of times, it's easy to get the text and copy and share that, but you should also ask if they're comfortable recording it. Because even when they're on their trip, maybe they will just send you like, we love it here, type of a thing. But you can also make it easy for them where you can ask, just use a phone or something, just record it. But if you want to do a Zoom, you can also just record that. And then that way it's just you both talking. You can also ask for like photos and put those in. There's a lot, and it doesn't have to be very hard to put it all together.
Reviews from your customers are exponentially more valuable than any of the other marketing work that you can do. That goes so far with social media and other opportunities where you can share those customer reviews out. So think about how you can start to harvest and collect those as much as possible. Build it into your process, into your sales process, into your customer support process. When a client comes home, you're always trying to gain reviews. Now, you don't have to make them feel like that they're just an object you're trying to get a review out of. I get that. But just say it's so important to me to hear about those experiences, and I would love to share that with other clients so that they can understand it. So figure out how to collect those. One example is maybe offer a booking credit off of their next booking if they submit a video review to you, so you can really amp up one of your channels like YouTube or Instagram or Facebook, and you'll start to get more and more of those. And a booking credit's really easy, in the future, a booking credit off of your service fee or planning fee or something of that nature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so idea 8 is go live. So we've talked about this a little bit, but just going a little deeper in here is the going live. So this also, we said this earlier, it's really easy for you to personally do that because you might be at a resort or something, but also when you're at conferences, I've seen it a lot where people will be at conferences and they'll walk around and they might chat with their supplier and have like a quick Q&A with their supplier, or maybe something, maybe there's some new big news in the travel industry happening and you just want to hop on Facebook and just be that expert, that go to, and share it right away. It doesn't have to be something thought out. You can just jump on anymore. That's the world we live in now, which is kind of nice. You can just hop on and be live.
Yeah, especially coming out of COVID, so many mismanaged expectations or incorrect pieces of information out there, or people that just want to know and don't know where things are at, what's going on. And you can offer kind of that source of insight or source of truth and help advise them on the best travel plans or where things are at with entry requirements or what's going on with a certain news item, and any types of topics like that. It can be really, really helpful and just another way that you can connect.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so number 9 here. So we have idea 9 is share travel tips. Now this one's really cool because it's like, do you swear by, like, I love this example of, a way that you fold your clothes, or I've been told to, like, certain things, if you're going on your cruise for the first time, you should bring this, you need to have this ready, all that kind of stuff. So share those, just create a video. And we were laughing about TikTok earlier, but I have definitely been hearing that so many people are coming from TikTok, like travel influencers, becoming travel advisors because they share this kind of stuff that's like 30 seconds long. And then people are like, wait, hold on. I need to work with you because you know things, so it's kind of smart.
We'll say it again, be the expert. Be the expert. Many of you have racked up a lot of miles traveling around. You've learned some things going through all of that process. So share that out there. Those are things that really position you and your authority and your expertise with your audience.
Mm-hmm, absolutely. Okay, so here we go. Number 10. It is film a how-to video. These are fun. So this one could be really fun. This is, and we saw a lot of this coming out of the pandemic, but it still rings just as true now, is just a fun how-to video of, you know, maybe you're making a signature recipe of a destination, or, you know, art based off a travel experience you've had, or just, there's so many different things. You know, we do go towards like food and drink really easily, because those are, I mean, if you make like a special cocktail or something, you can just make that. You can literally do it on like Instagram and just put it together pretty easily. But it's just, again, endless amounts of content that you can provide.
Yeah, what I love about this is that it allows you to engage with your audience without having to sell. You don't have to be on, so to speak, and be pitching and selling and say, you know, contact me for a quote for this. It's just about providing interesting, engaging content to your audience, and creates brand awareness for what you do and your specialties. So think about the types of how-tos that you might do and connecting those with the types of products, experiences, destinations that you want to sell. So always be thinking about that. Also ask some of your suppliers or your destination partners for ideas for these things. Maybe it's a how-to video that they will do with you via Zoom or something like that. Lots of different ways that you can do this, and again, produce content that's really interesting, really engaging, and you don't have to sell through that process.
Absolutely. That's a good point, though, that this is not, you don't always have to be selling. This is fun stuff in there. So I love that. Okay, so we're not done yet, because we have a bonus here of
bonus.
Bonus. We love bonuses, of course. So this, we had to make sure to share this, because again, we've been saying this whole time, video can be not that hard. So I don't want to say like easy, but it is kind of easy for some of these apps that they have out there. They make it pretty easy for you. So we put together some of them that we have. Like there's, again, mix of free and low cost apps, but there's like YouTube, which Scott was touching on, where you can literally just go on YouTube. I actually didn't even know that. So that is awesome. You can just do that. And then like Spark Video, Canva. So Canva is really cool. I know a lot of people like Canva, but there's also Canva Animator. So if you've ever dabbled in that, that's pretty fun. And then of course, like Vimeo, there's also free photo websites. So sometimes videos do have photos in them, and you can get those free, like Unsplash, Pixabay. I mean, there's a lot out there that you can use.
It's staggering and incredible how many different resources and tools are out there for content and media that are free to use. So this list that you see here is not exhaustive. There are many, many others. Just start going Google and search for easy video tool or do-it-yourself video tool or video app. And you'll find lots that are free or dirt cheap. And I'm not exaggerating, like $5 to $10 a month. And that's a great marketing tool that you can use on an ongoing basis for that. But there are many that are just straight up free that you can use.
There's also for iPhone users, I know is like iMovie is already built into your phone. It's pretty easy to do. So when you have like your actual film just from your phone, you could start there too. And then also like Instagram, they have their own ways that you can just start editing on there. So there's lots of stuff in there. But that was. We did it. We did it under the time. We were really worried. We were worried about time. So I'm glad we did it.
Minutes to spare.
We do.
Yes. Well, wonderful, wonderful. That was fantastic. Lots of great comments. We do have a couple of questions if you guys are open to going over those.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, let me go find them really quick. Well, first of all, I have to give you some inside dirt here. So Juan is normally relatively quiet in our chat and straight to the business. You guys come on and he's like, oh my God, their cameras look so good. And I'm like, do they have a dog in the background? That's what I'm thinking. They don't know dog you can't even see.
Yeah.
Sure, they may look crisp and their sound may sound good, but do they have a dog? I moved the dog bed so people can see the dog today.
Yeah. I love it. Adds character.
Thank you. Thank you. So, all right. So questions we had that came in. So what is a DMO is asked by John Peters.
I would be happy to take that question. So DMO, that's a great question. And we committed a cardinal sin in the travel industry full of acronyms. We used an acronym without defining it. So for that, we apologize. DMO stands for Destination Marketing Organization, not to be confused with DMC, which is completely different destination management company. So DMO, Destination Marketing Organization. Think of cities, towns. A lot of people might attribute these to very similar as like a CVB, another acronym.
So many.
Convention Visitor Bureau. But it's literally an organization, an entity that's all tasked around promoting tourism into that destination, into that city. So think of like Travel Portland or Visit Indy. Those types of organizations, love those people. They work with us. But those are organizations that try to promote tourism, whether it be trade organizations, conferences, meetings, events, or just consumer travel, et cetera. So that's a destination marketing organization, a DMO.
And piggybacking off that, we have from Misty Swanson. How do you find DMOs?
Yeah, firstly, it's very easy to just look for a tourism organization for a specific destination, find the name, but then you'll want to typically try to find their official media channel or video channel in there. So if you can find the organization, so I'm going to throw out like Travel Portland as an example. Go to Travel Portland's website and scroll all the way to the bottom, look for the YouTube link or the Instagram link and just click on it. It will go directly to their official social media handle that way.
Perfect. And then apparently you've very much impressed the HAR crew that's helping out with this, because we have a question from Rita, who's been helping us out. This is making me feel like maybe my sound isn't very good.
No, it's like
You sound beautiful, Steph. You sound beautiful.
Thank you.
And I love that dog. I love it.
I know. I wish I had a dog coming back.
That's honestly all I need is for you to say that you love the dog. So let's see. So Rita's asking, what tools do we need to have really crisp video like Stephanie and Scott currently do?
Okay.
Scott, I'm going to let you take it.
So here's what I would say is like use a little bit of kind of escalating commitment to this in there. Firstly, just look around a little bit. A simple, cheap LED ring light does a lot for making a great video look better. Or just turn your camera so that you're face towards the window. That's firstly, because even if you have a great camera, if your lighting sucks, your video is going to suck. So even if you spend $1,000 on a great camera, it's useless if you don't have a good lighting setup. So that's real quick. From there, if you're hesitant to jump in real deep, just use a decent a webcam, 1080p or 4K webcam. We use Logitech webcams here at Travefy for a lot of our sales purposes and things like that. Also, keep in mind the video capturing on your phone is getting to be really good. The photo and video is so good that companies like Canon and Nikon that make those huge DSLR cameras are starting to not make as many cameras because these are so good. They're so effective in there. But what we use to get to the last final part of the answer, we actually use probably the cheapest camera you can get. It's a Canon M50 with a cheap aftermarket lens on it to make this kind of nice depth of field. And we just, you have to put in some plugins to turn it on. So if you want to get really in depth, that's what we would do, is use as a Canon M50 with kind of a cheap aftermarket lens.
And I think it's important to know, if you do use the Canon M50, you aren't able to see any dogs or anything in the background very clearly. So
they jump up really high.
Yeah,
that's true. Well, and the other thing too is a microphone. Like these are really cheap too that you can get on Amazon, and they make all the. I always like to say I sound like butter, smooth as butter voice, radio
That's
voice.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah,
so smooth and buttery.
See, yeah, like it just sounds so good, and that's honestly like the easiest thing I feel like too.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so much, you two. It was wonderful as always to see you, and thank you for that. There was tons of comments about how helpful it was. I didn't get to those, but thank you so much for coming on. And just to note, Travefy is also, not tomorrow, on Thursday, David, the founder of Travefy, is also doing a keynote on technology. It'll be really interesting. So make sure to mark your calendars for that. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Yes. Well, we are just getting started with our EduSpots today, and we have plenty more coming up ahead. So for those tuning in, welcome. Now, your temptation may be to take lots of notes during these EduSpots, but we are not even halfway through our programming yet today for EduSpots. So the good news is this is all being recorded. You can all go back and visit it because you probably will want to, because they're so packed of information. And the other thing to note is we'll also be adding chapter shortcuts to each day's host week programming on YouTube. So we'll be putting the timestamps in the description. So if you just wanted to go check out the picture of my dog in the background during this last video, you could go click on that and then just look at Fennec in the background the whole time if you wanted. Let's see, our next EduSpot is with Carolyn Holler with Gifted Travel Network. And she's going to give you a lot to talk about. She's going to chat about what makes up a marketing funnel, the tech you need to build one, and most importantly, how to get leads into that marketing funnel to build your list. And this is really, really important for new advisors because the hardest part once you get started is building up that list, because once you get that, you get the referrals and you get the repeat business, but you need to get those original people, and that's very hard. So Carolyn, let me tell you a little bit about her. Here's her bio. She was the 6th member to join the growing Gifted Travel Network team in 2016, which I did not know. That's very exciting. Now she is the youngest director at Gifted Travel Network and oversees the marketing department. Her expertise is in Facebook advertising, video editing, and DJing at GTN conferences and events, which is fabulous. So I'm going to pass the baton to Carolyn. And Carolyn, if you could also just let us know like what kind of music you like to play, because I'm curious about that.
Yes. Hi, Steph. Thanks
Hello.
for the intro. What kind of music? Well, you kind of have to know your crowd for sure. My favorite song to get the party going for all ages is Crazy in Love, Beyonce.
Nice.
I feel like everyone likes that song. Everyone likes Uptown Funk. I feel like it's a little overplayed, but I'll play it because I'm a good sport.
I've got to come to one of your events just so I can see you DJ and be out dancing.
Yes, it's fun. I've been doing a lot of virtual events lately, but I'm excited to bring it back in person sometime soon.
Cool. Well, I'll turn it over to you. Thanks so much for joining us and looking forward to hearing more.
Awesome. Thanks, Steph. Hello, everyone. I am Caroline Holler, and I'm going to be talking about marketing today. So thanks for tuning in to my session. Thanks for tuning in to Host Week. I am a behind the scenes girl most of the time, so this is exciting to step out front and center. I've got like my dual monitor, my ring light, and sorry, I just have like this little mic on a wired earbuds, so I'm not as high tech as the last presentation, and I feel like I should have upped my game a little bit, but maybe next time. So let's see where we want to start. I'm going to have the participation part of this session. So I'm going to be asking to comment some things. So if you need to like log into your YouTube or whatever you need to do to comment, I'll give you 10 seconds while I stall that. I'm Caroline Holler, Director of Marketing for Gifted Travel Network. So we probably have some GTN advisors on watching. So if you are, tell me that I'm doing a good job in the comments. And if you're not a GTN advisor, you can also tell me that I'm doing a great job. I'd love to hear it. So comment below. And so then also I kind of want to see where everyone is with marketing right now. So comment a 1, the number 1, if you like, I love marketing, I'm an expert, I've got a degree in it, that's a 1. Comment a 2 if you're like, marketing is okay, but I want to be better. Or comment a 3 if you're like, I need help, it's hard, I just want to book the travel, that's why I became a travel agent. Okay, so I'll give you those options. And I think there might be a little bit of a time delay too. So I'll move on to my next question so I can read out your responses. Okay. So the next prompt is comment a 4. All right, this is tricky here. Comment a 4 if you're like, I find most of my clients offline, word of mouth, referrals, networking, stuff like that. Okay. Comment a 5 if you're like, I find most of my comments online. And then comment a 6 if it's a mixture of both. I'm looking forward to hearing and seeing your responses in the chat. Okay, here they come. Okay, I've gotten a lot of great job, Caroline. You're awesome. Oh, thank you so much, guys. We've got some 2s, some 3s, some 4s. Okay, so some people need help with marketing, and that's great because that's what the session's about. So I'll be checking your comments throughout the session, but let's get started defining what a marketing funnel is. Oh, there's me again with longer hair. Okay. Marketing funnel. There's a few different definitions about what a marketing funnel is, but I broke it down into the three different categories, like top of the funnel, middle of the funnel, bottom of the funnel. But basically a marketing funnel is a series of steps that a potential customer goes through before becoming a customer. So it's from the very beginning, a cold prospect, to someone that you're booking travel for. So the stages for this presentation today is awareness, then consideration, then conversion. So starting at the top with awareness, you may need to start with bringing attention to the value of working with a travel advisor in general, potentially. And then you'll also want to bring awareness to your travel business, your niche, your area of expertise. So starting there broadly with colder prospects. So top of the funnel or awareness marketing strategies include webinars, blogs, guides, videos, social media, trade shows, which is offline, etc. Things to bring awareness to you and your business. Okay, next, the consideration stage. That is where you're going to be continuing to nurture the relationship with the prospect and then further communicate the value of working with you as their travel advisor. So it's like, you really need a travel advisor, or it's work with me instead of like a competitor or something like that, and explain your value and just kind of explain to them, to a warmer prospect, of why they should work with you in your travel business. And so middle of the funnel or consideration marketing ideas include sending out a weekly email newsletter to your email list, and retargeting with Facebook ads, social media, sending out informational content, providing testimonials and reviews, and etc. So then eventually, ideally, it will lead to conversion. So prospects that make it to this stage of the marketing funnel are qualified leads and hot prospects. So now it's time to ask for the sale, which is schedule a consultation call or book a trip. So that's generally the concept of a marketing funnel. And as it relates to this presentation, if you Google marketing funnel, a couple different definitions and strategies come up, but that's generally the concept for those of you who were threes and needed help with marketing and didn't get a degree in this. And marketing is scary. It doesn't have to be scary. It can be, sometimes marketing is actually more scientific and analytical than people often give it credit for. I think there's a good balance of the analytical side and the creative side, and that's why I personally like marketing so much. So if you're more of a organized analytical person and are scared of marketing because it's like creative or something like that, then think that it's a balance of both, I think. So let's see where, okay. Let's put it into a real life example. And I'm just going to monitor the chat to see if anyone else is telling me that I'm doing a good job. We just have a lot of numbers. Okay. So this example is starting with driving awareness at your website. And then some of you on here might be like, oh, I don't even have a website. That is probably an important step of online marketing and is probably where you would start in general as well. And then I probably won't get into like building your website right now or in this presentation, but I will be talking about building some other like landing pages. Okay. So after a website, you'll have an opt-in form. This is where people submit their name and email address and get on your email list. And getting on your email list is like the ultimate, not the ultimate goal in online marketing. It's like the ultimate midway goal for them to become a converted client, if that makes sense. You want their name and email to stay in contact with them. And then after you have their name, email, you'll continue to be nurtured with an email sequence that will eventually lead to a booking. And that is the concept here that we're all trying and striving for. So now that I kind of explained the concept, I will talk about how to technically make this happen, because whenever I attend presentations, I'm like, now tell me how to do this. And it's like all the time we're like, oh, tell me why give a whole like 30-minute backstory on, yourself and why you're so great. And then like tell a funny joke and then like explain why. And I'm like, no, tell me, like, I want to take notes. So hopefully we can get there. So let's see my next slide. And I've got notes over here. So I'm just going to check back over here. Okay, now we're going to go to a brainstorming session if everyone's up for that. So grab your phone, notebook, something like that. We're going to brainstorm what we can give to people to make them opt in. And that's important because think about if you're a cold prospect and you're thinking about buying a pair of shoes or finding a real estate agent. You're not going to go to the website and be like, okay, I'm all in on buying this in 2 minutes. I mean, you might if you like really, know what you're looking for. Most of the time, you're just kind of like feeling it out. And you might get a pop-up that's like, submit your name and email for 15% off. And you can do that no problem. That's a lot easier to do than like buying the shoes right there and then. So that's kind of what I'm going to be telling you about, how to create that smaller piece of content that people can put their name and email in without it being a full commitment of booking a trip with you. That's the theory of a lead magnet. Something that people can put their name and email in that benefits them, which in turn benefits you, if that makes sense. So what I'm thinking about here is, or some examples are like a free guide, and I'll show you an example of something I created in a few slides. An example itinerary, a checklist, like your packing checklist for, insert destination here. A webinar that you've created. Maybe it's like a webinar about this river cruise itinerary, or a video series that you've created, something to grab the attention of a potential prospect. So think about what your target market is and what kind of content would appeal to them, and brainstorm about that. So if anyone has any ideas of something that they could offer, feel free to leave those in the chat, and maybe that'll inspire some other people as well. Or if you're already doing this, then great job. So I think now, technically, how can we make this happen? So for example, you have a guide. Let me see if it's on the next slide. Oh, okay, you need to set these up. Yay, technology and marketing strategy. Okay. So here's the example guide that I was talking about. And how do we actually do this? So to create the actual piece of content, you can do that within Canva. If you don't know how to use Canva, go to canva.com, create an account, go on YouTube and get familiar with it. It's a very helpful tool that you'll want to use in your travel business. So you can create a piece of content in Canva. They have lots of great templates. If you want to create a guide and have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 with, add in your brand colors, some pictures, some content, you can do that and create a guide in Canva and export it as a PDF. And there's your piece of content. If you want to do an example itinerary, you can also build it out in Canva or another preferred itinerary building tool, whatever you want to use. You'll need a platform to create the actual content that you're going to give the people that opt in. So once we have the piece of content created, you come up with your idea, you've come up with the actual content. Now we need to create a landing page for this to go on. And this can either be on your website or an external, let me say this word again, external landing page platform like Leadpages or ClickFunnels or something like that. Or you can use your email autoresponder, the platform that you send out your emails. Sometimes you can create basic landing pages from there that you can upload something, add some text, and create like a little opt-in box for that. I'm gonna take a sip of water real quick. So comment some comments below. Okay, then creating the landing page here. This example is created in Leadpages, and I just had some basic like what you're going to get out of this content, and then a button that's a call to action button where people can click on it, enter their name and email, And then when they enter their name and email, it talks to your email system and tags them with whatever the campaign that you're using. Say it's like website opt-in, and then they're added to your email list. So that is how this works. So you can build it out in your website and a landing page platform or your email automated platform, if that makes sense with everyone. So then the next steps is, once you have someone's name and email, is to continue with a consideration sequence to nurture them and to continue to talk to them, because an email doesn't mean much if you never email them. So here's my proposed outline of what you can email them when someone new has entered your email list. So number one, let me see where I put this. Okay, so the first email is going to deliver the proposed content. So if you said, I'm offering you a free guide, well, in email one, you're going to need to deliver the free guide. And then in email two, you can continue to introduce yourself and maybe include a sample itinerary or a previous blog article, something to continue the conversation and pique their interest. And then in number three, you could have a call to action, whether it is, I only have a few spots left in my calendar this week, schedule a free consultation call, or it is, we've got 5 cabins left on this amazing itinerary, call and book today, something like that, to create an incentive so people respond to your emails and take action and things like that, just to see if someone new to your list is actually a warm or hot prospect. So that is that. And I know I get a lot of questions a lot about email autoresponders, and that's the phrase that we use at GTN, and it's called a couple different things. But really, they're all the main ones are very similar. I would just look at pros and cons of each one. Some have better design features, some have better support features, some have different price points based off of how big your email list is. So it might be affordable when you have less than 100 people in your email list, but when you get to thousands, it might be more. So just look at your options and compare and contrast. There's a lot of checklists out there when choosing an email autoresponder system. So let's see. Now, the important part of this process is to make sure you didn't do all this work for no reason. So I will be talking about how to distribute or promote your opt-in. And that is the million-dollar question. The multi-million-dollar question is about getting clients for your travel business. And so there is some of this work that has to be built out before you can promote it. But once you do have it all up and running, the promotion hopefully will be easy. So some examples of where you can feature this is obviously on the homepage of your website. And it could be just an easy call to action if you're getting traffic to your website of a way to capture someone's name and email. It could be a pop-up where it's like, hey, I've got this awesome itinerary, submit your name and email. It could be, at the top of your website. It could be on your blog page, off in the sidebar. It's like this, want more, opt in for this, subscribe to our newsletter, things like that. You can also put it in social media posts. You can put it in the bio of your social media profiles. You can create a cover photo that's like awesome itinerary to Greece, and then link it when you upload the photo to link it there. You can also have it when you speak at events or you're at networking events, or you're featured on a podcast or something like that, and be like, hey, if you like what I'm talking about, opt in for this. We've got a really free piece of content, and then they're on your email list. And then to be able to do that, you'll want a custom URL, which you can get from GoDaddy or Bitly or rebrand.ly. I think that's a Rebrandly, however you say it. There's some different URL shorteners out there that you can use where it makes it a little better to say it. So you don't be like, opt in at mailchimp.com/4568, TU. And so then you can have a custom URL to promote this when you're speaking. You can also use paid advertising, Google ads, Facebook ads, if you're feeling, extra adventurous. In Facebook or networking groups, if you're in a Facebook group, it's a better way than saying, hey, book with me, schedule a call right now. It's a little nicer to say, hey, I've got an awesome checklist for packing, head on over to my website. You can also do it in your YouTube channel, like link in description, LinkedIn, email signature line, everything like that. So those are some examples of where you can promote and distribute the content that you're asking people to opt in for. So that is all about distribution. So I do want to check if I've missed any hot discussions in the chat. But I also would be hypocritical if I delivered this presentation and didn't show you exactly what I mean. So if you get this gtn.link/Caroline, gtn.link/Caroline. You can download this presentation and I will send you a link to an article of basically what I said, but written out. Because I know my slides were kind of just more pictures and text instead of text and things like that. So it's gtn.link/Caroline. And that is an example of something you could do as well. So if hopefully, I think it's just taking it one step at a time, coming up with brainstorming what content you can offer, setting it up technically and distributing it. And that is generally the steps to build a funnel online. And so hopefully explaining it technically will help a little bit. And I'm happy to answer any questions that we have. I know there might be some questions. We can talk technical or overview or strategy or, hey, is this a good idea? Anything like that. So
yeah. Well, I'm back on with you, Caroline. Great job. I forgot what the numbers were, but I give you a 10. Great job.
Okay.
Let's see. We do have some questions that came in. So let's take a peek. Let's see. So, well, the first one, people are wondering what the title was for email number 2.
Okay. So in email number 2, the general idea is like the kind of nurturing some more. So I gave an example of sending a sample itinerary or a previous blog article that you think is really good to kind of add extra value to yourself and kind of show what you're all about.
That's perfect. Yeah. We also have a question in here from the Wheeling Traveler who says, my niche is one that doesn't have a lot of media pictures or media/pictures. It's special needs. I can count the number of disabled traveler pictures available on one hand. Thoughts on that?
Yes. So I guess I can just definitely list out like the photo resources that we like to use, and maybe you've already checked on these as well. Mainly, I like using Canva. Pro has a lot of photo options that you're allowed to use. Unsplash and Pickles. And also if you have like an Adobe stock subscription or can purchase from, you can purchase photos from other places if those free resources don't have any. And then I would also say maybe there's some preferred partners that you like working with that specialize in this area. Maybe they're can share some photos from trips if they have the right disclosures, because I know like a lot of the cruise lines allow advisors to use their photos. So I would say if there's any preferred partners that specialize in this area of travel that you could ask them. But those other photo resources are great too. And then also maybe if you have, you can get some client photos with their permission to use in your website and social media if they're willing for that. And so I guess like source your own photos on your travels or your client travels would be my recommendation.
Yeah, I think that's a really smart one. I mean, I've run into that same problem too, Wheeling Traveler. And so you don't see a lot on those stock image sites. And it is important to highlight the diversity in the way people travel. And so I would pitch it to your advisors or to your clients like that as well, that if they can share their pictures with you, it can help create like more awareness about it, and for people to be able to see that, yes, if you are in a wheelchair or if you have a cane, you can still walk and do this, and you can still, go on a cruise ship or can have just as great of a time on a vacation. So great question there. Let's see, we've got some feedback that great idea to having the page to download your presentation. Thanks for sharing that. Let's see, can you create Charlene is asking, can you create a YouTube on a step-by-step? Does that make sense? Okay.
I don't know exactly what step it was, unless it was a step-by-step on everything. I do know that I'm a big YouTuber for any question. I YouTube marketing funnel to get inspiration for this presentation. So I would just say, if you need me to clarify like the phrases of what to help you with, then I can, because it's like how to set up a landing page with MailerLite, for example. You could Google that, and hopefully someone else out there has done that. Or it's how to create a guide in Canva. Hopefully someone else has done that. In terms of like more specific how to, sure, I could do it one day, probably. That's a great idea. So sure, one day. And then, so yeah, if you have like specific questions like that, then yeah, go to YouTube, and someone else has probably done it technically. If you're having that question, whether it's like Canva or autoresponder, or how to connect this tag to your email sequence. If it's anything using a tool like that, someone has got to have those questions as well. You're definitely not the only one.
Yeah. And you know what is another great resource? If you didn't catch yesterday, Erica Carr, who's a member of GTN, so I'm sure you've worked with her, Carolyn, but she goes over her kind of her process and her funnel that she goes through. And I know she doesn't walk through MailerLite, but I know that's what she uses. And so you could check back on Monday's host week and watch her presentation if you missed it, because that can give you some more ideas on ways you can implement it and how Erica went ahead and implemented it. So let's see if we have any more questions. No, you know what's hard is I love the idea of a lot of numbers, but now I don't remember what any of these mean.
Yeah, it's like the numbers. I was like, I hope they're, not.
There's a lot of mathematicians out there.
Yeah. Yeah, people watching the replay are going to be like, well, I guess they'll know if they like listen to it, but
well, hopefully. So this is something I mentioned earlier. So if you're watching yesterday, for some reason, the YouTube replay, the live chat replay it was there when we were when we were live streaming, but then after it just disappeared. So we're working with YouTube support to get it back on, because it's pretty awful when we're like, yeah, check the comments. We're putting the links here, and then there's no comments.
Right. Yeah. Well, hopefully if you're watching this on a replay, hopefully you were able to also play along with the numbers and boost the comments and boost this video up even more in the algorithm. So
yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah. So if we're talking about this, go ahead and give a thumbs up on the video, subscribe to the channel, do all that good stuff. So let's see. Well, anything else you want to cover, Carolyn, before we mosey on things? I don't think. Okay. So we got something from Julianne saying, check out, this is for Wheel the World. So check out the article last fall in Travel Age West about the tour operator Wheel the World. And so the other thing to mention, and we did a podcast on accessible travel. And so we'll put the link to that in the comments as well, because there's a couple really great, not even just tour operators. There's tour operators that specialize in travelers with disabilities, but then there's also some travel agencies that specialize in it. So you might get some great ideas from that, and we'll put the link to that podcast episode in there. Well, I think that's all for comments. Anything else on your end, Carolyn?
I think that is all for me. So hopefully good luck with everyone on building your marketing funnel. And if you're if you're scared, don't be. There's plenty of resources out there to help, including this one, including a bunch of other YouTube videos. And so, yeah, just don't be scared. Just mark off time in your calendar and commit to marketing.
Yeah, exactly. And the best part about, I feel like, building these funnels, you'll want to tweak them. You don't want to keep them exactly the same forever, but it's like you put the work in once and then it works for you and works for you constantly. So that's the beauty of it.
Yes, definitely.
Cool. Well, thanks again for joining us. You're normally behind the scenes. And so thank you for coming to the front and sharing your knowledge with us. We really appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. We'll see you later.
All right. Bye.
You know, I talk like that and then the dogs get all excited whenever I am ending a conversation. So now they're like, oh, we're going outside. Well, let's see. So I am super excited for our EduSpot. And you may be thinking, just like Stephanie Grice earlier, Steph, you get excited about all the EduSpots, which is totally true. Stephanie and I actually have a lot of similarities with our energy. So you can imagine the first time we were online together, we're like, hi. But what makes this next EduSpot really unique is that it's a conversation. So it's like you're going to be eavesdropping on a very close, experienced advisor friends who are kind of dishing in on the gossip about what their experiences about starting a travel agency was and what they wish they did differently. So this is a good looking back and being like, wish someone told me this. So the panel is moderated by Tiffany Lane of Levarté Private Luxury, and she's going to be chatting with 3 advisors that have been around from like 3 to 5 years. So we have Danielle Lewis, Selfish Me Travel. I've been seeing you in the comments, I think, today, Danielle. So then we have Brandy Martin with Silver Foxes Travel, and then Erin Smith with Cultivating Connections Travel Planners. So these amazing advisors have experience under their belt, but they're new enough to remember what they wish someone had told them when they opened their agencies, which is key. And that's what they are going to tell you about. So if you're newer, you'll get the lowdown on their collective wisdom. And if you're more experienced, I would love you to stick around, join the conversation, and share what you wish you had known when you got started. So with that, let me hand it over to Tiffany Lane, who will be moderating the panel.
Hello, everyone, and the Host Agency Reviews community. Thank you so much for joining this segment of the Host Week. We're excited to be here. My name is Tiffany Lane with Levarté Private Luxury. I'll be moderating this fabulous panel of lovely travel professionals and ladies we have here today to discuss what I wish I'd known. 3 advisors tell it all, or tell it straight, actually. So we're here to just really give you an idea of what their experiences were when they started a business in the travel industry, and hopefully answer any questions that you may have if you're new to the industry, or even if you've been in it for 1 or 2 years, that might help you in your business. I want to quickly introduce our amazing panel of travel advisors and just have them say hello and introduce themselves quickly. We do have Danielle of Selfish Me Travel, Erin Smith from Cultivating Connections Travel Planners, and Brandy Martin. So Brandy, I'm sorry, I didn't get your business name again. I'm so sorry, but you will introduce yourself.
I'm with Silver Foxes Travel.
So let's start with Danielle. Danielle, please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Danielle Lewis of Selfish Me Travel. I currently live in Playa del Mexico, and I have been a travel advisor for 4+ years.
Great. Erin.
Hi, I'm Erin Smith with Cultivating Connections Travel Planners. I am located in Oklahoma, and I have been in the industry. I joined in 2019.
Brandy.
All right, I think I fixed it. I'm Brandy Martin with Silver Foxes Travel, and I opened my doors virtually in 2018.
Wonderful. So as you guys can see, we have a diverse group of professionals here that started in the business at different times. I personally opened my doors in 2017. So, have navigated this industry as well. But today, these 3 lovely panelists are going to answer some questions and really give it straight on what it is to start a business, have a business, and what they wish they knew at the beginning of that. Because, of course, it is not just about waking up and starting a travel business. There's a lot of nuance that goes into it There's a lot of things to consider when starting it and to get to that successful point. And I'm sure we all have those things we wish we had known when we started that maybe would have helped us have a little bit less struggles. Let's jump right into it with an initial question. What, ladies, I would like to ask, I'm going to first let's put this to Brandy. Brandy, do you remember the exact moment that you wanted to start a travel business, one, and what that thought process was, and what was your vision of what working in the travel industry was like?
I was sitting in the parking lot of my now past tax and accounting job, and I thought to myself, I don't want to go to work anymore. I want to do what I've been wanting to do and finish traveling the world. What did I envision my business to be? I actually envisioned my business to be a full service, multi-agent virtual agency with all women.
Amazing. Now, when you were sitting there and having that vision in your vehicle, what was your impression? What did you think the travel industry was like? What if you weren't even, if you were just a consumer, what was the travel industry to you?
It was not what it is. I thought, I'm just going to do what I normally do when I get ready to go on a trip and find some air, find a hotel, and away I go. Drive myself to the airport. And like you, Tiffany, I do luxury travel, so we all know that's a totally different ball game. And I just had to kind of reposition my brain as I got into the industry to take the lessons I had learned as a fine-tuned tax accountant and make it into a fine-tuned travel agency. So I'm used to dotting my I's and crossing my T's in tax, and so I had to do that in travel.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. Erin, what was your idea of what starting a business in the travel industry was? You know, you probably have a different thought of what it really is now versus when you started. Tell us a little bit about that journey on when you started your business.
Well, I started my journey in 2018. My son was about to be a senior in high school, and I had been a stay-at-home mom the entire time he was at home. And so I tried to think about things that I wanted to do that in my previous life before he was born, I was in the mortgage industry, and I did not want to go back to that. It had changed a lot because of 9/11 particularly. And so I really thought about it, did a lot of soul searching, and decided that travel is where I wanted to be. I had traveled quite a bit. My first husband was in the military, so I traveled a lot with that. My grandparents traveled a lot, and it just kept coming back to me over and over. I kept trying to convince myself that wasn't what I wanted to do. But I decided, I researched a lot of host agencies and kind of had a good feel for what was going to be involved, I thought. I'd had a previous business in yoga. I was a yoga instructor. So I knew about the marketing and the networking and all that. The financials is what has really bitten my butt, I guess you could say. That's been the tough part for me. And I guess the only other thing that really surprised me was commission structure for different things, different types of products for travel.
That's great. And I'm going to take a spin off of that, a little bit of something that Brandy said and also what Erin said. And I'm going to pass it over to Danielle with this question. You know, many people are excited about working in travel. You know, it seems glamorous. We can just wake up, and I've booked an airline ticket before. I can book a hotel, and I could be a travel business. Danielle, what is it that you think you wish you had known? Or what is your advice that you can give to people who are waking up one day and thinking, I can be a travel professional. You know, I know how to book a trip. You know, what is something that you would say, you know, to people who are kind of considering that? And I say that because Erin's mentioned something about the financials and making money in this industry. And Brandy had, mentioned something similar as well in regards to just what it was to start a business. And, what is your feedback and advice on that?
Thanks, Tiffany. Beyond the glamorous life that I had thought a travel agent advisor led, mine's is threefold. Okay, so marketing and selling and budgeting, right? So if I had known about these three things, I came from IT. I was a business analyst. Implementation and planning was my specialty, still is, which, benefits being a travel advisor, but that's back office. That has nothing to do with being out front. So that was a big surprise to me. Financially, I'd never owned my own business, and coming up the way I came up, saving and budgeting was not in the picture. So it's been a whole process. I kind of thank goodness for the COVID period, the pandemic period, because I was able to stop, refocus, regroup, and get myself together. Because the end of 21 and 2022 has been just all over the place. And so we really did need to, I needed to back up. I needed to figure out what it is that I wanted financially, budgeting forward, forecasting, learn how to market, learn how to ask for the sale. So those are the three things that really, and when you start a business, those are the three elemental things, essential things that you should. But as an entrepreneur, unless you got an MBA or things like that, or you went to school for finances and accounting, completely unaware.
That's really, really great feedback and advice on that, because I agree. I think one of the biggest things that I actually personally mention to individuals that I mentor is that you're running a business and you have to look at this like a business. It's not just, waking up and booking travel and booking air tickets. You are a business owner. And if you cannot approach it that way, or people who don't know that, then they are going to find that struggle real in the beginning. And, even I knew it was a business, but I wish I had someone that, told me that there was all this accounting and this and the different nuances and everything. And, and I consider myself pretty quick with it, but it's very difficult. So, those are just wonderful reminders, that you three presented to the audience and the community, that it's very important to remember this is a business and there's so many nuances into running that business and bringing it together. It's not just picking up the phone and booking a trip. You really have to see this as a business. I want to take this to a different level in the industry. One of those topics that I think a lot of people don't know, and it kind of goes along with running a business, and that's having business support. And one of the ways that we have business support for some of us is by aligning ourselves with host agencies. And, I'm going to throw it to you ladies. Did you even know what a host agency was, with the purpose? And, is that something you wish you had known, and that it's been extremely made an extreme difference in your business? I'll start with Erin.
I didn't know about the concept of host agencies until I started researching it on host agency reviews, and quickly learned that there are a lot of host agencies and they are all very different from each other. So I knew starting out that there was a host agency once I started my business. And I am really glad that I did my research, because I picked one that I work really well with. I knew I was going to need a lot of hand holding, and I got that with my host agency.
That's great. And that is important, finding the host agency that is a fit for you. Brandy, what did you wish you had known in finding the right host partner for your business, and how that helps support your business?
I think for me is a little bit different. We talk about the monetary aspect, and I did come from corporate tax and accounting, so I kind of knew that I needed a budget, I needed, capital and all that fun stuff. What I did was kind of backwards. I went to Italy and decided to hire a travel agent so that I could see what they did, so I would know what not to do. I know that sounds backwards, but
market research.
It is. I'm like, I know what I'm doing, right? Booking my own trip. And then after the experience, I said, so how do you work? And she talked about, I have an agency and you can be a sub-agent, and I didn't understand what any of that was. And so I then researched her host agency, and that's who I signed up with. Because after I looked at a few of the host agency reviews, I thought, well, they look decent. I didn't know. I must not have clicked on some of the bad ones. I guess Grace and Mercy were in my corner that day because I got one that I have not left.
Well, that's excellent. And I know many people are probably wondering who these lovely ladies are affiliated with. And, we're not going to mention any of the names here, but you are free to reach out to them, ask them their feedback and opinion on, who they're with. And if you're on the journey of finding a host partner for your business. Danielle, let's shoot over to you. How or why do you think, or what do you think you would have wished you would have known in regards to finding a host agency, or not even? Some people don't even use one in relation to you starting your business.
Well, I had differing various, I started like Erin did, researching, found hostagencyreviews.com, thankfully, but I had a couple of stumbling blocks. So Brandy, bad for me might be good for someone else, right? So I am on my third host agency, but I've been with them for 3 years. So it was 6 months for the first, 6 months for the second, and I finally settled on one that I love. So you will have stumbling blocks. You will find yourself in a situation that, may not be conducive to the way you work or what you want to do in the future, right? Your future forecasting. So you have to read the contracts. Definitely read the contracts that you're signing, okay? Because when you want to leave, you need to make sure that you can leave and that it's equitable on both sides that you can leave. So.
That is such an important statement you just made. And I love that you shared that you've gone through 3 host partners. I mean, because it's not going to always be the right fit. This is what we do in running a business, trials and tribulations, right? We run things don't work, and that's how we find what works for our business. And I love that you shared that, because I think that's a very important thing for people to hear, is that, you may realize that your first choice isn't the best choice for your business. But at the end of the day, for your business to be successful and for you to be successful, finding the right partner is very important. So thank you so much for sharing that. I think one of the pain points that a lot of people who get into this industry find is that of how to get clients. How am I going to get clients? Do I, annoy my friends and family incessantly and tell them they have to book with me? What are some of the things that you all wish you knew before or when you started that would, help you in that journey of finding clients, or what not to do in finding clients, like contact all your friends and family? Danielle, I'll start with you on this one.
The most important is that you cannot rely on your friends and family to propel and promote your business, okay? All the people who wanted to travel with me, who said, as soon as you open up your business, look me up and et cetera. Right. I have a few really good clients that are friends, former travel partners, etc., and some referrals, and I love that. But you have to think beyond your friends and family, and that's the marketing part. It shouldn't be sales and marketing. It should be marketing and sales, okay? Because marketing, trying to get yourself, which is your face, out there, okay, for that know, like, and trust, out on social media, for people to hand over their credit card, they're not going to do that without knowing you for a long time, knowing that you're serious about your business and you're not just running around, again, that glamorous life, appearing here, there, and everywhere. But, you know, you got to do the work. You have to do the work. So, you know, forget your friends and family, marketing first, selling. That's it.
Such great advice. Brandy, what about you?
Oh God! Again, I cheated. I didn't cheat, but I wrote a business
but with getting
plan.
clients, you know.
I wrote a business plan when I was sitting in that. The day I got out that car, I walked into my office and sat down and wrote a plan. And I retired at 25 years. Okay, so I said to my clients in 2018, I'm retiring in 2 years. I'm going to take you from tax to travel. And I worked with corporations and upper level tax clients. So one, I knew they had money to spend for the kind of niche market that I'm doing. And I gave them 2 years to cogitate and think about it. I had branded myself and logoed and handed my cards out and books every time they came in for those 2 years. We talked about things they wanted to do. So I don't know if that's marketing prior, but I guess I marketed myself and said, here we're going. They already trusted me. Like Danielle said, nobody's just going to hand you their credit card. Well, I've had all their personal information for 20 plus years, so they know I come with credibility already. They're like, who's this lady? You know, like the phone call we talked about earlier today. Hey, I got your name from so-and-so. She trusts you. You know, here's our money. Send us on a cruise. Okay. But, you know, for my new sub-agents that come on, I say, how are you going to bring in clients? What is that basket of people? And I don't mean your aunts, uncles, friends, and family, because I've been burned by those. You need to have a plan of action and make sure that you know who you're going to market to.
So true. Erin, what was the most challenging aspect for you in regards to, or something you wish you would knew better about the process of getting clients, or, you know, who not to approach, how to approach? How did that look for you?
I think for me, I knew with my previous yoga business that you just it takes time to build that know, like, and trust. I didn't have that built in know, like, and trust with former clients. Well, some. I do have a couple of yoga clients that work with me now. But yeah, it was really just being patient, knowing that I'm not going to have a full income, probably not even the first year that I'm in business. And then of course, COVID hit. And so that extended a little while, but yeah. And for me, being an introvert, getting out in public and doing networking, that's taken a lot of time to get comfortable with. I'm finally getting a little more comfortable with it. I'm actually the president of my BNI group. So
hey, tell people what BNI is really quickly.
What was that?
Tell people what BNI is really quickly.
Oh, BNI is a business networking group. We meet once a week, and the whole goal is to pass referrals. And so it takes time also with them to get comfortable with me, to build that know, like, and trust. It did take a couple of years to start getting referrals from that group. But then it started booming all of a sudden.
That's great. Thanks for sharing that, because I think it's really important that, I mean, I would have never guessed that you were an introvert, but I think it's really great that you shared that you were, because I feel like there's a lot of people in the industry that identify as that and, you know, might have a fear of that. So I really appreciate that you shared that. We're going to ask one more question and start to wrap up soon. This has been really great, and you ladies have given some great information. I want to tackle one thing that I think is, and it kind of been slightly brought up in all the answers lately, and that's really the money. Okay. the fear of making or not making money, how you do it, who charges fees, who doesn't, all of these things. I would love for you guys to quickly tell me, is there something you wish you knew when you started versus how you operate now in regards to making money, charging fees, and things like that? I mean, it's such a big topic and question in the industry. And I think a lot of people just kind of would love to hear different perspectives on that from people that have been in the industry for a while. Danielle, I'll start with you.
Niching down, and of course, fees, right? Being the jack of all trades, master of none, that's not a great thing because you don't know who you're talking to as far as who you want to be your ideal client. So you need to bring that focus down and niche to something, a destination, a type of travel, something, right? And then charging fees. You're doing a lot of education, a lot of research and planning. People are going to take advantage of you now. The first thing the call is, can you match, Priceline, or can you match Booking or Expedia or whatever? You need to know what that you want to deal with. All that comes with your fee structure, your business plan, etc. So
did you start with fees in the beginning from your business, Danielle?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, I did not.
Yeah.
No,
and now you're there.
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah. So that's something you wish you had probably known and started from the beginning, right? What about you, Aaron? Did you start with fees in the beginning?
I did start with fees in the beginning. My host agency encouraged it, which I hear some don't, but this one did. And I'm actually, after working with with the host agency this past year in refining my niche, because I already had a niche. It was groups, but COVID, it didn't really pan out. So I've refined my niche to more empty nester travel, and it feels more authentic. And I also feel with that, I can increase my rates.
Amazing.
I feel a little more
And
confident.
Brandy, oh,
yeah.
Oh, good. And Brandy, what about you?
So I don't think I started right away. I was like most newbies and said, oh, I'm just going to call this training. But quickly realized how much time and effort I was putting into booking travel and what it required. And until I hired an assistant and told her that she had to book fees because that's how she got paid and I was paid on commissions, that was the turning point. So yes, I've charged fees probably after my first 6 months.
Perfect. And again, that is, everyone has their different business models, but as I always say, we are providers, we are service providers, we are consultants, just like any other profession. And, our time and expertise is valuable. So to all the community out there, if you're thinking about getting in this business, what I wish I knew this, I started with fees, but what I wish a lot of colleagues had known when they started is that they are valued, their time and expertise is valuable, and they should not be afraid of charging for it, because no other industry you would get into does not charge fees. So to wrap up, I would love, thank you ladies so much. This has been amazing. I'd love to just go around with each of you, and in a summation, in like one word or so, what word would you plant into someone's mind that is getting started in this industry that you think they should walk away with, that is going to be key representation of how to succeed in the travel industry? If you could think of any word of something that if you had this word as your mantra, if you had known it back then, and you would have felt empowered to, move forward and go to have a successful business, what word would that be? Let's go with, I feel like Erin's already got her word. Let's go with Erin.
Fees is my word. Start out with the fees, and then you don't have to worry about implementing them later.
Amazing. Brandy.
Sales. Don't forget, we're in a seller's industry, and you're selling. You're not just writing.
Amazing. Danielle.
Laser focus. Know what you want, what you don't want. Be that way.
Those are so great. Oh, thank you so much, Danielle, Brandy, Erin. I am so glad to have been able to host this panel with you ladies. Great advice, great answers. And I hope that you all who are listening on this have enjoyed the information shared. Again, I encourage you to reach out to any one of the panel members if you have additional questions about something that they may have mentioned and talked about. The reason that we all come together is to help each other and to help the industry and support each other. So really, really appreciate it. Thank you, ladies, again so much for being here and for your time. I know we're all busy out there booking that travel and curating dreams for our clients. So I really appreciate you taking the time to be here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Tiffany, Danielle, Erin, Brandy, that was such a gem of a session. And I'm really excited because it had been pre-recorded and I hadn't heard it beforehand. But I have worked with Tiffany and I know she's got tons of energy, super sharp on things. And honestly, thanks for being in the comments today. Thanks for doing it. That I think was chock full of information for anybody that's tuning in, especially for you new advisors out there. Before I introduce our next EduSpot, because a lot of the things I was hearing about what they wish they had been told beforehand, no one can ever prepare you 100% for starting your business because there's a bunch of crazy stuff that you learn. But I want to remind you all that we did launch that course about starting a travel agency on Monday, which is really, really helpful for people in the beginning. When we talked about how, oh, I wish someone would have told me about accounting and what I needed to do there, even though you work in the books. It is very different. And so we walk you through the accounting, how to set up your books, how to get set up with the bank accounts. We walk you through the business structures. There's so much that when you're starting a business that you'll only ever need to learn that when you're starting the business. And you really should be saving your energy for everything these ladies were talking about in terms of getting the sales out, asking for the sales, all that great info that they just blessed us with. So, let's see. Another one of my favorite things about helping new to travel industry friends start their agency is we really get to hear from people from all sorts of backgrounds. And just 2 years ago, actually, there was an advisor who had worked for NASA, which was super exciting. You've noticed HAR likes to do space-themed things. Host Week is space theme, our Luminary Awards. Our newsletter only goes out once a month on the full moon. I used to teach astronomy before I started this company. And so I always try to tie all my passions together. So this is all to say that our next speaker is not an astronaut, but he does have a very unique background as an advisor. Thomas Carpenter used to be an entertainment industry labor lawyer, which is a super cool niche. Well, he decided to add selling travel to his repertoire. And then he decided to apply his legal skills to the travel industry because why not, right? So Tom's upcoming session is called Treat Your Business Like a Real Business, where he'll chat on how to protect your new business in a high-risk industry because travel is high risk. Let me give you his bio because it's very impressive. So Thomas R. Carpenter is an attorney in private practice representing clients in the arts, entertainment, media, and travel industries. With more than 25 years of experience, he has run the legal department of 2 major entertainment industry labor organizations and served on the leadership team that led the merger between the American Federation of Travel, nope, just kidding, not travel, American Federation of Television and Radio Artists, AFTRA, and the Screen Actors Guild. I've heard of that one. So he was named Labor Council of the Year by the Association of Media and Entertainment Council in 2012. And he serves as on the advisory board of Uniglobe Travel Center. He is a professional educator with the Travel Institute, and he participates in the International Forum for Travel and Tourism Advocates and is the founder of Huckleberry Travel, an award-winning travel business. Now, Tom has contributed a ton of knowledge and expertise on the HAR site, which we're so grateful for. And I know this may shock you. Well, actually, this probably won't shock you if you spent any amount of time with me, but I am not a legal expert. So I am looking forward to what Tom has to say. And with that, Tom, I'm going to pass it over to you.
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to present, Steph. It's always a pleasure to work with you, and I'm really excited about talking to you about travel today. And the one thing that's not in my bio is that I'm also a dog person. So I know that's the running theme today. So
thank you.
I'm just going to apologize in advance if either my pug or my Frenchie gets a little vocal, but I think we're all family here, right? So
Totally.
Great. So today we're going to talk a little bit about you're running a business, so let's treat it like a real business, right? Just before we get started before we get too far into this, though, I am legally obligated by the state bars of the states where I'm licensed to tell you how you can find me. This is where my office is the office I never go to because, like everybody else, I'm working from home these days. Few professional responsibility disclosures to get out of the way. I'm going to burn through these quickly. This may be viewed as attorney advertising. This is for informational purposes only. I am not intending to provide specific legal advice. By participating in this session, we are not creating an attorney-client relationship between you and your business and me and my law practice, and prior outcomes don't guarantee future results. I'm not going to dwell on this because I think Steph already introduced me, so I'm just going to move on to the next slide. So you may or may not know that there is a fairly low bar to becoming a travel advisor. It is not difficult to become a travel advisor, but you're running a small business, and becoming a successful business owner is a completely different thing entirely. So if you've seen other webinars I've done, and I do a lot of them, you've probably seen this slide before, but I start a lot of my presentations that I do with the premise that travel is a high-risk industry. There are all sorts of touch points for risk. There's fraud and scams in this industry. You are handling your client's credit card information, their payment information. That is risky. And chargebacks are becoming a huge, big thing. If you use somebody's credit card to make a payment with the supplier and your client decides they don't want to pay for their trip, they do a chargeback. Essentially, they're telling their bank that it's a fraudulent charge. And if you were the one who put the card through, it's like they're accusing you of credit card fraud, right? So that's risky. When clients are on their trips, there's all sorts of risk. We dealt with 2 years of pandemics and quarantines where, in my travel business, we canceled hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars of our clients' travel because of the pandemic. Terror threats, civil unrest. I have clients who are canceling their trip to Peru because there's civil unrest in Peru. Natural disasters, extreme weather events are becoming more and more commonplace. Supplier defaults and bankruptcies. We had a couple of these as a result of the pandemic, but airlines go bankrupt all the time. And so what do you do when you're dealing with that? And then travel is also a highly regulated industry. So there are all sorts of things that you are legally required to disclose to your clients when you're booking travel. And some of those things are regulatory. Some of those things are things that courts have said over the years that you're supposed to disclose. So that's a scary place to be because travel is risky. Steph and I agree on that. But all of those touch points for risk, the good news is that you can deal with all of those touch points for risk. And this is a long list of things you can do to make selling travel a lot less risky from a legal perspective. And I'm going to talk about all of them, and I'm going to talk about all of them really quickly because I don't have a lot of time. So the first thing, invest in the right relationships, especially with the right host, the right consortium, the supplier partners. Have the proper organizational form for your business. Have your own errors and omissions insurance, well-crafted documents and policies. This is what I do with a lot of my clients in my law practice. Don't turn yourself into a tour operator. We'll talk a little bit about that. I am big on workflow. I think you need a solid and consistent workflow. Always sell travel insurance to your clients. Make technology your friend. If you are not tech savvy, find a tech tool that you can use that'll help you. And this is a big one, and I'm talking about this more and more these days. Follow best practices when you're collecting payment information. That thing I mentioned earlier about chargebacks, getting credit card authorizations each and every time is something that's pretty important to do. Okay, so let's start off with the relationships. You are going to need support to get your business off the ground. And if you're new to the industry, most people start off with a host agency. It is really, really uncommon to just launch a travel business without the support of a host. And the other relationships that you have are often through your host. So through your host agency, you get access to the support that you that you would find in the consortium. And through your host agency and your consortium, you can step into mature relationships with supplier partners. So you may have never booked a cruise with one particular cruise line, but I can guarantee you that other people in your host agency and your consortium have worked with that cruise line before. And the fact that there's a relationship there, maybe there are some higher commissions, but there's definitely more responsive support. Those things are going to help you. So how do you find the right host? Do your research. That's thing number one. Host agency reviews is a great resource. The fact that you're here, I don't think I have to tell you that you know what the URL is, but Host agency reviews is a great source of information for people who are just trying to get into the industry. But I'd like to encourage you to look at a couple of other places. The Professional Association of Travel Hosts, which is www.path4hosts.com. Those are host agencies. That's a professional association for host agencies. There's some really good host agencies that are not affiliates of PATH, but the members, the host agencies that are members of PATH commit to a code of ethics that protects you as a hosted advisor. And so that's a good place to look. Their website also has questions you might want to ask a prospective host when you're interviewing them. That's a really good industry. And my friend Helen Percillo runs a Facebook group, which is for people who are new to the industry or about to come into the industry. There's a lot of good information there. Advisors like Helen and like me and other veteran advisors sharing information about people who are sharing information for people who are about to come into the industry. When you're trying to find the right host, don't cheap out. I think a lot of people are looking, you're starting a new business, you don't necessarily want to spend a ton of money, but you're starting a business and you don't necessarily want to go with the lowest common denominator. So don't cheap out, but also don't pay too much. But most importantly, don't cheap out. So just because something seems like a good deal, a lot of times you get what you pay for. And so think about it as an investment. You're investing in all those relationships I talked about earlier. Avoid hosts that have a multi-level marketing attachment or component. Some of those host agencies are not necessarily multi-level marketing organizations themselves, but they might be connected to MLMs. And if you don't know why that's problematic, feel free to set up a complimentary consultation with me, and I'm happy to talk to you about it. You should interview more than one prospective host. And when you're looking at the contract, because you are signing a contract with your host agency, pay attention to what happens at the end of the relationship. If you need to leave or if you need to switch hosts. A lot of times people are excited about starting their business. They don't think about, well, what happens if this isn't a good fit after all? What do I need to pay attention to? You are signing a contract. Not a bad idea to have a lawyer look at that contract. If it's not a lawyer that's familiar with the travel industry, you can feel free to set up a complimentary consultation with me or one of the other 7 or 8 people who do this work. We'd be happy to talk to you. If you're an ASTA member, we do complimentary consultations and have discounts on our fees. Okay, so those supplier relationships really, really matter. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that. The first thing is when you're booking travel for your clients, whenever possible, stick within the network of preferred suppliers that are preferred with your host agency and your consortium. And there are a couple of reasons for that. Not only are you going to get better commissions, probably, but those are the companies that are supporting your host agency. Those are the companies that are supporting you. During the pandemic, those preferred suppliers came through for us, and many of us would not have had our businesses still today if the suppliers hadn't done so much to support us. And if you need something, if something goes sideways and you need help for your clients, you need help for yourself, those are the relationships that you can step into most easily. If your client does a chargeback, your host agency can go to bat for you to try to work out the issue. But if it's somebody that's not preferred, they're not going to be able to do a whole lot for you. Do the supplier training before you book a supplier that you're not familiar with. Those companies invest a lot of money to put their training programs together, and you'll learn a lot, not just about that product, but you'll also learn a lot about the act of selling travel generally. And this is something that new advisors fall into all the time, and I cannot stress this enough. Never, ever, ever sell Airbnb, VRBO, or unverified and unvetted vacation rental properties to your clients. There are certain instances where you might be able to get a commission, or maybe you might do it for a fee. It's still not worth it. There are some professionally managed vacation rentals, vacation rental companies out there. That's a different story. If it's professionally managed, it's a safer bet, but it is a huge problem if you are selling Airbnb or VRBO or unverified, unvetted vacation rental properties. And here's why. So this is a family that went to Mexico and stayed in a VRBO property, and there was a gas leak in their boiler, and that family did not come home from their vacation. And if you were the agent who booked this for them, you charged them a $50 fee, a $100 fee, a $500 fee. What would that do to your business? What would that do to your business? How would you be able to move forward with your business, knowing that you sent a family on vacation, booked something that was unverified, unvetted, and they didn't come back? I mean, there are all sorts of other reasons not to, but this for me is the thing that really hits me. Okay, so let's move off of the supplier relationships and the host agency relationships and the consortium relationships. If you're setting up a business, what's the best forum for your business? There are three principal ways that you can set yourself up. A sole proprietorship, basically you are your business. You're taxed as an individual, but because you and your business are one and the same, there's no protection of your personal assets from liability of your business. If you are a corporation, you're taxed twice. Your corporation is taxed and then you are taxed, but your personal assets are protected from liabilities of your business. The third, which is the most common and probably is going to be a good setup for most small travel businesses, is a limited liability company. This is the best of both worlds. You can be taxed as an individual, or you can choose to be taxed as a corporation if you want to. But your personal assets are protected from the liabilities of your travel business. So for most people, I think that LLC is going to be the sweet spot for setting up your business. Okay, errors and omissions insurance. Going to talk about this a little bit. If you make a mistake, because simple human error happens, that is someplace where you're going to want to be insured. If you are hosted, your host agency may have E&O insurance, errors and omissions insurance that protects you if you make a mistake. But even if they do, I would recommend that you get your own policy, because your host agency's policy, if it covers you, and if they will allow, many host agencies are requiring their hosted agents to have E&O, which you should have it anyway. But if you have a claim, if you only have your host agency's policy, that policy may cover everybody else who's hosted by your company, maybe hundreds, thousands of businesses. If one of them has a claim, there may not be enough under the coverage limitations for you if you have a claim. So just get your own coverage. You may need to add your host agency as an additional insured party. There's nothing nefarious about that. Don't think that that's a bad thing. It's very common. And in terms of how much coverage to get, I would recommend that even the smallest businesses need at least $1 million in coverage. Documents and policies. The terms and conditions document is really, really critical for any business. It's a contractual agreement between you and your client that pretty much covers the relationship that you have with them, the working relationship when you're booking travel for them. Your suppliers are all going to have terms and conditions, but those supplier terms and conditions don't protect you. Those are supplier terms and conditions that protect the client, the supplier. Your terms and conditions document is going to really want to be stable and consistent, the boilerplate for all the trips you do. It is a legal agreement, which means your clients have to actually agree to it. And you can buy cookie cutter templates for terms and conditions out there. from people. There are people who sell them. There are subscription services. But if something wasn't drafted for your company and the unique nature of your business, there's a pretty good chance that there are things that are really leaving you exposed. So I have a strong view that you're going to want to have something that is designed to protect your business. Terms and conditions documents. These are the things that go into it. I have webinars on my YouTube channel where I go into this a little bit more. These are the types of things that I put in there. Legally required disclosures, clarifying your role as a travel agent versus your role as a travel advisor. I could talk about that at great length, but I'm not going to because I want to get through the rest of this. Advisories to clients. There are all sorts of things that courts have said you're supposed to disclose to your clients. You can do those in a terms and conditions document. Disclaimers of liability or responsibility, that's a big one. So there's the supply, you book your clients at a resort, maybe you recommended that resort. Somebody breaks into their room and steals their laptop, they blame you because you put them at that resort. You can disclaim responsibility for things like that in your terms and conditions document. Force majeure, that's how we deal with natural disasters, fires, floods, hurricanes, pandemics, quarantines, anything that's unforeseen and unpredictable that interferes with your relationship with your client. You can deal with that in a force majeure clause. Okay, now we're getting to the why you don't want to be a tour operator. There's a lot of, you are taking on a lot more risk if you put yourself in the role of being a tour operator. And so these are things that you should not do if you're booking trips for your clients. First of all, don't take direct payments of client funds, except for fees. Fees are okay. But even with fees, you can only take fees in states that don't have seller of travel restrictions. You don't know what seller of travel laws are, you talk to your host agency, they can explain them to you. But taking direct payments and having your client's money flow through your bank account creates a tremendous amount of risk and is one of the things that could turn you into a tour operator. Second, always disclose the principal supplier of the travel products that you're selling. I know a lot of newer advisors really want to be large and in charge. They want to make sure that they are taking ownership of the trip that they're booking. They don't want their clients shopping around for and price checking them, but courts have said that you have a legal obligation to disclose who the supplier is. So if you disclose that you are the booking agent and not the supplier and who the supplier is, that protects you, that gives you a tremendous amount of protection. Third, if you are hosting or escorting a trip, make sure that your clients don't think that they're buying the trip from you. A lot of people like to do come with me trips, travel with their clients. It's a lot of fun. It's a great way to build a group business, but it also runs the risk that they think that you're the tour operator. So be careful about that. I'm a big proponent of workflow. The things that your terms and conditions will protect you from, like I said earlier, it doesn't do you a whole lot of good to have these really awesome protections if nobody's agreeing to them. So having a workflow where after you do an intake call with a client, they sign your client agreement with a link to your terms and conditions. You go to work, you send an itinerary and a quote, you book the trip, you send the insurance quote, which protects you from liability. And then you do post-trip follow-up to make sure there are things that you, if there's anything you need to address. Doing those things consistently and having it be part of your routine so that you're following the right steps all the time, that is going to help you. It ensures that you don't miss a step. You don't forget to do those things that protect your business legally. Okay. Insurance. Insurance is really, really important. If you advise your clients that insurance is available, that protects your business a lot from liability. So I always, these are the 4 things that I do in my travel business related to insurance. So I always talk about insurance in my intake call with a client. I get them on the phone. I get the information from them about their trip. Where do you want to go? What do you want to do? What's your budget? How many people? Talk to them about my fees because I charge fees. And then I mentioned travel insurance. Whether they put insurance in place is up to them, but they're going to get a quote from me. I also have provisions in my terms and conditions related to insurance, advising them that insurance is available. If they have questions about coverage, that the insurance provider is the best source of information, that they shouldn't be asking me for information about insurance. Get it from the insurance company that's preferred with your host agency. And I also put a provision in terms and conditions that if they submit a claim and coverage is denied, that you as the travel advisor are not responsible for the denial of coverage just because you sold the policy. And then I always send a quote, whether they ask for it or not. I book their trip. I go directly to the website of my travel insurance preferred provider, and I send it to them. And then I use this language because there are lots of different products out there. I'll say to them, I think this policy represents a good balance between level of coverage and price point. It's the policy that most of my clients put in place, but there are other things available. So if you'd like to see something different, let me know and I'll pull a different quote. So, letting them know that there are other options is important. And then if they decline insurance, then I send them a waiver form. So those 4 things, if I'm working quickly, I forget to send them a quote. If they don't bother to return the form declining insurance, if I miss 1 or 2 things in my workflow, which this is all part of my workflow, I miss 1 or 2 things, I'm picking it up 2 or 3 other places. So that's important. Invest in a technology tool. Technology tools can also be an integral part of your workflow. So when I send out a quote, I use Travefy, who was speaking earlier today. I also use TravelJoy, which is a CRM function. I send out my client agreements and my terms and conditions links and my invoices and my credit card authorizations. So investing in a technology tool that's going to help you with your workflow. Some of those things you might even be able to automate. So like I've set up my CRM so that my clients get a payment reminder 10 days before the final payment's due, things like that. So the basics of a tech tool should allow you to create customized forms. You should have the ability to transmit credit card numbers in an encrypted form, because remember we talked about how difficult it is to manage the risk when you're handling your client's credit cards. You want things to be encrypted. You don't want things to be unsecure. You don't want to be the reason that a data breach happens and that their identity is stolen, right? Having some sort of e-signature function is really good. And then having a system that will actually keep track and keep records of when your clients submit a form to you, when they sign your documents, when they authorize a payment, so that if there's a question later on down the road, you can go back into your tech tool, pull it up, and it's right there for you to rely on. Credit card authorizations, and then we'll get to questions and answers, because I think we'll have enough time to do a little bit of that. I have this argument with people all the time where they say, but my clients are used to just calling me and giving me their credit card number over the phone, and they're not going to want to fill out a form. They're not going to want to log onto the internet to make their payments. Just don't do that. Get an authorization, a credit card authorization, each and every time you process a transaction. Because if there's a dispute about whether you had authorization to use your client's credit card, the supplier is going to need to know that you had authorization, the date of the authorization, the amount that was being authorized, and what it was for. So don't take numbers over the phone. If you absolutely can avoid it, please don't do it. Definitely don't do it by email or text. And I recommend not doing just charge my card you have on file, because you don't have anything to show the supplier when there's a chargeback. And definitely don't store numbers in an unencrypted system. You should not have an Excel spreadsheet with all of your clients' credit card numbers on it, because if that gets stolen, you're in a world of hurt and you're going to have to spend a lot of money to clean up that mess. So key takeaways from this webinar. There are 2 main things. The first is invest in your business. Don't cheap out with either your money or your time. Invest in the right host agency, consortium, and supplier relationships. Put errors and omissions insurance in place. Set up your business as a separate legal entity, and get the documents and policies you need for your business. I would recommend investing in a good solid tech tool that's easy for you to use and that helps you with your workflow. Invest the time in those relationships, invest the money in those in building the foundation for your business with the insurance and and setting up your business correctly. And then the second category of things is to be thoughtful and strategic about your business processes. Don't be ready, fire, aim. That is the wrong thing. Get all of your stuff in one sock. Have a good, solid workflow so that you don't miss a step, because that's how simple human error happens. If you forget to do something or you miss something, have it be solid and routine so that you're doing the same things in the same order consistently with your clients. Don't cut corners because your clients push back. Don't book something you can't stand behind, like an unverified vacation rental. Make sure that you're always getting your clients to agree to your terms and conditions, and make sure that you always get a credit card authorization for each and every transaction. So those are the two buckets that I hope, if you leave this webinar, that you leave that with those two things as priorities for you as you're managing your new business. So that's where you can find me, and I'll take some questions, but I'm more than happy to do a complimentary consultation if people have questions that we don't get to today.
Great. Thank you so much, Tom. Let's see. So we do have some questions that come in. Let me find them really quickly. All right. So we have a question for Tom from Cerrillo Travel Group. When you were talking about the Expedia TAP program that they have, or you're talking about not booking the VRBOs. And so they ask, if the Expedia TAP program has VRBO properties, should I still avoid?
Yeah, I mean, there was another wholesaler that was selling VRBOs and paying commission for it. The VRBO does not verify or vet those properties. You can't. I mean, I have lots of horror stories. I have clients who didn't book in my travel business, clients who didn't book with me, who booked an Airbnb that had really good reviews and ratings, and they showed up at London, and a little old lady answered the door and said, "Why are people keep ringing my doorbell and asking if I'm renting a room?" And it turned out that they were in one of the most expensive cities in the world with no place to stay. So what's your plan if you're the advisor who booked that and you get the call from your client? Or there's no front desk to call. Your client's in an apartment and somebody's ringing the doorbell at 3 a.m. and shouting and screaming, and you're worried that somebody's going to let them into the hallway and you're stuck there. Like, what do you do with those things? I just don't do it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
We have another one from Gary. What payment method would you recommend? With the chargebacks and everything, would you still recommend the credit cards?
Yeah, I mean, you should never take cash from a client because obviously then the money is flowing through your hands. It's very difficult and expensive to get a merchant account, right? So that's almost impossible for a new travel business to do because travel is so high risk. You can process credit card payments for fees through Square and Stripe, but you can't. The terms of service of Square, Stripe, PayPal all prohibit taking payments for travel. You can take payments for fee, but it's not for travel. And so taking net rates and marking them up where that money is flowing through your accounts creates tremendous amount of legal risk. I just recommend that you don't do it. Always use a credit card or a wire transfer if you can't do a credit card. But credit cards are probably the most secure.
Okay, this is one from me. I submitted it myself. So when you're talking about
you're moderating,
when you're talking about when someone says just charge it to my card on file and you're like, no, but what if you responded back and said, yes, could you confirm that you want me to charge your card ending in this with expiration date would that be enough?
Yeah, and I had to do that today because my client couldn't figure out how to put their credit card number into the thing. So I did take it over the phone, but then once I had it in my secure encrypted system, I sent him an email and I'm saying, just confirm that you want me to issue these airline tickets using your Visa card ending in 4567 in the amount of the attached invoice, and reply to this email that it's authorized, and let's go. And then they did that. So at least I've got a paper trail if there's ever a question about whether it was authorized, that I can show that it was.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. We've got another question from Sandy. How can we be assured the payment system is encrypted when submitting to your host agency?
Well, that goes back to your tech tool. So if you're if your host agency has a tech tool to transmit credit card numbers to you, most reputable host agencies are going to have a tool that's secure. A client base is PCI compliant if your host agency uses client base and you invoice things that way and put credit card numbers in. TravelJoy is you can transmit a credit card number through TravelJoy. That is encrypted. Travefy can also take a credit card number in a secure encrypted form. So there are tech tools that are out there that are PCI compliant and secure and encrypted.
Mm-hmm. Another one from, let's see, we got Anita. What about using group funds in TravelJoy?
I do not use group funds in TravelJoy. I have not done that yet. So I am not familiar. I'm not familiar with that technology. So I'm going to have to punt on that one. I'm sorry.
Anita and I also have never played around in there. So we are going to have an awkward silence right now. All right. So let's see. This one, let's see. Oh, I know places. Oh, hi, how are you? What secure encrypted credit card system do you specifically use, Tom?
For fees, I use I actually process the fees through TravelJoy. You can send a direct invoice, but I only do that for fees, and I only do that in states that don't have seller of travel restrictions. It would prohibit me from doing that because I use my host agency. Shout out to my Uniglow peeps. I use my host agency's seller of travel numbers, and so I have to do it in a certain way. But I collect credit card numbers to then through TravelJoy and then use it to give to the supplier.
Gotcha. Perfect. Any other questions out there? Mary's passing them through to me. That was great, Tom. Thank you. I really, every time, it's just so good. It's good stuff.
I'm a little overexposed. I think I do too many webinars, but
none are as fun as Host Week, though, right, Tom? None are as fun.
Right, exactly. This is the best.
No, I think it's great that you give this information. And I know Tom mentioned this during this, but if you do become a member of ASTA, and ASTA does have a Host Week special for $50 off the annual membership. We've mentioned it numerous times because we're big supporters of ASTA. I know Tom is as well. He's involved with them a lot. But as what is the actual program called? It's I can't remember, like Partner Perks or something.
VTA, the VTA program. The Verified Travel Advisor program is great. Yeah, and when I should have put that in there. So apologies to ASTA, because ASTA is, when you're talking about relationships, the relationships through your local ASTA chapter can really be valuable. Also, the national chapter. ASTA has done so much to support the industry, and I used to run legislative programs for the organizations that I worked with. I've seen ASTA's legislative and lobbying day, and it is probably the most effective legislation program that I've ever seen. And
really?
they have a really solid operation. So Evan Peck and Zane Kirby and their teams, they're just they are crushingly awesome. So they deserve your support. You should join.
Yes.
And you'll get discounts on things like legal services.
Yes, because it's 15%, isn't it? I think
15% off of hourly rates and complimentary consultations.
That can pay for the membership in and of itself practically sometimes.
Yeah, and I discount my flat fees as well. There's some things I do on a flat fee, and I discount those as well for ASTA members.
And then I just want to point out what was mentioned was Legislative Day, which is where essentially a whole bunch of travel advisors descend on Washington, D.C. for 3 days, and then you go visit whoever your representatives are, talk to them about the issues that are facing you. It's not only a cool thing to do for the industry. I've gone before and it's super fun, but it's also this really personal, in-depth look at how the government works. And, we hear about it and read about it so much in the news. To actually go there, you're like, oh, like the pieces are falling together. At least that's what happened to me. So, oh, wait, we got one more question. This is from Rhonda. So they also don't sign the insurance waiver. Am I covered if if there's an email showing that she sent it?
Yeah, so that's why I build in, the back to the slide where I had the 4 different things that I do. My clients don't, a lot of times they never return the waiver. Sometimes the waiver makes them think twice about declining it. Like, oh, if this is so serious that he wants me to do this, then maybe I should think about it a little more. I'm not getting as much pushback post-pandemic on travel insurance. But if they don't return the waiver form to you, but you've got proof that you sent them a quote and they just sat on it and didn't do anything, it's in your terms and conditions. You had them acknowledge in your client agreement that you talked to them about travel insurance by checking a little box on that. That's part of the workflow conversations that I have with my law clients all the time about how to set up your workflow, because it's not enough to have terms and conditions that protect you if your clients aren't agreeing to those terms. And if you don't have a solid workflow, you're missing a step.
Perfect. Well, thank you for making legal fun. I know it's notoriously everyone's like, oh, legalese, but thank you for boiling it down for us, Tom. It was wonderful to see you, and thank you for joining us for Host Week.
Thank you, and have a great rest of the Host Week.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
All right, so we only have one EduSpot left, and I feel like, I don't know about anyone else, but I feel like these EduSpots have been like those snacks. The hosts and the Consortia are all telling us their favorite snacks, and I just keep like reaching in the bag and like, oh, this is so fun. What EduSpot is up next? So these sessions are all recorded and will stay on the site, and they are on our YouTube channel. If you missed anything, you can always go back. Our next EduSpot comes by the way of Sahara Rose DeVore. She's with the Travel Coach Network, and she's going to talk about incorporating travel coaching into your business. So let me tell you a little bit about her through her bio. So Sahara Rose DeVore is a wellness travel coach and the founder of the Travel Coach Network, a global community of travel coaches and home to the world's first and only International Coach Federation accredited certification program for travel coaches around the world. Sahara went from broke college student to traveling to 84 countries solo to becoming the CEO of her travel business. She created the world's first and only IFC accredited certification program for travel coaches, as well as helps tourism and hospitality companies up-level their marketing and experiences. Sahara is a published author, global speaker, TEDx speaker, and has been in over 100 media outlets for her travel and business expertise, including Forbes, Travel Weekly, Condé Nast, and Fodor's Travel. So her EduSpot is all about making meaningful connections with your clients so that they can tap into their core reasons to travel to help give them a memorable trip and help you qualify clients so you're adding your ideal clients to your roster. So there's been a lot of learning going on today, and there will be a lot more ahead in the coming days. But after Host Week ends, if you're still thirsty for knowledge, make sure to check out our events calendar with 60 plus industry events on there. There's in-person events, virtual events, fam trips, host agency educational opportunities, the major industry events. It's all in there. We will put a link in the comments to the events calendar. You should definitely have it bookmarked for those of you with that insatiable thirst for knowledge. And with that, I think it's time we hear from Sahara. So Sahara, go ahead and take it away.
Hi, Steph. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I am so excited to be here today chatting about travel coaching. And Steph, can I have a thumbs up? Can you see my slides yet?
Not right now, but yes.
There
Do you
we go.
see in the little thumbnail?
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
All righty. Well, like Steph said, I'm here to talk about travel coaching, and it's all about those meaningful experiences and connections that you have with your clients. Before we dive into what a travel coach is, though, I first want to talk about why it is that people travel in the first place. There we go. Perfect. As we take a look at some of my travel photos here, remember that travel isn't about getting on a plane, and it isn't about flying abroad somewhere. We can travel in so many different ways, shapes, and forms these days. It doesn't matter, even if you go abroad or in your local community. It's extremely personal to each and every one of us. Travel's emotional, it is healing, it is personal. We travel for a different reason every single time that we go somewhere. And sometimes it's for a specific purpose. Sometimes it's for a specific feeling that we're yearning for. We as human beings have an innate desire to travel. And after speaking to over thousands of travelers and travel agents around the globe over the years, conducting research on why people actually travel and what traveling means to them, there are some very common reasons for why people travel. And these are some of the common reasons for why people travel. As we see, they talk about having a sense of freedom, to have an escape, to explore, to meet new people, to see new sights, to try new foods. have new adventures, to learn about new cultures, and to relax. But I want you to dive a bit deeper into this. These are very surface level reasons for why people travel. So think about the reasons that when you work with your clients or the messaging that you put out on your social media, wherever it is where people can hear about you and learn more about what you do and your services. I want you to dig deeper and say why. Why do they want to have a sense of freedom? What does that mean to them? Why do they want to explore? What are the benefits of learning about new cultures? So through my research, some of the examples of why people truly travel are things like to heal, to find themselves again after a loss of a loved one, a traumatic life event, to feel alive again, to feel fulfilled. Maybe they're not satisfied in their career path that they're on. Maybe they feel lost after a divorce or a bad breakup, to gain clarity on who they are and what they want out of our life. I know that's one of my personal reasons why I started traveling right out of university. To build confidence, to learn more about themselves, to feel like they can fit in and that they are accepted for who they are in different places around the world with new people. So these are just some of the deeper reasons for why people travel. And I want you to think about who your ideal client is and what do they actually want out of a trip. And I'm going to dive deeper into that shortly here too. And let's discuss what did the pandemic actually do to the tourism industry over the years. Despite all of the negative things that did take place among the tourism and hospitality industry, there was actually a lot of good that came out of this as well, right? So we hear about topics like sustainability and regenerative tourism and wellness travel. People had time to rethink what matters most to them, how they spend their time, who they spend their time with. Concepts like remote work is on the rise. Sustainable tourism is on the rise. Cultural immersion is something we hear a lot about. We hear terms like transformative and meaningful and purposeful travel, mindful travel. All of these are positive terms and positive directions in the industry that show a lot of research and a lot of studies shows that people are putting more time and thought into where they go, who they travel with, what they do, what kind of activities that they have, how long they travel for, and more. So the question that many of you probably have is, what is a travel coach? Despite there are many different definitions out there because travel coaching has been on the rise over the years, but to the Travel Coach Network, we define a travel coach as someone who sets intentions for their trips. It's by helping people set intentions for their trips, by getting to know your clients on a human level, by helping them become more aware of why they are yearning to travel and how they can use travel as a tool to help improve whether it's their well-being, reach their personal goals, transform their life in some way, maybe it's their work life, and more. And you're probably asking, what's the difference between a travel coach and a travel agent as well? Unlike focusing on the itinerary and the planning phase of a trip itself, and also about the booking phase, travel coaches don't do that, despite there are a lot of travel agents who have been combining travel coaching with how they work with their clients, what their services are as a travel agent, which is a fabulous thing because it means you're having more depth and a more of a human-centric approach to your messaging, your marketing, and how you work with your clients and how you get to know them and build those meaningful relationships, which are very, very important. The old school way of choosing a niche. I'm not someone who likes to say that you need to really niche down in an industry. What I really believe in is that when you put a group of people together in an old school demographic by whether it's age, income level, gender, their past preferences, if they like family or prefer luxury or cruise lines, but you put all these people together under the same demographic and ask them who likes to go off the beaten path and have really immersive experiences and take time to self-reflect and figure out their life purpose, I guarantee all those people who raise their hand are not going to look the same. They're not going to have the same income level, the same background. They're going to be a wide range of people. So therefore, what I always say is that in order to figure out who you want to serve, who your ideal clients or clients are, is what are those pain points? What are their needs and their desires on a human level? And that's what it takes to really get to know someone. So if you focus in the areas of solo female travel, or maybe it's group travel, or family travel, or travelers with a disability, get to know them and think about what is it. Maybe as a solo female traveler, they're looking to build confidence. Maybe they want to seek more independence. Maybe they've been so reliant on someone else in their life that now they want that time to grow their own strengths. Maybe it's personal development. When it comes to group trips, maybe it's that human connection between having a like-minded group of people, building a community, solo travelers now having someone maybe to explore with them, finding a common struggle that they had together or shared values as well. And then for an example of family travel, if that's a niche area that you focus in, maybe it is that importance of the multi-generational travel, creating those lifelong memories with your loved ones, with your children, with your parents, traveling with your elderly parents, and why that's important to have those type of memories before it's too late. And maybe there's the topic of world schooling and how that really can benefit your children and your families in the long run as well. So these are just some examples here, but I really want you to dig deeper into that why behind all of them. And remember that we actually don't sell travel. When we think about why we as humans buy anything at any time, it's based on an emotion the majority of the time. We're seeking a feeling, a transformation, a change, a result in some way. And that's why we choose the products we choose the services that we choose, and more. And so when it comes to travel as well, because travel is so emotional and so personal, touch on that emotion, touch on that emotional aspect to why people are looking to travel or looking to get away, and think about what it is that they're actually looking for. Are they looking for a specific feeling? Are they looking for a specific outcome or transformation in their life? Are they looking for some sort of result or change in their perspective, or their career path, or their relationships, and more? And then it also starts with sharing your personal story. If you're not sure where to begin when it comes to putting yourself out there and attracting and speaking to your ideal clients, start with yourself. What is it where did your passion for travel stem from? What did travel ever do for you on a human level, on an emotional level? How has it transformed you? Where are you in your life now versus before you went on a trip? And what kind of trip did that take? Or was there a specific incident or specific destination or time that you traveled where you really were changed? And that's really a reason why you want to help people have these experiences that they really yearn for, because you know just how powerful travel can be on them. Talk about that. And not everyone's an avid traveler like all of you who are travel agents and advisors out there. We know it's like second nature to us. We understand the power that travel has on our well-being, on our mental health, on our life, on our fulfillment, our personal growth, and more. So not everyone understands that. So it's up to you as that travel influencer to relay that message with them and tell them and describe to them what travel can do for them. What can a travel experience, how can that make them feel? And how can it help them find whether it's not the answers that they're looking for, then maybe it's that feelings that they're looking for, that changes that they're looking for in their life. Because when we're up late, we're scrolling on Instagram or we're Googling different flight options, there's a reason behind all of that. So getting to that roots of why is that? And then think about what your core messages are. And what I mean by that is, what do you want people to know? What do you want your ideal clients to know about travel? And a fun little scenario to do is if you were to stand on a stage and you had your ideal audience, clients in the audience, and you had a very short amount of time to tell them something, what do you want to tell them about travel? How, maybe, for example, it could be that travel can help them reset from the stress of their daily routines, or maybe that travel can help busy families create lifelong memories that their kids will cherish forever, or maybe that spending time in a new environment with new people can help you get out of a mental rut, to make you feel inspired again and to fill you with meaningful stories to share with others and with your loved ones and others. And so if you're not sure what your core messages are, think about your why behind what you're doing this. Again, going back to your personal story, your truth behind travel, and identify what are you telling people when it comes to travel, and whether it's a certain niche in travel, whether it's family travel, cruises, whatever it is that you focus on, why is that important? And really aligning with the emotional appeal to that. Here's just an example of some questions that you can integrate in working with your clients and getting to know them on a more personal level. Think about questions like, where does your urge or desire for travel stem from? How do you want to feel, or what do you want your life to look like when you return home? What does your dream experience look like? What thoughts are holding you back from having that trip that you most desire? How are you feeling emotionally, maybe mentally, maybe physically, maybe it's spiritually when it comes to taking a trip? What would make you truly happy during your trip when you return home? So how can a trip be applied to their life, their relationships, their work life, their daily routine when they return home? Again, taking those benefits from travel and applying it as a tool in our life. What does your dream life or lifestyle look like? Describe your current daily routine, your mindset, your struggles, your worries. What inspires you? What brings you joy? What excites you? What makes you feel fulfilled? What are your fears or concerns that you have around travel? And then here, I just want to share some examples of different glimpses of how this emotional, more deeper personal approach to travel is coming about in the industry. And we already were seeing this shift in the industry with a company like ASTA, or an organization like ASTA, shifting from travel and agents over to travel advisors. It's that human approach to how we work with people and how we serve people when it comes to traveling. So as we see here, Sean O'Neill, the senior travel tech editor at Skift, says, quote, teach people how to travel better before, during, and after a trip. There's a huge gap between information and actions. And from a company, Amadeus, they say, quote, travel consultants now need to act as personal travel assistants who are partially data scientists, partially lifestyle gurus, and who move away from providing information to offering personalized guidance, end quote. And again, we hear personalized trips and tailored trips and customized trips all the time, but you have to think about, what does that mean for your brand, and what does that look like for your ideal client? If we're tailoring an experience for them, a tailoring means involved based on their personal needs, goals, and desires. Amadeus says in an Insights to the New World of Travel series in their Travel Consultants of Tomorrow, quote, providing a human touch is one of the biggest factors for success. And then another example that we have is, quote, the travel agent of the future is an expert, a specialist, a therapist, and someone to lean on. And that's, end quote, from Bonnie Smith, General Manager, FCM Travel Solutions, South Africa. And we can see the other ones here. I wanted to kind of speed up here in case there were any questions. And that's all that I have on my slides. So Steph, I'm not sure if any questions were coming in. I just want to thank you all so much for either watching the replay or being here with me.
Yes, well, you are more than welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. We do not have any questions right now, but if anyone has them, please submit them in there. So Sahara, do you have any thoughts for advisors on kind of the mind shift that some advisors that haven't thought about their job, they think of it more as a travel advisor or a travel agent rather than a travel coach or a travel advisor? Like, what kind of mind shifts should they be thinking about?
Yeah, I mean, even if you call yourself just, not just, but if you call yourself a travel agent and you are solely interested in and enjoy the planning and booking phase of the trip, so creating the itineraries based on the generalized questions and the interests and preferences of the ideal client, even to grow your business, you're going to have that shift in emotion somewhere to grow your business, to have word of mouth, to be found, to be known for your travel agents business, because this is an industry that's very saturated. There are many travel agents and travel advisors out there. So you're going to have to figure out how you can speak on a more human level to your ideal clients, even if you just want to focus on just the itinerary creating phase and the booking phase of the trip, which is totally fine. Again, I'm a big believer in people should sculpt their dream business and do business however they want, that makes them happy, that they're passionate about. And some people love that planning and booking phase of the trip. But when it comes to the mindset, the industry, there's so much research out there already talking about, as we came out of the pandemic, of these shifts in traveler behavior and traveler choices. So again, really understanding who your ideal clients are and what changes have been made in their life and their behaviors in order to reach them as well.
Yeah, I want to highlight what you said there, because I think that's really important, where when you own your own company, build it to the way you want. I think there's a lot of people, including during host week, like people are telling you how to do things. But I found when working with my business, what I love to do is like gather as much information as I can from as many different sources, and then be like, oh, I love this idea. How can I make this work? And that's I think that's one of the most beautiful things about being an entrepreneur is you get to create something. Like, if the world isn't working for you and the business isn't working for you the way it is, then you have power to control that and what makes you happy. So
yeah, I'm a big believer. And that's how, I started my wellness travel coaching business, and I am running also the Travel Coach Network. And how that was founded was, I always say, like, I call it do my research. I love to just absorb everything and anything that's happening in the industry, whether it's tourism or any industry that I'm interested in. So again, this is something else for people to think about. If you don't know what direction to go in your business, what are you interested in? Is it the corporate space? Is it in the business travel space? Is it in the wellness space? And learn all you can that's going on, because like you said, Steph, when you have a grander picture of everything that's happening in an industry, you have a better chance of seeing the trends and commonalities, but also the voids and the shortages that exist. And that leaves room for creativity and to diversify yourself.
Exactly. And on one of the last, I think it was right before, Tom, but we had talked about the importance of fees. And I think even with fees, I think there's, like, yes, it's great to charge fees and be compensated, but there are certain situations where maybe charging a fee isn't appropriate, or maybe like the clients you want to work with, maybe you get joy from this and you don't need that much money. Whatever it is, again, just take that information and kind of make the best decision for you. And we have one question that came in. What kinds of services could advisors who want to add coaching offer?
Yeah, absolutely. I always say, just because coach is in the word, it does not mean that you have to do one-on-one coaching or group coaching. It really is what you learn in the world of travel coaching and apply that to your business, however it is that you want to do business. So again, if you want to do the planning and booking of the trip and creating itineraries, that's great. But using what you learn as a travel coach, which is how to stand out with your own story, your own messaging, and also what kind of questions to ask that gets on a deeper level and builds those relationships, so you can really truly create the dream itinerary that's going to provide that transformative experience for your ideal clients, or whatever it is that they're looking to get out of this trip. So you can use it however it is, pieces of it, depending on what's applicable to the business that you're running, because everyone does something so differently and has different revenue streams. But the foundation of travel coaching is about storytelling, authenticity, and that human-centric approach to travel.
And there's a lot of power in having a brand and a story. Having a story can be so powerful, and it's marketing, but it's something people don't think about very often. I mean, for think about my story. So many of you have looked at HAR before as a resource, but I think it's more impactful on the About Us page when I tell my story that I grew up in a travel agency in our house and my parents, and then it grew into a storefront, and that I worked in their agency. So I've been on the front lines, and then I helped build their host agency to a $50 million host agency. And so they know that I have the experience to be the expert in this field. So crafting your story is a huge thing every new advisor or even experienced advisor that hasn't already should be thinking about.
Yeah, storytelling is essential, especially in today's day and age where we turn to social media, and stories are really what capture people's attentions. We find ways to relate with someone through their story, or we get inspired, or we then are like, well, they've accomplished that, or they had this change in their life or transformation. I want to learn more. And that's all part of the strategy to growing your brand and your business, just a more authentic and fun way to get a visibility for your business.
Perfect. Well, let's see. I don't see any more questions coming in. I have one more I want to ask you before we jump off. But when we're talking about storytelling, do you have a favorite book about storytelling and how to like create your story? Because I know that there's a bunch of books out there, and I've read one and I can't remember the name of it, so I can't suggest it.
I do not. I do not, but I do know that a friend of mine actually started a new company called Postcard Travel, and it's all about storytelling. So it's a really great resource to learn more about travel. It's specific to travel storytelling as well too. But no, I'm just a natural storyteller. When I was just backpacking, I would just share my stories and stuff on before we had all of the technology we have today. And it just really transformed my life and my business too, and really found the value in your storytelling. But storytelling in the media that we have now, is especially the short form content that's on the rise on TikTok and Instagram Reels and everything, is really important to get to that, to share your truth, to grow your authentic brand.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for coming on, Sahara. We really appreciate it. And hope that do you have a Host Week special on there? I think I saw your, okay.
Yep. So there's a great discount on the Travel Coach Certification Program for either the payment plan or the pay in full option. So there's two different discount codes, but it's 50% off, which is something I never do. So it's a special limited time offer.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. And hopefully we will see you sometime around soon.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me. Bye, everyone. Take care.
Ciao. Or oops, the dogs can always tell when I say goodbye or something along those lines. They get up and they're ready for their walks. So everyone, that is day 2. Check that off our list. But there are still 3 more days left of Host Week. So let us know, did you like it in the comments? If you haven't already, go ahead and give the YouTube thumbs up for Host Week if it was something that helped you out. And if it really, really has been helpful for you, you can subscribe to the Host Agency Reviews channel, because we push out a lot of content. We don't usually do 30 hours of content like we are this week, but we do push out really helpful content and inspirational content, and that can help you build your business. So tomorrow is another day full of fun and education, and I hope to see you tuned in then. If you somehow stumbled across Host Week when you saw a stream and you haven't registered, make sure to head over to hostagencyreviews.com/hostweek, because that will allow you to get the link for tomorrow's stream in a handy dandy email along with the agenda for tomorrow. So I'm going to go over the agenda really quick for tomorrow. We are going to start off with a keynote with Mark Casto, the chairman of the board for ASTA. We'll be talking about what's in the pipeline for ASTA in 2023, what their goals are. And then we'll also be talking about how sustainability is a key component of what ASTA is doing right now and what those actual steps are that they're taking. And then we have our intro to a consortia, or meet the consortia section, and that we have Mass Travel Network and then Travel Leaders Network, who you've heard about a lot today, I think. And then we have for our host agencies, we have Dugan's Travels, who is also a daily sponsor today, so thank you. We have Dream Vacations, Nexion Travel Group, who's also our weekly sponsor, for thank you for that. And then Outside Agent Link, or OAL Travel Network. And then Terramar Travel. And last but not least, we have Travel Quest Network. And then our EduSpots for tomorrow are going to be really fun too. So there's another panel similar to the one with Tiffany today, except for this one will be a panel of all men. And it's Who Do You Know? It's about networking within the business, on the business to business side. And all the guys on it are super fun. So tune in for that one. We have Vanessa McGovern doing top tips from their top advisors. So she is a part of Gifted Travel Network, and she's going to share what her top advisors are doing from last year. And then we have a mini spot with the Travel Institute, who's been mentioned a few times this week. And so they'll be talking about what's new in 2023 at the Travel Institute. And then we have the KHM team coming on to talk about growing your business through accessible travel. This is also a great one to tune in just to have that on your radar, accessible travel, and why it's important and how to prepare for it. And then lastly, we'll wrap things up with Lindsay Taylor-Lauer, who will be talking about how to make your clients crave the travel that you sell. So before we wrap up our day, just another quick thank you to our sponsors who have helped keep this free for all of us. This is the weekly sponsors. We have the Adventure Travel Trade Association, Next-Gen Travel Group, Runway Health, Tour Radar, and Travel Planners International. And then today's daily sponsor is Dugan's Travel. So from the whole team here at Host Agency Reviews, thank you again for joining us for another day of Host Week. And we will see you tomorrow at 12 p.m. Central Time for another day of awesomeness.